to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane. I welcome you in on this beautiful Saturday afternoon as spring suddenly begins to maybe start to creep a little bit closer. Yes, we got more winter left, but it does feel a little bit more spring-like over here on the east side of the state. My name is Brandon Kane. This is the Hawks Nest. Welcome on in. Please hit that like button on your way in the door, and let's talk ourselves a little bit of some draft realities, some hard truths, some nice, wonderful twists within these truths, some good things too. So not all bad on that side of it. But I thought today that we would talk about a few things for that because I am, in a lot of ways, I get the benefit of a lot of benefits with doing this channel. But one of the really great benefits I get as well that I really enjoy is having an opportunity to really have a little bit of a pulse on the Seahawks fan base at times, from not just all of the interactions that I get in the comments section, but also with what we do in the chat, of course. And I do my own, obviously lurking around out and about in those places online to see where people's heads are at. But you do get a good feel for where people are as far as certain, could be as far as, do you want to sign Geno, or who do you want with the first round pick, or how do you want the Seahawks to do this in free agency, right? There's always differences of an opinion, but there's usually at least a collection of folks that think kind of a certain way. And there has been a collection of folks I've seen coming kind of forward here on this upcoming draft a little bit, and they're a bit dismayed. They've gone out there and they've looked at the tape of Myles Murphy and they've watched Tyree Wilson, and they've come away and they've been unimpressed. And of course, we talk about this reality in the respect of Jalen Carter, Will Anderson are gone. A couple of the best quarterbacks are gone. You maybe don't like the third guy, and so you're driven to then probably draft the best defensive player that then is on the board, one of these two guys. And people are not necessarily happy about that. Some people love these guys' tape. Some people will say, sign me up. But again, I think that there's a contingent that believes this way. And I don't think that they're crazy. I think that they actually have some stable ground to stand on with this, and that they're not out of line for looking at that and saying, this isn't as good as what I should be getting with the 5th overall pick. They are very much on the button with this one. You should normally be getting a better defensive player than we're going to be picking from, or should we go offense, the offensive player you're picking from, than you would normally get in most drafts. I've talked about this a little bit on the channel, but I really want to put this at the forefront of people's minds a little bit in regards to this class. And what's nice is that I'm starting to hear this from other places too. So you're going to start to hear this now a little bit more from the national perspective of it. And that's good because it's the truth of it. And we shouldn't try to make this draft into something it's not just because we have so many picks within it, right? We deal with the realities of what is in front of us. And the first hard truth, the first tough reality here is that this is a weak class. This is just a standard issue, weak draft class if we compare it to the last 5 to 10 years. It doesn't mean that it's bereft of talent. It doesn't mean that you can't find really good players, and there might not be some stars in there. But it does mean, as you start to scout and look through these guys, this isn't quite as deep as I've experienced in recent years past. This is a little bit tougher to go through this and look at and say, this guy's a 5th overall pick, or this guy's a 5th overall. Boy, no, I'd like that guy should be more in the teens. That guy should be at the maybe fringe top 10. But this is the reality of the draft. If we end up picking a non-quarterback at that position, and hell, even if we're driven to take a guy super high like an Anthony Richardson, which would have many Seahawks fans pulling their hair out, it's driven in part because of this weakness of this draft. And you want your general manager to take this into account in his decision-making. Yes, I'm a guy that says lead with best player available at the forefront in your drafting philosophy, but you've also got to know what the temperature is in the room. And the temperature is that this is what it is with this draft. Now, it's naturally weak on the onset of it. If all of the NIL guys who went back to college, and I'm going to go through the list for you guys here in a second to give you guys an understanding of this. If all of those guys at NIL had come into this draft, this would still be only a slightly stronger draft. It would still overall be a weaker class in the last 5 to 10 years. But here's where we have the big issue at play here. You have a weak class that then gets compounded by the fact that the NIL guys pull out as well. So it further weakens it down and makes it brittle. And again, this is how you end up at that 5th pick going Tyree Wilson or Myles Murphy. It's not because there's a fascination with folks on saying, I know what this guy is. I know what I'm getting. I love him. Let's go. It's if he can get to his top side kind of guy. But this is the reality of it. Let me go through this list for you guys because I was I think it puts it in a proper perspective here when you go through some of the list of these guys. Obviously, Michael Penix, University of Washington. I don't know if he would have been a high first-round pick. Probably not. That's, in fact, why he probably went back to college, was he was not going to be a first-round pick. He's going back to Washington. Blake Corum, a running back out of Michigan, a consensus All-American, missed the final 2 games of the season, but he still ripped off 1,400 yards. He's going back. Bo Nix of Oregon, former Auburn quarterback. He could have come out and maybe been a second or third round pick, especially if he really showed out. He has some really great mobility. Jordan Travis, kind of some echoes of Doug Flutie to that Cats game. He went back to Florida State, another quarterback. Tommy Eichenberg, a Chuck Bednarik. I love that name, Chuck Bednarik. That's the most football name ever. He was a Chuck Bednarik Award semifinalist this past year, went back to Ohio State. Jared Verse, a guy that would have definitely been on the Seahawks radar, very high up in this draft if he had, I think, come back out. But he ended up deciding to go back to Florida State after having a really monster year this past season with them, 16.5 tackles for loss and 9 sacks. Braylon Thrice, defensive lineman for University of Washington. Many of you already know about him as well as know about Penix, because I know I've got a lot of Husky fans who've watched all the games in here. He's another guy that went back after having a really good year. Oh, I'm going to struggle with this name, so don't laugh at me. Olamuwaya Fashunu, who would have probably been the best left tackle in this draft if he came out, even though I can't pronounce his name, out of Penn State. He decided he was going to go back to college as well. So that's definitely a lock-solid first-round pick that's going back at that point. Sam Hartman of Notre Dame is going back, or he's actually, I guess, transferring here. So he's come back. Jerzon Newton, Illinois defensive lineman, is also going to be returning as well. Tyler Davis, defensive lineman for Clemson. Cameron Risen, a quarterback for Utah. Dylan Gabriel, another quarterback for Oklahoma. Keith Randolph, defensive lineman for Illinois. Spencer Rattler, another quarterback out of South Carolina. Johnny Wilson, Florida State wide receiver. KJ Jefferson, Arkansas quarterback, who maybe many thought was going to be a top 15 pick coming into this season, who decided to return back. Trey Benson, running back out of Florida State that rushed for almost 1,000 yards last year. Jaden Daniels, a quarterback out of LSU, who was smart to go back, but again, another guy that did choose to go back. NIL did impact this, kind of a dual threat guy. Romeo Odunzie, another Washington. How about having 3 Huskies on the board here? They're going to have a year maybe next year here, I'll tell you that. With one of two 1,000-yard receivers there in that University of Husky receiving core, and a guy who, probably would have gone reasonably high in this draft. Maybe not a first round guy, but could have maybe gotten to the second or third round with where this draft is as far as from a talent standpoint. Also to add to this list, one final guy would be Cooper Bebe. Maybe perhaps would have been the best left guard in this draft if he had come out. He ended up returning back to school. Again, another guy that the Seahawks would have made a target. So you have a weak class. Then you've got the NIL, which is keeping these guys from going, right? Because you're getting millions of dollars now at the college level to stay at the college level. You're not pressed as much to go to the pros. And I'm not anti-NIL, but it doesn't change the fact that it's really impacted this draft, because it's really kind of come to bear now this year as much as ever. The money is really flowing there on that college scene, and that's causing a little bit of this weakening of the class in general. So that's the number one. We're going to talk about a couple of realities here with this draft, but beyond getting to these other points that I want to talk about, that's the big point to keep at the forefront of your mind. The draft's not going to get any better through the combine or the pro days or the interviews. Some of these guys will rise, some of these guys will fall, but the talent is what it is at this point. It's not unexciting. It's not that it is going to help this team potentially get us to a Super Bowl with the talent that we could add. But if you're looking for that thoroughly stocked, like we had last year type of draft, right? Where you're picking some really good players up later on the draft to me, Abraham Lucas was a late first round. I'm on record with this. I had him as a late first round grade last year, and he ended up dipping down to the third round. You're not going to have that kind of fall this year. And so when you look at that, if we're not trading out of the 5th round pick, if we're not going to go get a quarterback with the 5th pick, even to stretch for a guy like Anthony Richardson, right? If that's not going to happen, then you are going to be left with a situation where you're most likely taking a player who, if he was in any other draft of the last 5 to 10 years, is probably going somewhere between 12 to 18. And that's not going to make people happy, but that's not changing. That's a reality. Next one. 4 quarterbacks are going in the first 10 picks. I feel pretty solidly about this as I'm reading up on this and hearing about this. And I do think that as I've thought about this for a while with Anthony Richardson, despite him being so raw, he is really going to elevate himself here through this pre-draft process in a way that I think is going to eventually press him up into the top 10. In talking with Brendan Nelson this past week over on his channel a little bit, we were discussing a little bit of the musical chairs that were at play here as far as the needs in the NFL, and that there are all these chairs, but there is only so many really quarterbacks that you feel even realistically okay somewhat about having as your starter. And then there's a whole bunch of guys that all probably should be backup types. To me, again, as I've thought for a while, this is going to draw somebody to trade up with Chicago, and this is probably also going to cause some team to move a little bit higher on Anthony Richardson than some people think because of that desperation. Desperation at the quarterback position in the NFL can make teams do some real funky things. Next up, cornerbacks rule. I'm feeling pretty solid about this one going through this draft. It's a little neck and neck at times, but the cornerback class here is as strong as, every bit as strong as last year's class overall, I think, and maybe even a little bit stronger. But that's where the depth of this class is. What's going to be odd about this, I think, is that you're not going to see any cornerbacks taken in maybe the top 10, but by the amount that you're going to see taken anywhere on from 10 to 30, there's going to be quite a few guys, I think, pulled off the board, and as well in the second round. Just so many names after name after name of guys that have really good technique, prerequisite size, ball skills. They play the run really well. They've got some dog in them. You really like a lot of what you see from these cornerbacks in this class, and it makes you very much encouraged about these guys as pros. So, I don't know if that's going to push us to maybe take a guy. You don't have to take a guy early because there should be some real quality throughout the draft at that point because there is so much depth. But the one thing that's jumped out to me in scouting these guys, I'm 100 and maybe 20 odd players deep into this draft right now as far as my scouting goes. The one thing that's jumped out to me is the cornerback crew is the strongest probably crew overall. Running back right behind it, that's my second nice little twist here, is that the running back room is really outstanding this year. You've got the top level talent with Bijan Robinson, certainly. But then there's just a whole collection of guys that are just so different all across the board, that they give you so many different little skills that have flashes of other players you've seen. Jahmyr Gibbs, watch him run and tell me that you don't see maybe just a slightly less fast Chris Johnson, when he runs. Go watch Kendry Miller and tell me that you don't see echoes of an Aaron Jones, or the kid out of Kansas State, who I think looks like Darren Sproles, undersized cat that can still run with the rock, who's not just merely going to be only a third down type back. And there's a whole bunch in between those guys. Everything you could want under the sun, every type of different running back that you could kind of want, whatever you want to put into the offense. And again, it certainly is going to be a need here for this team, what we're going to want, what we're going to be looking for. But I have been very impressed by, again, just like with the cornerback rooms here, it's really good at the top, and then it's really strong and solid throughout the whole core of the draft at that point. The defensive line talent is exciting. Very exciting. It is all sorts of guys, much like the running back room. You can apply the same thing I said to the defensive line in many respects as far as how varied and different guys are. You got Adewale-Atuawori, who's like 6'1", but he's got like 35 long-inch arms. You've got big, huge, strong guys underneath that can just hold at the point of attack. You got big guys that can move and give you a little bit of pass rush in addition to being zero techs. You got your pure 3-tech types with Kalijah Cansey. You've got edge types all over the place who can both stand up and put their hand down in the dirt. Again, much like I said with the running back, what you're needing to add to your team on a defensive line, you can add in this draft. It may not have the star potential there with it, but as far as a stable, solid addition that you can bring into the room, especially if we're talking about bringing a couple guys in, and I'm going to be doing my Seahawks 7th round mock that I did earlier. We're not going to go through it step by step. I'm going to just post it for you guys in a second. You're going to see where I got that value in my current updated draft. Even though I don't go early in this current mock draft 2.0 Seahawks 7 rounder, I don't go early defensive line necessarily with it. I think you guys are going to be very intrigued by how I go in this mock. I went a little different direction. We'll see if you guys like it. So defensive line is very, very talented, very exciting, very varied all over the place. And what's interesting, I think, about the defensive line talent as well is that's the one that I'm hearing the most difference of opinion out there in fandom, not just Seahawks fandoms, but out there, nationally on guys, where there is a wide variety of opinion on all of these guys. Go bring up Brian Breezy to a couple different people that have been studying, looking at his tape, and you're going to get a couple of different answers. And there's a lot of guys like that in this draft when it comes to that defensive line, but they are good. They are talented. They will help this defense out. And let's face it, it's also a really big need here for this team. Unfortunately, here's another tough reality of this draft. The middle linebackers just aren't it. We need it. I know we need it, but it's going to be a little bit rough and tough on this one. I have gone back, as people have asked me to do, and look at Drew Sanders a little bit more closely in recent days, including the Alabama film from this past year with him, which shout out to whoever put me on that. That definitely had me a little bit more intrigued with what I saw from him in that. I liked what I saw from him in that a little bit more. And I think that when I study up on Drew Sanders a little more closely, you understand that he did a lot more of the edge stuff from Alabama, and he was just starting to do the middle stuff this year. That's a little different from what he's done in the past. And so then when you see the flashes on tape of Sanders, you go, okay, well, maybe I've got to lean more into the slight flashes I'm seeing of something that you can re-tap into a little bit more once he gets a little more accustomed to playing the middle linebacker position. And he does give you the outside versatility of maybe being a guy who can play the edge as well, because he's legit 6'4", 6'4 plus type guy out there. So he's not necessarily would be a super undersized guy, and he's got the familiarity rushing off the edge. Not that being said, I'm just not in love with these middle linebackers in this class. There are some good guys, some fun guys that but there's not really the upper level talent guys that, you know, really look like game changer types that if you're talking about picking in, let's say, the second round, first round, it's really not there. Even in the depth, I think, of the second round, it gets kind of hard for me to really pull the trigger on any of these guys and feel good about it. So it sucks. You'd like to have seen a little bit better of offerings at middle linebacker, but there just isn't. There's a lot of also other kind of undersized guys that are a little light for the position. That's where the NFL is kind of going. But again, it makes it a little bit hard to try to project them out a little bit. If you go, okay, at 225, is he going to hold up in the middle? I think he could add 5 pounds, 10 pounds, maybe, right? It gets a little bit tougher on that one. I consider this more of a kind of a happy reality on this one. Or a nice truth about this draft that's one that may catch people off guard a little bit, is that the safety class is very intriguing. Very, very intriguing. There are so many safeties in this class that can do so many different things, and we are now in the era with the Vic Fangio defenses of needing the hyper-athletic safeties that can perform both the duties of the free safety and the strong safety. But beyond that, you're seeing cats in this class that can go beyond that not only can play the free safety or strong safety you need them to, they can come up and they can be a slot corner for you as well. Brian Branch stands up at the head of the class as that guy, but Jamie Robertson from Florida State is every bit right there with Brian Branch. Brian Branch is that kind of player who can do pretty much everything Brian Branch can do. And even the Sidney Brown kid out of Illinois, boy, he was a fun watch on tape. Another guy that plays a lot of slot, can play the strong safety. I don't know if he could do the free safety stuff as much, but I think he could with how quick and fast he is on the field and how instinctive he is out there. But beyond that, you've got the kid out there with Georgia, Christopher Smith, who's to me a real fun player. Jair Brown, who to me has some shades of Earl Thomas to his game out of Penn State. The safeties, I know it's not a place that people are going to be happy with picking if we go with the safety, and it certainly isn't the biggest need outside of you need some insurance maybe for Jamal Adams, but you technically have that, of course, with Ryan Neal coming back. But it may be one where if the Seahawks are driven by their board to truly go for best player available, that may be where that draws them towards on a given pick in this draft, because these players are very exciting and they don't offer these straight safeties aren't just offering you empty versatility. Being, okay, well, he can play slot, he can play strong safety, he can play free safety, but he doesn't play any of them particularly well, right? That kind of versatility. No, this is where they can go up and be standouts wherever you want to align them in your defense. And that is a useful piece to have on an NFL team, no doubt about it. But also because it's going to be extra useful in a draft like this, that, like I said at the top, isn't necessarily stacked as deep in other positions or overall with as much talent. Might drive you to make more of these kind of picks and decisions as far as something not as close to what we kind of need at the forefront. The tight ends, like the defensive line talent, is deep and varied, much like the running backs. I love those three three positional groups and all the things they offer. I was going through a couple of more of these tight ends in this class last night. Brevin Spann from Minnesota, Sam Laporta, who is wide as a freaking fridge. And the guy's like out here like this wide. It's incredible. But they all are just so differing and got so many different useful skills. Love how I'm watching a lot of these tight ends that can both catch and block, which is really fun to watch as well. So you're getting a lot of complete guys, even the H-back guys putting their nose in there, doing the dirty work. You got your Darnell Washington with your athletic freak, your Michael Mayer, who to me is like a Zach Miller that we had here in our Super Bowl run, who was a very underrated, very useful player for us during that run. So just a lot of very great talent there with the tight end crew. The interior offensive line talent doesn't have a lot of guys that can move in space. This is problematic for us as far as both at the center and guard position, where we've had traditionally now some more guys that, well, in Blythe's case, he could move, but he had no power to his game. But behind Blythe, you haven't had a lot of guys that could move as well. That certainly was the case last year with the guard position, where you didn't have guys that could move in space either very well with that. And you need to add that to this offense, especially to take better advantage of the outside runs, outside zone, pitch plays, fly sweeps, hitting the reach blocks. We need some guys that are a little bit more swifter inside. Unfortunately, whether you're going through Steve Avila or Andrew Voorhees from USC, or much of the centers in this class like Luke Wilper or Patterson, they're not mobile guys. They're not movement guys. It's a lot of just, man-on-man, mano-a-mano type guys that are really going to, move a couple yards in space, left or right, forward or back, and that's about as far as they're going to want to go. So it's going to be very much a challenge for John Schneider to add mobile offensive linemen here in this draft. May have to look and try to see if he can find that a little bit more into free agency rather than the draft instead, just because it doesn't exist. And there's going to be a lot of teams looking for those guys too. So not only do you need it, but it's going to be a thin position that'll probably have a lot of competition for teams picking for those guys, cause some teams to probably draw and have to pick a little bit higher. Last year, this happened with, for instance, Cole Strange, who was one of the more athletic centers in the draft. And this drew the Patriots to take him all the way up in the first round, which was a tremendous, I think, reach at the time. I think he ended up playing some guard for them, but it was a little bit of a reach for him as far as with what you saw in the tape from him, where he was coming from. We do have a little bit of another reality here, which is there is a bit of a dip in talent at the receiver position this year in the draft. It's just not as strong as it's been in recent years, where we've had year after year after year where there's a group and a collection of just great guys coming out that you feel just awesome about, and you're like, wow, this is the crew here. I'm loving what I'm seeing from this. And then another one, you're like, wow, another half a dozen, baker dozen of just really top end talent guys coming out that are all going to have an impact, and an immediate impact at that. This year's draft's not quite that. We may not have a receiver taken in the top 10. We may only end up with like 3 receivers taken in the top in the first round alone, which I think would be a bit of a dip down from what we've seen in recent years there. It's got some decent guys in it, still some interesting guys in it, but it's certainly not the strength of this class, and it's nowhere near as strong as it's been in recent years. To pair with this tough reality, there's a little bit of a silver lining to it, where there's a lot of really nice slot guys in this draft. And this goes really nicely to the Seahawks' need in this draft, of course, because in Tyler and DK, I know there's some of you that think about, well, let's move Tyler maybe into inside, but Tyler and DK remain two of the better guys in the NFL at getting open on the outside. And you really need right now more of a consummate guy who can work on the inside. And you're going to see this in my mock draft in a second that I did my 7-round mock. You need a little bit more of the consummate guy inside who can do a little bit more of that. And this draft has quite a few guys, and guys that you can get in various areas. You got Njigba, who obviously is going to probably go in the first maybe 20 picks. He's a guy who can maybe give you a little bit of stuff on the outside, but he's really going to be mainly just a slot guy at the next level, but he could become one of the better slot guys in the entire NFL and get there pretty quickly to immediately as well, if you were to pick him, I would say. Tank Dell, real small guy, kind of got some flashes to him of AB with me. Zay Flowers, a guy that I think can play inside and outside a little bit, but you could definitely put him in the inside if you wanted to have him there until maybe Tyler moved on, and then you would eventually move him outside if he could do that stuff. Josh Downs, the UNC kid, can do definitely a lot of that inside stuff. Marvin Mims, out of Oklahoma. Definitely he's the guy that can take the top off the defense from the slot. Did so a lot out of Oklahoma. Cedric Tillman's your big body possession receiver who could definitely be moved in there on some downs and whatnot. And that's just kind of the starting of that list. There's more guys than beyond that. So there is a lot of guys for a need we have on this team. Maybe not outside receivers of what you traditionally look for, but that's okay because you can get the slot, which is a little bit more of what you need right now in the moment with a little bit of a stifling, let's call it, of D. Eskridge's development in his game. I'll just put it, I'll try to put that kindly if I can. I got a little bit, I'm going to post this to the community post here eventually too. I've been a little bit slow in getting it done, but here is a little bit of just a quick view. I'm going to try to go in a little closer so you guys can see this. This is my horizontal board here that I'm going to flash really quickly up, and then I'll do the 7th round mock. We're going to be going back, by the way, we're doing back-to-back days here as far as, let me get my face back on here before we get to that. I will be doing the Super Bowl coverage tomorrow, so we'll be down in the scene of the Super Bowl on the field. No, I can't. So I'll be going live tomorrow during the Super Bowl, so this is going to be back-to-back stream days. That's why we'll be going a little bit shorter today. But I will be going, obviously, long tomorrow as far as we're going to be watching the game and covering the action, talking Hawks and whatnot. So feel free to tune in with me over here on the Nest in that respect of things. So this is the big board. This is going to be a board that is ever changing. This is not a final board. I have 2 months left, so don't hold me to this as everybody's in their final spot and I can't move anybody. I absolutely can move people. So, but this is my early evaluation of the positional groupings. Again, there's about 120 names on here. I won't go through kind of all of them, but you can get a general feel for what I'm going to show you here on the screen, as I've got, of course, Will Levis and CJ Stroud as my top 2 quarterbacks. I know I have a 2nd round grade on Bryce Young. That's not because of how he throws the ball. That's not because of how he anticipates in throwing. That's because my complete and utter lack of trust in his ability to hold up at his size, his body size at the NFL level. And I think what very well can end up happening with Bryce Young is he goes out there and he balls out and he's balling out, and I hear from everybody left, right, oh, you're right, you're wrong on Bryce. See, you were wrong on Rice. And then he goes out there and gets demolished on a play. And then it's like everyone will go quiet on it. So we'll see if I'm wrong on this one, but I don't want to be the man to have to take that risk. He's got a lot of talent. He's got 1st round talent, but that body is hard for me to see him holding up for a guy that's going to struggle to even put 200 pounds on his frame. I think he's going to measure about 5'10" up at the combine, if that. And I just don't have a lot of trust there. Anthony Richardson, another guy, like I said, that could be drawn and picked higher than where he should be as far as his development goes. He's got as much talent as anybody in this draft, but again, not a guy that is really there and ready to go. I got Hendon Hooker and Tanner McKee as 3rd round guys. Dorian Thompson-Robinson's an interesting cat out of UCLA, who I've got in the 4th round. He's kind of a multi-threat guy. If you're looking kind of for a Russell Wilson type guy that they could maybe target in this draft, I think Dorian Thomas-Robinson's definitely a guy that could be a little bit of that guy here. Jay Kaner had a great Senior Bowl. He's behind him in the 4th round. And then I've got, let's not move that there. And then I've got Clayton 2, Tanner Mordecai, Max Dugan in the 5th. 5th rounders don't matter at this point, right, folks? We're not getting into that. Running backs, Bijan Robinson is a no-doubter 1st round Tier 1 talent to me. I've got Charbonnet, Gibbs, Miller, and I put Gibbs twice there. I got to fix that. Miller, Gibbs, and Tucker as my 2nd round backs. Kenny McIntosh, Tajay Spears is my 3rd round guys. Spears had a great Senior Bowl. Tanks Bigsby, Devin Archain, Chris Rodriguez as my 4th round guys, with Roshan Johnson, who could elevate on my board when it's all said and done. My lower guys in the 5th round, Dwayne McBride, Tavion Thomas, Zach Evans. We can talk about this board too if you guys want, as well as getting deep in it. I'm not going to go too far. I just want to kind of flash it up for you guys. I do have as my only 1st round receivers right now. Johnson, Addison, Jigba are my only 1st rounders at this moment. Flowers is a fringe 1st rounder. I have him right on the line. Dell, Jaden Reed, I have as 2nd rounders. Jalen Hyatt, to me, is too one-trick ponyish to be raising him up into the 2nd round. Rashid Rice has got problems with contested catch situations and getting off the line of scrimmage on press at times. Marvin Mims, interesting cat, slot-only guy at the next level. Cedric Tillman, Josh Downs, Xavier Hutchinson. All those guys are very interesting guys, almost fringe 3rd round guys right there. Dontavian Wicks, big body guy, pretty athletic, not a lot of top end speed to him, but fun tape. Jake Bobo kind of has got some Joe Jurvicious to his game for those who got some Seahawks memories of that guy. You can kind of see here on the rest of the tight end class here, as I'll move the board over here a little bit. Tight end class here, we got Darnell Washington, Michael Mayer, and Dalton Kincaid are my only tight ends that I've got in the second round. I don't have a first round tight end. Luke Musgrave, Sam Laporta are my third round tight ends. Brevin Span Jordan is my fourth rounder. I haven't gotten deep into the tight ends yet, so I'm just starting to get there. Again, I probably don't want to go through all this board. I'll just post this up for you guys so you can kind of see it and we can go through it and talk about it. I do have it in the description section still from last week, too, on last week's vid. But you can see right now, not a lot of great guards here. The center class, I've got a bunch of guys in the second and third round. Right guards, I haven't delved deep into the right and left guard class. That's kind of my next thing to jump into, though there's not a ton of names. This is why you have some people already talking about some of these tackles, moving them into the inside, is because it is a little bit of a weaker class in that respect of things. Darnell Wright is my only right now first round tackle prospect on the right side. DeJuan Jones almost is there. I just don't think he can quite go. When he goes and tested the combine, I think that's going to ding him down into the second round. And Jalen Duncan and Anton Harrison are, they're solid, I guess, right? They're okay. Defensively, flash this really quick. Carter, Breezy, Kalijah Cansey are my first round defensive tackles. Those are not, I've got Cansey over Breezy technically if we were playing a 4-3. So I only have Breezy over him because of our 3-4 defense. Keanu Benton is my only second round defensive tackle. Maze Smith, Ika, to me are third round guys. Gervon Dexter, I know a lot of you love him. I've gone back and watched the tape again on a second time on him. I'm telling you folks, go watch the tape on Gervon Dexter. He is the last guy off the line of scrimmage every single play. And it's odd. It's not just like the slowness aspect. Like he takes a second to process the fact that the ball has been snapped. He's very good after that point, but how is that going to work at the NFL level? I wonder a little bit, just a little bit. No real outs, no real things that's out of line with that. I've raised Will McDonald to a second round point at this point, just behind Thule. Foskey, I'm going to drop down. I don't have him anymore in the first round, so I've got to update my board. This is, for some reason, I've got my old board here with that. So I've got Foskey down, I think, into more of like late second, third round range at this point. So I've got to update my board there. But Murphy, Tyree Wilson, Will Anderson, you guys know why I'm going to do that there. We've got over at middle linebacker, Trenton Simpson's my one middle linebacker. First round talent. I've raised Drew Sanders up because of his versatility and the flashes that he has shown, and because he is new to the position and thinking that maybe there is an upside there that's still to be tapped into. Campbell, Ivan Pace, Henry To'oTo'o, Diane Henley, those guys would be solid picks for us. Really would like to get them more in the third round than the second round. That's all I got to say on that. Noah Sewell, to me, is really one of the more overrated players in this draft. I've got him in the fourth round. Owen Papoy, love what he did in Auburn. Really fun player. If we end up with him, he's kind of one of my guys that I really, really, really do like quite a bit. I don't have a Sam linebacker listed here because I kind of just would put him at outside and edge and whatnot, but I haven't gone into those guys deep because I don't really need to. We're not going to probably look at much in the way of Sam linebackers, right? I want to concentrate on positions we're going to be drafting. You can see here how much talent there is at the cornerback class that I talked about. Even Joey Porter, to me, is a fringe first-round guy that probably will even be likely taken in the first round. And this is in order here, by the way, because I do have Roderick Gonzalez as my cornerback 1, Witherspoon's cornerback 2, for me, Cam Smith, cornerback 3, and then it would probably go Ringo Porter for me. But you can see I've got a bunch of guys right there: Rejon Wright, Tyreek Stevenson, Max Melton, Eli Ricks. All of those guys any one of those guys to all of those guys could go into the second round. Bradley Moss, I didn't quite jump on board as much with him after the Senior Bowl as some did, but a lot of people love him. Same thing with Kendry Smith. All of these guys in the cornerback board right here, every one of these could end up picked in the first 2 rounds. So I don't have him at that spot myself. I'm not big on Julius Brents, as many of you are out there. So that is what it is with that one. Free safety, Jair Brown. He's a first round talent to me. If he was drafted, he would be one guy I'd be pounding the table for and pushing back on Seahawks fans who would be hating the pick because they're like, we got Quandre. Why are we doing this? I haven't dived deep into the rest of the free safety class yet. Troy Dean out of Florida was all right. Fourth round guy, he was okay. Strong safety has been a little bit more in depth for me on this one. Brian Branch, Christopher Smith, I've got as Christopher's probably more of a second round guy at this point for me. I had him, I think I got starry eyed with him at first, I think. Jamie Robinson, Sidney Brown, 2 guys again could go in the end of the first round, would not shock me. Their tape is outstanding. They can do so many different things, really fun players. JL Skinner, many of you have compared him to Cam Chancellor. I've got him in the third round just because he couldn't do the Fangio stuff. he's a guy like Kalijah Cansey. So if I've got the ability to go back to a 4-3 defense, and I'm going to start asking my strong safety to do more in the box type things, then JL Skinner can become maybe potentially a second round guy. And hopefully you guys are okay and everything's, oh my goodness, here. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind on some things. Okay. So I'm a little high, a little low on certain guys. I know some of you guys are going to disagree with some of that stuff, and that's to be understood. I do understand too as well. Like I said, I've got still 2 months left on the draft, and like going back and looking at, went back and initially watched Drew Sanders on a variety of different games. I went back this past week, looked at him. All these guys I'm going to be trying to go back and look back on. I might not go with the in-depth look as I did at my first look of guys, but especially after the combine, especially seeing after how they test, like John Schneider said, a guy testing something, it draws you back to the film to look at it and reevaluate a little bit. So none of these are going to be final for me as far as my big board goes, but that's my big board. That's my early horizontal board. All right, we're going to begin to the guys here in the chat. We got one last thing to do, and that is going to be to show you guys my mock draft. So let's unveil this slowly for you guys. Ooh, let's do it slow, real slow, shall we? I went differently on this mock draft, and what I want to do on this mock draft is two different things. Really try to pick the best player available. I was going to go a little bit outside of where I went in the last draft. Let's go a little more outside the box. Number 2. Let the draft just come to me. I also didn't want to do any trades in this draft. So, trades are not guaranteed. Some of the trades in recent years have been dialed down a little bit. Teams haven't been necessarily as active all the time. So I want to operate in a given draft here like I didn't have a trade I could move back on. I just simply had to pick the best players that were there at their positions. And I think the first part of this draft is going to freak you guys out a little bit, maybe a little bit. We'll see how you guys react to it, but we'll get to you guys in the chat. 1 second. So off the top, for some reason, some odd, strange reason, CJ Stroud dipped and fell down to me at number 5. I landed on CJ. I didn't overthink it. As they like to say, don't overthink it. I didn't overthink it. I went with CJ Stroud as my number 1 guy. Number 2, well, we got CJ Stroud. We do need a slot guy, right? We do need a slot guy. Now the draw here is, of course, to go and take a defensive lineman here. And the best defensive lineman I think I had on the board at this point, Breezy was gone. All the good guys were gone at this point at 20. The best guy we go with was Kalijah Cansey. And again, I just want to say this about Kalijah Cansey because he's got some fervent, ardent Cansey believers out there. I don't push back with you guys on that. I don't. And I know Aaron Donald has done some 3-4 stuff with the Los Angeles Rams, including operating within the Vic Fangio defense as that defensive end. But Aaron Donald has an upper level amount of strength, which allows him to perform, I think, some things within there that I don't know if Cansey's going to be able to do as much with. I think he might be able to do it, but I have more certainty about Cansey at the 3 tech than I do as him as a 3-4 defensive end. So I was drawn back a little more to value on this pick because there wasn't a defensive lineman there from a value standpoint. You pair up Stroud with Jigba. If I can improve this offensive line through the rest of this draft, and I do those first 2 things out the gate, I'm helping that quarterback out a lot, right? Those guys are going to be on the same page instantaneously from the jump. And now I've got Jigba with Lockett and DK on the outside. That's a lot to throw to. Even if you keep Geno Smith here, I still think CJ could benefit from sitting for a year or 2 potentially as well. So that doesn't close the door on this as well, even if you do re-sign Geno Smith. With the 3rd selection, or my 3rd selection, but the 2nd round selection, I was able to deal with the trenches. So I know, right? We got you guys probably freaking out. Going, Brandon, 3 offensive players with the first 3 picks. Are you nuts? But look what we've done here. We've got our slot. I got my quarterback for the future. I've got my center, the best center in the draft in the 2nd round. I don't know if he'll last this long, but it's in this mock he did, so I took it. I didn't overthink it. PFF hated the pick, but I liked the pick. I get our guy a center and a slot. I'm helping our young quarterback out. Like you guys know with this, I want to help my quarterback out. I'm a big guy about helping the young guy out. Get him a lot in front of him. Allow him to shine early by giving him a lot to work with. That's kind of my point and thought on this mock is, like I said, I'm gone a little bit of a different direction with it. I went back into the late 2nd round and took Keanu Benton out of Wisconsin, late riser, had a really, really outstanding week out at Senior Bowl. I thought he really impressed. I loved his tape as well. I think I do have like an early 3rd round grade, but if you took him in the late 2nd round, that would be, to me, pretty good value at that point for him. I came back in the 3rd round And again, now I'm going back to the offense. What the hell are you doing? What are you doing? Another guy that is not going to last to the third round, so this is probably a little bit unrealistic as far as this mock goes. I think Steve Avila probably ends up in the second round, but guys can fall, right? I wouldn't have never thought last year that that Abraham Lucas would have drifted to the right tackle, drifted to the third round himself, but indeed he did. So we go with Steve Avila out of TCU. So now look what I've done here now, folks, which is to grab John Michael Schmitz. I've got our offensive line completely established now on into the future. I have begun to address the trenches. Obviously would like to address it a little bit more stronger than just Keanu Benton. But I've started to build this offense up. I've given CJ Stroud now a lot to be able to allow him to be successful very early on, I believe, with what we're putting together for him. And it's going to help out again, even if Geno Smith's here as well. Now you've got some ability. Maybe you move Avila to left guard. You can move Lewis to right guard, or you can move Avila just to right guard and keep Damian Lewis over at left. But now you're starting to kind of stack up. Avila doesn't necessarily have the movement stuff I would like. But again, this is a place where if you're not able in free agency to upgrade the guard position, you have to deal with the hands that you're dealt. And he would be at least a pro-level guard out there with some flexibility to give you something at center too if you were to need him there as well. Round 4, I was able to get Zach Pickens out of South Carolina. Big, strong guy. PFF liked this pick more than any other on my draft. I really like Zach's film tape. Very strong guy. Both him and Keanu, I think, help you in the running game, and both can also give you a little bit of pass rush. They're not just simply, this is all they do, this is their lane, they can't step outside this. You get a little bit bigger, you get a little bit stronger with these two guys down there. Is it the impact of a Jalen Carter, Brian Breezy type draft? No. But these guys would be solid. Add them on into the rotation, what you already have with Shelby Harris and the guys on the outside. And hopefully if you would come into this draft, let's say taking a Daron Payne, and you're adding those two guys in addition to a Daron Payne or a defensive line talent kind of like that, you feel maybe a little bit better about this particular draft and going this direction of things. Back in the 5th round, I went with Henry To'oTo'o, who drifted and fell in this draft just a little bit. So I've got us a middle linebacker all the way in the 5th round. I do have a 3rd round grade on him. So if he was to dip to the 5th round, I would understand, I think, why. But Henry, I think, is a functional middle linebacker. I think he is at the very least an improvement over Tanner Muse, and probably an improvement, potentially even over Cody Barton. I mean, we'll see a little bit with that as far as how he tests and where he's at combine wise, but to give him the 5th, I think is pretty good value. I came back and got Deuce Vaughn out of Kansas State. I was telling you guys earlier, I see him as kind of a Darren Sproles type, who's a guy who could, yes, be your de facto 3rd down specialist guy, but also you could give him the rock between the tackles. He was a guy that could run strong enough between those tackles that he wasn't just to be used in just one kind of manner and just kind of one way. He really impressed me on his tape. I think he's legitimate. Getting him in the 5th round is great. Travis Homer is leaving as a free agent. It's going to be a need adding a running back. I maybe would have liked to have added a hammer in this draft. I just was not able to do so. The final pick for me in the 7th round is Tyler Steen out of Alabama. I look at the guy and I see a lot of, maybe it's the Alabama jersey, but I do see a lot of James Carpenter in his game where he plays tackle out at Alabama, but his best option is probably at the pro level to be moved inside. And so I would look to move him inside at the pro level. Maybe in a pinch, he could play a little right tackle if you had some need out there for him. But let's remember, along with Gabe Jackson being a free agent, so is Phil Haynes. So this is a position that we need to deal with more than just bringing in one guy with it. So I did a little bit of this is a theme draft a little bit, right? And you're going to see different themes in the way I go with drafts, and certain ones I go in different directions to kind of get us thinking and talking about this in different ways and fashions. Where we're not just thinking, okay, well, it's this, and then we take that, and it's got to be this. And let's go in a little bit of different flexible ways. This would be a very offensive-heavy draft, admittedly so. Would I have liked to have dealt with the defense a little bit stronger than 2 defensive linemen and a middle linebacker? Certainly. But was I also drafting towards best player available? Yeah, I was. And I felt like there was a lot of guys when I looked at my draft and I ran it through here and I looked at, let's say, that round 3 pick where I took Steve Avila. There wasn't a great defensive line talent there to really be had at that point. The guy that I would have been picking would have been very similar to Zach Pickens, if not pretty equivalent to Zach Pickens that I got a round later. Same thing was true with the John Michael Schmitz pick. Who's the guy that I should take there at that early 2nd round, if not John Michael Schmitz? I could go with Maze Smith at that point, but that feels a little bit early to be taking him. And maybe an edge guy, but I didn't walk into this draft thinking edge was as important. And I really like the thought process. You guys know that I'm in many ways maybe a little bit obsessed with this thought process of if I go get the young quarterback, which the modern NFL is teaching us now, that the pathway to getting to the Super Bowl, the easiest pathway to the Super Bowl is having a young quarterback on a rookie deal that you can build the team around. And if you build the right team around him, he can take you to the top of the mountaintop. We've seen it time and time and time again. So if that's kind of a rule of thumb, let's operate within that rule of thumb. And what better way to do so than to provide a young CJ Stroud with 3 excellent receivers on the outside. Maybe you're giving him what's going to be the best slot in the game. You're giving him one of the best outside. You're giving him certainly maybe the best outside deep threat in the game in DK Metcalf. Then you've got Tyler Lockett, who's steady Eddie out there and is the quarterback's best friend. He's just getting open right and left. He's got 3 tight ends across the board. He's got an offensive line that's stacked that easily in the future should become a top 3 unit at that point. Got a little bit more in the running back, got a little more depth on the offensive line at that point. So yeah, the defense hasn't necessarily taken steps forward with my potential mock here. But I'm hoping maybe they can do a little bit more of that out there in free agency and make some other moves, ancillary moves out there to maybe get around that just a little bit. But that's my mock. I wanted to go a little bit more of that. Once I saw Stroud there, it drove me a little more towards the offensive side of it, admittedly speaking. And another fascination along with building up for a young quarterback for me, as you guys know as well, is to build a great offensive line. Make that the spearhead of this team. We haven't done it in a very long time. I think the last time you could say maybe we did that was maybe Holmgren's teams, where you really made that the forefront. And even when you went to the Super Bowl, you spent more money on the offensive line than anybody else in the NFL. I think that's telling. I think you get a lot of returns off that if you put that investment in there. And boy, when you've now got potentially 4 guys, all either in their first year or second year now, all cheap on that offensive line, and now you've got your quarterback on the rookie deal too, that's going to give them ammunition to spend in other places, like, for instance, the defense, which unfortunately I was unable to address in my mock draft. I appreciate you guys hopping on in here on this Saturday afternoon. Please hit that like button if you could. Let me know what you think in the comment section or the chat here on my draft, my big board. Am I crazy? Am I out of line? Who am I missing? Who am I missing the boat on and not quite understanding on who they are as a player and what they are as a player? Again, we will be back again tomorrow too. So we'll go a little bit shorter here today, just a couple hours show here today, but I did want to break in, didn't have a chance to do a show with you guys this week. So I want to kind of commit to doing this stuff on a regular basis, even as we get in the off season. And so let's roll. Megan Gock-Roger has been a member for 15 long months on the channel. Thank you, Megan. I really do appreciate it. She says, B, just spent 32 hours and 4 days watching Hendon Hooker as a possible quarterback for us. Like what I see as a second, third round pick. Your thoughts? Hendon Hooker was, in my opinion, Megan, the guy that, of all the quarterbacks in this draft, he is the guy that took the biggest steps forward from his previous year's tape. And his previous year's tape wasn't bad necessarily. But, you ideally want to see these quarterbacks in their progression as they go through. And it's like a staircase where you're seeing these points of improvement every year. And they could be subtle points of improvement. They could be actual, tangible, easy things you can see with footwork, delivery, arm strength, processing, because if you can see them start to develop, then that gives you more confidence that that's a player that will also develop at the pro level when you have him under pro coaching, and then he can get better under that. Versus guys that just don't respond to that even at the college level are certainly not going to respond to it at the pro level. But when you watch Hendon Hooker from last year's tape to this year's tape, Megan, the footwork is much better. He's much more under control with his whole body. It's a lot more quieter. Now that everything's flopping around in every different direction that would happen kind of in the previous year, where he was a little spastic to me at times with that. But I thought that mechanically he was cleaner. I thought his decision-making was outstanding. He really does a great job of staying away from the turnover and the bad throw. He knows when to trust it and let it rip. I thought his arm strength, both him and to me, Levis took steps forward this year with their arm strength. Levis maybe not took steps forward in his game, but I thought his arm got even a little bit stronger through the offseason. And the same thing was true with Hendon Hooker, Megan. He's a little, to me, Megan, I spoke about it last year when initially watching him, and it worried me a little bit with him, is that he can be a little bit of an awkward, he's a good athlete, he can move, and he's got what you'd want from a quarterback in modern mobility stuff, but he's a little bit of an awkward athlete. And a little, even though he's gotten control in the pocket where the stuff doesn't get, one leg's going this way, one leg's going that way, his body's turning this way, arms over here. He's gotten that stuff corrected when he's throwing, but when he's still out there running, there's still a little bit of this janky thing going on. And if you watch even Megan, the torn ACL, he's not even touched on the play. He's just running out, and then he kind of does this janky kind of, I want to go left, but my brain tells me to go right, but my left foot's telling me go to the left, but my back foot's wanting me to go right, and just the ACL suddenly pops on him when he's not kind of clear and easy planted. But look, I'm not worried about his age, Megan. I think if you get him in the third round, I wouldn't want to do it in the second round because I'm not so sure he's going to really be ready to go next year where he needs to be. But if you're talking about third round pick at that point, taking him, I think that'd be great value. And he would be a very intriguing player at that point. Very intriguing. Robbie Red, what's up, man? Nitro Hawk, Tyler Muir, G Walker, hello. Rick Cepeda, how you doing, man? Says, Rick says, how did the Chiefs sign Mahomes for a 10-year contract and seem to draft well? Rick says, can you explain how the Chiefs have made 3 of the last 4 Super Bowl appearances? Yeah, absolutely. Let's first wrap our head around the 10-year contract that Patrick Mahomes signed. So, and you want to juxtapose this against, let's say, Russell Wilson's contract. This isn't to throw shade at Wilson. He's had plenty of that this past week. But what Russell Wilson would do, he'd say, I want a new contract every 4 years to make sure that I'm tapping into the market and maximizing my potential and being paid at a top of the market level rate at a given point. I don't want to land in a year where I'm making $25 million a year and the top guy's making 55. I want to make sure I'm up that high water mark. Mahomes didn't insist on that same plane of existence. He took that 10-year deal, which then allowed them to structure the deal and really spread the money out along the pathway of it, still allowing him to get his guarantees and know he was eventually going to get his money, but not necessarily hamstring his team, Rick, in a way that that didn't allow them to go out there and then spend money and do other things. And that is something that Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, it's not just Wilson, it's a bunch of these quarterbacks, Rick, have been willing to do over these years, is hamstring their teams and then just kind of shrug when they don't have the talent. They're completely okay with doing it. You had a Super Bowl, 2 years ago with Brady and Mahomes. There was only 2 starting quarterbacks in the entire NFL that were taking a discount, and they happened to be playing in the Super Bowl. I mean, do any of us think that that's a coincidence at that point? It impacts things. It has an effect. And so that's at the forefront here, Rick. And then you add on top of that, he signs the 10-year deal, and then he's already renegotiated it twice. So in each renegotiations, he's lowering down his cap hit for a given year to save them more money. So they've never at any point in time with Patrick Mahomes' contract been stretched to the limit or stretched to where they've got to make some really tough decisions on guys. They've been able to fit pretty much everybody in. Now they did a little bit proactively, Rick, get ahead of this with the Tyreek Hill deal, and that they determined, look, we don't want to pay Tyreek Hill $25-30 million a year when he's about to turn 30 years old and start to, how much longer is he going to be able to go? How much longer is he going to be the fastest human in the NFL? And so they got a little proactively. You'd ask how they sustain this. Teams that sustain tend to be proactive in their moves. They don't try to wring out every last drop a player has in his career. They get out ahead of stuff. Certainly this worked for the Patriots for many years in that respect of things. Also, Rick, I think they came back and there's such a deep answer because there's so many things to it. Did they draft well? They've drafted okay, Rick. I don't think they've drafted amazingly. They've drafted all right. But it's been these other decisions that have, I think, impacted as much as anything else. It's the decision last year to look at their offensive line and go, oh, hell, we've got a couple of our tackles breaking down. Our interior isn't very great. We don't like what we're really seeing here. And they decided, we've got to get Patrick, especially after that Super Bowl where Patrick was under so much duress against the Buccaneers and getting beaten all to hell. And they said, no more of that. And then they as an organization in one offseason said, let's go deal with this offensive line. Let's restructure this thing. Let's make it better. And in one offensive line, 1 year, they restructured the whole thing across the board, but they invested into it. And that's what they've continued to do to keep Patrick upright so he's not getting the hell beat out of him so he can continue to carry that team on his shoulders at times. But you've got a guy in Patrick Mahomes who's your Michael Jordan of the sport right now. Not that he is Michael Jordan, but he's essentially your Jordan-esque guy in the sport, paired with a coach in Andy Reid, who's the perfect pairing for that talent. That's really what takes them to where they're going. They've drafted okay, but you can point to some misses within that as well. And it's not like they've spent their money perfectly either. Look at the Frank Clark deal, which I'm sure that though he's remained there for a few years, it's not a deal that they necessarily love how much they paid, especially giving up a first and a second round pick for Frank like they did. So it's not been perfect, but you don't have to be perfect when you got the flexibility of your quarterback giving you that money, and you got the flexibility of a star quarterback that can tilt the table, tilt the room. Nicholas Newton, how you doing, man? Tyler Muir, smart upper management making the right decisions. Yes. Nitro, why do you think the wide receiver class has been so good over the last few years? The main reason the wide receiver class has gotten better over the last few years is the wide receiver position in the NFL has gotten more and more important, more and more higher paid. And what's really happened, I think, at the forefront of this is that when you used to have these guys going to the running back position, now they're going to wide receiver. I think that whole, like, the glamour of playing running back versus the beating and lack of pay you get if you're kind of star level quality at that position ain't worth it. And kind of the word is out on the street on that one, so to speak. So now you're going to have more of the youth trying to get more to wide receiver. And this has also been opened up more by high schools being more willing to throw the ball now. You know, when I grew up, it was still the wishbone stuff. There was high school programs that would throw the ball 6 times a game. Now you have guys that are running pretty exotic concepts out there with route concepts and whatnot. So that's going to allow for more advancement, better receivers, more refined receivers once they actually get to the NFL level. But I think it's less guys going to the running back room as much as anything else. Tiago Taniaqua says, truth is the best strategy to take one of the quarterbacks and stack the defense with other picks. Well, I kind of did that, Tiago, in my mock a little bit. Nicholas says, if Carter and Anderson are going to 5, trade the 5th pick for high draft capital. That'd be a good way, man. Be a good way. Captain Rex, Seahawks, baby. Woo! What's up, Captain Rex? Jack, I don't think Wilson is that far off from Anderson in my eyes, but I don't think Murphy is a top 10 talent. That's fair. That's fair. Brian Myers says, hello again, 12s. Been away a bit. What did I miss? Nothing, man. We just started rolling. And Jack, you could be right on that. I think Tyree Wilson certainly has Anderson-like talent. I think Anderson has just tapped into that talent a little more certain and sure than Wilson has. And you're just not quite as sure if Wilson's going to get there or not, because there is those rough edges to his game. It's rough edges. Jack says, I'm taking Bijan at 20. Should he fall? I'd be down to do that, Jack. I ran a couple of mocks, and he did fall in one of my mocks, and I did pick him when he did. So I would do the same thing. I don't think he falls to 20, though. In Utero says, Hooker has injuries going back to high school, though. That could impact things. I always do say on this stuff in Utero, outside of knowing about the torn ACL, there's 2 things I can't scout or know about necessarily outside of kind of reading in vague terms. And that is, of course, the interviews and the psychological breakdowns. And then there's also, of course, how does the medical check out? They put these guys under the MRIs, they pick and prod, trying to figure out if there's anything wrong with them. That part, obviously, I can't do either. Nick Guzman says, I'd prefer Gibbs in the 2nd than Robinson in the 1st. Understandable. I like me Gibbs too. He might be a guy who slips into the back end of the 1st round. Nagasa, only 3 blue chippers in this draft, Carter, Anderson, and Bijan. That's probably fair to say. Brian says, yeah, picking Bijan, while a great player, would be a wasted pick with all of our other needs. If he drops to 20, then look at trading back for more picks this year and next. Maybe have a smart approach. Smart approach. I think, Brian, I would say that with the running back room getting beat up as it's been in recent years, having a couple excellent backs there to call upon, I don't think that, especially because you look at Kent Walker, he's not exactly the biggest cat. He runs hard and all that, but I don't know. I see where you're going with it, though. Nicholas says, sorry, I wouldn't do the Bijan at 20. Well, that's understandable. Zach Mason says, Kenny McIntosh looks like a poor man's Rashad Penny, maybe Antonio Gibson type. I like him. Rashad Penny, huh? He's kind of, I guess, the explosiveness aspect of it. Yeah, he's a really good, to me, mixed player. Like him and Jahmyr Gibbs are very similar in that you can line those guys out as wide receivers or play them as running backs, have them do fly sweep stuffs, have them be kind of Debo Samuel-like guys in certain respects of things. He runs hard. He's not as quite got Rashad's size. I could maybe see, I think, Gibson a little bit more there, Zach. Gibson being a receiver coming out, could be a little more. I just don't think he's quite as stoutly built as those 2 guys. But he'd be an interesting addition into the offense because of that flexibility that he offers. He can do some legitimate receiver stuff. Snow Tiger says, Brandon, what do you think about Felix Undiku Uzuma? I like the prospect and hope he falls to the Hawks in the second or third round. Well, I have not looked at him as of yet. I think I have seen the name. And there's some names in this draft. I'll tell you what, a lot of hyphens. But I'll take a look at Azuma, Snow Tiger. So ask me, I'll try to take a look at him tonight. And if not tonight, I'll get a look at him this week. So I'd like to get to 300 prospects viewed by the time of the draft. I'm about 120 right now, but I'm trying to get to 300 within the next 2 months. Might be a little aggressive, but I'll at least get to 250. Jack says, well, if McDonald is a perfect fit for us as a 3-4 outside linebacker, he would be. Yeah. I mean, he is one of the more sudden, athletic outside guys in this draft. The refinement just isn't there with him at all. I mean, he'll get where he's going 100 miles an hour, but he's got no plan for how to get there. He might end up going off road. You know what I mean? And I hear what you're saying, Nick Guzman and Nicholas, about some of the hesitancy with taking a running back in the first round. I think where, like a lot of people are saying in the draft, I land on this a little bit with Bijan, is that he is not just your typical running back. And look, this is an age-old argument about running back value and whether it's there's better value in the better part of the draft. I think this is a little bit of where, to me, the evolution of the sport goes to with the running back room, where, yes, in recent years, you've had times where you've been able to get better running back value in the deeper edges of the draft at times, or not better, but you can get still good running back value. But like I'm talking about a little bit, like somebody was asking above about wide receiver classes starting to get deeper and deeper and deeper. I don't think that it's been also any coincidence that as the receiver classes get deeper now, like I'm saying, with less guys going to the running back position, the running back rooms and the running back classes have also not been as strong in recent years. So, there are some of these later guys a little bit, but not necessarily are they going to be guys that are impactful like players at the position. And if you're talking about the difference between Kenneth Walker and Isaiah Pacheco, who the Kansas City Chiefs drafted, and who has more impact and who can do more with less, and then who can do more with more when they get an equivalent amount of blocking up front, Walker is going to be far and away the superior player, and the superior player is going to be better and more impactful for you. But I know that this is, again, an age-old argument that we're not going to decide in this chat today. Megan says, MILs suck this draft. Sanders may be the best of the bad bunch. He might be. Brian says, newest CBS mock has Anderson and Torrance to the Hawks without any trades. Love it. Oh, man, the fan base will lose their mind if we get Will Anderson. I guarantee you. I will, too. That'd be awesome. Jack, I'm going to be streaming during the Super Bowl tomorrow, too. We'll do some back-to-back streams here today. Nagasa says, sign one free agent inside linebacker in draft 2 in rounds 4 and 5. Not a bad approach, man. Not a bad approach at all at that point. I make do. Daniel Barry Sports Highlights says, hit the like and sub, yo. Thank you, Daniel, for mentioning that. I do appreciate it. Please do if you haven't already. Get subbed up. We're on the road here to 11,000. We're this close to 11,000. So let's get up over that mark if we can. Corsos Gutierrez with a $2 donation. Thank you, Corsos. Says, thoughts on DJ Turner, cornerback out of Michigan. I had a crazy mock. Oh, another guy, I'm sorry, I haven't quite had a chance to look at, but I am Corsos. I'm adding him into my list. So I will take a look at DJ. I think I actually have him on my corner list as far as one of the guys I'd planned to look at. But no, I didn't. So thank you for mentioning that one. I will, I've got him added. And if you guys do have any names, let me know. I'll add him on here and get to diving into him. So I haven't had a chance to take a look at DJ Turner, but it's fun doing the mocks. It's fun doing different mocks and going different places with it and trying different kind of strategies, a little bit. Ethan says, hey, a surprise Saturday stream. Love it. What's up, Brandon? How you doing, Ethan? Hope you had a nice week. I had a great week, man. Just very productive, just rolling along. I'm working on a couple of videos here on the background of things right now. So hopefully I'm out there. Nick Guzman says, I'm not a huge fan of Sewell, but he does do something that Brooks and Barton can't do, and that's get off blocks. Again, I'm not really for drafting him, but he does bring something we need. Yeah, maybe a little bit. If it's later on with him, Nick, his physical profile is pretty tantalizing, and he's unique in movement, size, strength, from some of the other linebackers you have in this draft. And so I like that part of him. Boy, there's a lot of stuff in his game he needs to get cleaned up. And from an instinct standpoint, when I have a linebacker who's missing instincts, this is a little bit to me like having a quarterback who's missing arm strength. You know, I get a little, or a guard that can't win leverage battles. You know, it's just like a base skill that I get worried when you don't have it. But physically, like I said, tantalizing. Can't deny that. Brian says, I want Antonio Johnson too, but that would take a lot of movement. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez is not Skinner. Yeah, Jose, for me, Skinner, the thing with the Fangio defense that we're doing is you need hyper-athletic safeties. So that means, you know, do you have a strong safety that can do free safety things? Can I drop him into cover 3 as the single high safety? Can I move him into cover 2? Can he run cover 4 if I need him to get deep and get alignment with that? With Skinner, he's more of an in-the-box guy, Jose, so I just don't think he can do the athletic stuff that you need from the new defense. You know, there's a great argument to be made, just transition back to the old defense this offseason. You go back to the old defense, you go 4-3, you got Darrell Taylor or Uchenna as your Sam linebacker early downs. You can float in some 3-4 stuff at times if you want at that point. You go get a guy like Skinner as now your in-the-box safety. Jamal can certainly do the in-the-box stuff if you wanted to have him do that. You run Quandary in the single high. Maybe you're not able to be an elite D, but then you could go get a guy like Kalijah Cansey and put him at 3-tech if you can't get Carter. They could transition back that way, but they'd need to make that transition, Jose, in order to go with Skinner. Hope you're doing good out there, Jose. And please do everybody get subbed up to Jose's channel. Trying to get him up to 1,000. Joshua, Hawks should cut Fant and draft a tight end. I don't think they, I'm down with them drafting a tight end, Joshua, but I think they could get some value for well, here's the thing, Joshua. They can't cut him. So cutting Fant's impossible because his salary is guaranteed. So if you cut him, you're still on the hook for what he costs. You have to trade him in order to get his money off the books. Jack, I love Darnell Washington too. He's one of my favorite guys in the draft. I've got guys that I would term as my guys in the draft, and kind of one of my early lists right now. I got Jair Brown. These are not like guys who are just highly rated guys, just kind of guys throughout the draft a little bit. But Jair Brown, Darnell Washington, Christopher Smith, Brian Branch, Jake Bobo, Owen Papoi, Sidney Brown. Washington's in on that list though. Nicholas says Darnell Washington's a freak, but everyone says Mayer is better. Not sure. I buy into that. No, I don't either, necessarily. Mayer's good. And maybe he's a little bit more like refined and cleaned up around the edges of his own game there of Darnell's, but Darnell's got so much upside. And Nick, you might be right. Washington could very well go in the first round. Mazape, I hope and pray we can get the Big O in the second. That would be nice. Michael Pondakowski at the Hawks Nest. Brando, where does the talent drop significantly this draft? Is there quality players in the third? If so, I wouldn't mind trading back if we can't get a top 5 guy at 5. I think I'm going to have to do something kind of unique this year where normally, Michael, I'm able to go tier 1, tier 2. And historically, the norms for tier 1 talent in a draft, this is guys with star potential, Pro Bowl potential. You're probably going to get through about 12 to 14 picks in tier 1. Then you're into tier 2, and tier 2 is like 15 to 70 normally, right? At like the first 10 picks in the third round, or maybe halfway even in the third round sometimes, you can have a pretty meaty tier 2. And then tier 3 obviously goes through kind of into the back of the draft a little bit. This year it's going to be kind of more tier 1.5, where it's like you have 0 to 5, which is tier 1. Then you're going to have like 6 to like 14, 15, which would be tier 1.5. And then you're going to have like 16 to like 60 that'll be tier 2. Where's the drop off then, Michael? Well, there's a drop off at 5. from into like 5 into 6, you got the drop off right there. And then you have the second drop off at like 15, 16, and then the next drop off at 60. So there's a couple spots, I guess, Dan. There's not that one spot where the talent really falls off. I'd say once you get into about the 5-10 picks into the third round, if you're outside of that range, you're missing out on talent that's got a chance to be probably starter quality. You're getting more of now pure rotational guy, no doubt about it. And it could be even a little bit earlier than that. So you're talking about moving back, Michael. You may end up moving back, where if you're moving it back for picks this year in this year's draft, and you're talking about getting, if you're talking about early second round, that's great. A couple of second round picks would be awesome. But if you start talking about middle third round picks or later third round picks as part of this package, or third, fourth, fifth round picks as part of the package, well, that's where we probably wouldn't like it as much, because you're out of that range now of really quality guys. Now you're in a lesser area of the draft, and you have a lot of those picks in the lesser area. Joshua, I agree. Gabe Jackson needs to be bye-bye. I think he's going to retire. He's done. Brian Myers says, how about Jalen Hyatt, B? I like Jalen Hyatt, Brian. I do. He's really, really fast, and he can take a top off a defense as well as any player in this draft from the outside. But he is kind of one-trick pony in that respect. He's got the DK Metcalf route tree coming out. So you're not going to be able to run like the whole route tree and do everything, I don't think. He's okay as a receiver and doing more traditional receiver things like, running some of the other routes. He's not the cleanest route runner. He doesn't offer a whole lot of yak. He's got a good sized body. And like I said, he'll take the top off defense. He'll get deep at the NFL level, but I view him more in a third round grade of things because of that. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do all the routes in the book. I might have to have him kind of more specialized than at the NFL level if that's the case. But very fast, very explosive off the line. What you really want above all else in a receiver outside of, well, of course, hands, is that really nice burst in that 8-yard territory where they're just eating up turf. And Hyatt absolutely does that. Soon says, I was chatting with Iggy yesterday, and he says hello and is looking forward to coming back next year and helping with kick returns and anything else asked of him. Oh, that's awesome. Well, maybe we'll have to eventually do a little video on Iggy at some point. So that's good to hear, man. He was good for us. That's Iggy Ooga Boogie, right? You mean on Iggy? Got a lot of Darnell Washington love in the chat. I love it, Ethan. Ethan there at the bar. I love it. Stephen Piddle says many of the tackles will be moved inside. DeJuan Jones is awesome. Grab him. He's a guy I like a lot better, Stephen. I was hearing a lot of chatter this week about moving Abraham Lucas into right guard and taking a guy like DeJuan Jones there. If you take DeJuan Jones and move him into guard instead, I'd be way more in favor of that. I think DeJuan's got much more of a better upside at guard than Lucas does, and I love Lucas's upside at the right tackle. And I agree with you, Stephen. I think there's a couple of guys out there. And if you want the Hawks to look at a place where they could be outside the box, picking guys a little bit high because they're looking at it with the thought process of moving them inside. Skoronski, I don't think he's going to be able to play tackle at the next level, but a guy that certainly with his movement ability and strength and boy, the way he goes about what he does, he'd be an interesting guy to move into guard. I think Cody Mach, another guy that would be, you could put into that area of things. As I said, I think Tyler Steen of Alabama is going to be a guy that you're going to move inside at the next level. So you're probably right, especially with the dearth of options out there. There's so really few really good guards, especially if we're looking for movement-based guys. It's bad this year on the movement-based stuff with the guards. It's Jack, view Musgrave as a late first, early second. Yeah, he's got 25 catches in his career, folks, doesn't he? Like, I mean, he played 2 games this year. You know, to me, when you talk about Musgrave, you're talking about the definition of I'm going for all this physical tantalizing potential, but he's not shown it on the football field. I can't make a guy that's got 27. Let's get the actual amount, so I'm not just speaking out of my bat. But here, what's this damn guy's name again? Yeah, so Luke Musgrave. So he plays 2 games this year. He's got, let's see here. So he's got 40 catches for his career and like 600 yards in 4 seasons at Oregon State. He's 6'6", he's 250. There's no tight end in this class that moves like him. You know, that's to be sure, but he's not shown enough of it on the football field. And I think that there's times in this post-draft process, you'll get these players that you go, look at how he looks out here in the Senior Bowl, and then look how he looks out here he's going to run his combine. He runs a 4.5 combine, and he's so fast. And it's a risk then. It's a risk taking that guy that high without that level of production, and one where there's other guys in the draft to me that are much more safer picks if you're talking about first or second round grade on Musgrave to me. And that would provide me a lot of that would provide me a lot of hesitancy. I think I'd also say as well, he's a pass catching tight end. He's not really going to be for you, you know, all that much of a blocker. Yeah, I'm not quite there with it on him. I'm not as high as others are on him. In Tech World, isn't Drew Sanders a Darrell Taylor clone, or am I thinking of someone else? You're thinking of someone else because Drew Sanders played middle linebacker. He's played outside at Alabama, but he played middle linebacker last year at Arkansas. Erickson, Greg Gaines would be a great, if we can get him from the Rams, I'd take him. He's been a solid player. Jack says, Ringo ahead of Porter. Wow. I'm officially in the Ringo hate club. Laughing out loud. Well, remember, part of my evaluation on Ringo is also, Jack, his potential to eventually slide into becoming one of the best free safeties in the entire sport. So I do see a little bit of that transition in him. I've related it, Jack, to Malcolm Jenkins. I think he could do a lot of the same kind of stuff, but I get it. He's also one of those guys I think I've been a little bit higher on than other folks have been. Tammy Gray says Porter Jr. should be a first-round talent. He's right on the fringe for me, Sam, so I don't have him as like a deep second-round guy. He's right at the top of the second round for me. The one thing with Porter that pushes him back a little bit out of first-round range for me is that I just don't know that the ball skills are really there with him. You know, he'll knock a ball away, but his hands aren't really going to be there. He's not going to take the ball away, but he's a pretty vicious player. In a good way, great way. So I love Porter. And again, I do have him as a second round talent who I do think will be taken in the first round, Sam. I just don't quite have him in the first round as far as how I view him. Dustin Garrison, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I really do appreciate it. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Soon. Thank you for the $2 donation. Sorry, I'm a little late in acknowledging, but I do appreciate it. Says, how do we get to your current draft board? Oh, soon. I'll tell you what, we'll post it. I'll post it right after the show tonight. So we'll look for your community post tonight after the show, and I'll get that posted up onto the community post for everybody to take a look at. The big board where it's at. I meant to try to get it done here today, but I was kind of the day was starting to get away from me, and I was like, I gotta get live. I gotta just get live here. But I think if you look at soon, if you look at the description section too that I posted off of my last live stream video, I have it in there as well. Maybe I can grab that out and see if I can. Let me pull that out. I'll post it in the chat. We'll get it posted here for you in the chat. It's a little bit of an older one. I've got my updated video right now, but at least it gives you something to go off. It's pretty close to where I'm at. Like I've added like 5 or 6 players, I think, on it. So it's not crazy. 1 second here, folks. And if you're trying to watch it on a phone, it ain't going to be super clear. So you probably need to be on a PC because it's going to come up, it's going to show up a little bit. The board will look a little bit dodgy in that respect of things. So let's put it up here. So soon I'm going to post it in the chat. Keep an eye on it there, and you guys can click the link. And again, if you're trying to look at it through a phone, it ain't going to show up clear because it's a big list. So you got to see it on kind of like a PC screen. Some of the phone stuff can shrink that stuff down too small. But thank you for the donation, soon. What's up, Volcano Joe? Henry Mars says Panthers and Colts are desperate for a quarterback. CJ can't be there at 5. Sorry. It's possible not. We're just running some different scenarios there here with this Henry. So it's different things, and it's hard to say exactly how the draft will play out with that. A lot of lively discussion in the chat here I'm reading through. Kenneth Lee, question, why no one has talked about this black quarterback that played for the Rams in 1972, James Shaq Harrison? Why is no one? I don't know, man. I'm not familiar with him. I'm sorry. Snow Tiger, Nick says, what do you think about Brian Branch? I think he sits at the head, Nick, of the guys that can play great slot for you initially out the gate that eventually can become strong safeties down the line if you need them to do that full time. So a lot of positional flexibility. There's 3 main guys in the draft that are all very similar to each other and what they can do in that realm of things, I think, from the strong safety position. So, first out the gate, I've got him at the top. I think Jamie Robinson and Sidney Brown are just beep, 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 1, 2, 3 right in there as well. So, those guys can all do that type of thing for you out the gate. So what would be nice with those 3 guys in that they come in there, they initially are there playing some strong safety if Jamal Adams can keep going. But if Jamal can't roll or, Brian Branch isn't here long-term, you've got a guy then that can slide right into strong safety and take over for you over there at that point, give you a little bit of that built-in insurance, which is nice. And not just play either position, but play both positions nicely. E. Gibson says, congrats on almost hitting 11K. You deserve it for your efforts, dedication, and insight. 100%. Thank you, Gibson. I really do appreciate it. And yeah, Nick, I love Brian Branch. I think he's a top 20 pick in this draft. Best tackling defensive back in college football last year. Only 190 pounds, but it doesn't matter. You know, he plays with a dog. I love defensive backs that play with that doggedness, that are playing at that extra gear of speed, that are playing with an abandonment, that aren't playing like to protect themselves or make business decisions. They're just trying to come in and lay it, you know. Trent Sybot's quick non-football question: what are your essential food items for your Super Bowl spread? I'll give you the spread for if I have a party. I mean, if I'm eating alone, I'm not usually got much going, and hell, I'll be streaming, so I won't be eating much during the stream at all. But I think you've got to have your wings for your wing people, right? Got to have the wings out there. You've got to have a couple of different stacks of chips. So, you know, you got some people that are Doritos people, you got some Lay's people, and then you got to change it up to, you got to even throw out even a little bit of Cheetos out there just to like give them that extra added benefit there. We need a little bit of a cheese meat cracker platter as well, because you're going to be grazing, right? Sometimes you're going to want to check the Super Bowl out. Sometimes you're going to get a little bit of food and come back. It ain't about eating a whole meal. It's just about grabbing items, you know? We need to get some mozzarella sticks out of the oven. Like I need some crispy mozzarella sticks here too. You know, you're not thinking about diets on Super Bowl. You're thinking about just stuffing yourself to the nines. But that's where I'd go with probably those main beginning points. Probably try to find some kind of dessert item in there too. I don't know. What would be a good dessert item? I'm not sure on that one. Maybe like brownies or something. A Jordan R14 trade pick 5 for late first rounder and 2 for second rounders. Eagles, Steelers would be perfect. For a late first rounder. Ooh. I don't know, man, Jordan. 2 late first, second rounders. Or 2 second rounders. I'm guessing one of the second rounders is going to be late at that point. Unless they're 2 really early ones you're pulling there, which if it's the Eagles, it's not. And the Steelers are middle of the road second round. I don't know. These beaters, I want a first next year. It's part of why I've said at the forefront of what I'd love to have is Carter Anderson at 5. And if not, then my second thing that I would love to have is move back, pick up the extra first round pick. You know, that'd be the ideal to me too. Corso's DJ's a 6 foot, 428, 40. Ooh, I'll check him out, man. I look forward to it. Dickie West, a Lions fan here. Who you like at 5 and who is more likely to trade back, the Lions or the Seahawks? I think the Seahawks are probably more likely to trade back, Dickie. I think your Lions have had some good success in recent history, from Penny Sewell to Hutchinson, with just standing back and taking the best player on their board. They also have multiple first-round picks in this draft. If not, I believe you have multiple second-round picks as well. So that's usually going to put the onus on a team, especially Dickie, with the fact that this draft's not particularly strong. I think the Lions just kind of stand pat with those picks and take the best guys and roll with it. That's what I would do if I was them too. So we're going to be much more likely to move. Even though we have a couple second-round picks too, I just think we're likely to have a quarterback there we can move back on, and I think we want more picks if we can get it. Schneider definitely does. In utero, $40 million is a negotiation starting point. I don't get why that's not believable, especially when league insiders say that's the case. It means 35 is likely. Are we talking about Geno Smith? I might have missed another one of your comment. I would tag and trade if it's up at 35, 40 million too in utero. But I'd almost tag and trade if it was at 30, to be honest with you. It sounds like we're offering that. Stephen Piddle says Darnell Washington was said to be the best blocker on the Georgia offense. He is. He's huge and he's strong, powerful, explosive. And when he's blocking linebackers or safeties, they don't have a chance. Those guys are giving up sometimes 50, 60 pounds, if not more so, to him. And they just don't have a chance. And he's got that mean streak to him where he's a willing blocker too. He ain't just a big body, body like Tarzan, plays like Jane, kind of guy. No, that's not him. He plays with a chip. B-Boy Loretto, for sure we need to have a better center and guards, then also improve on our red zone backs and defensive backs. Indeed. Vulcan, if we get Anderson, Brandon laughing out loud, I'm going to shave bald and tattoo the Seahawks symbol on my head. Let's go Hawks. Careful, man. It might just happen. And you're going to have to start getting to shaving. 23 says, if the Bucs were in cap hell, I could see them paying Geno big money. I think they could still potentially do it. I mean, they're in cap hell, but there's ways to get out of cap hell if you want to go hard enough with it. Especially if you're talking about moving Geno, then you're probably going to include maybe a couple of players in that deal if you're the Bucs to maybe make the money work at that point. Yeah, I think Jack, after 6 to 75 picks, talent drops off significantly is probably pretty accurate. Steven says you cannot teach hands. You can teach route trees. Hyatt is the only wide receiver I'd spend a second round pick on. Oh, yeah, you can. People can get better at route trees. They can. It doesn't run as fluid stuff when he does it. So it's a little bit of the imagination that he's going to do it. Did I have him as having? He's got pretty good catches. He does lean a little bit into his body with his catching, though. He's not a pure hands catcher out away from him, but pretty good. And he's going to run fast the combine, Steven. You know, that might push him up. He goes out there and runs a low 4.3. That's definitely going to push him into territory of the second round. I just didn't like how he rounded out his routes at all. Corso says, here's my crazy mock. I had trades, 9 Tyree Wilson, 20 Brian Brees, 37 John Schmitz, 52 is Christopher Smith, 83 Jack Campbell, 113 Andrew Voorhees, and 123 Dontavian Wicks. It's a great mock, Corso, so I like that. Jose Rodriguez says, do you take John Michael Schmitz in the first round? I think I'm pulled to potentially do that, Jose. I think I've got to look at the names on the board that are the available names before making that determination. Who's slipped, who's fallen, what are the bottom line guys that I'm looking at? If I look at the defensive line at that point, Jose, and I go, okay, Maze Smith is the best defensive lineman I have on the board there. The value, if that's driving me towards what's the best value for BPA at that point, is to cornerback, which is not a need for me at that moment. I could be taking the second, third best wide receiver in the draft, who could be even a guy like Jigba that's more of an inside guy at that point if I am taking him there. You know, I could end up being driven to taking John Michael Schmitz with, Jose, is because you're drafting a little more towards need, but it's because at that point in that pick in that position, you don't like the, and by you, I mean me, you know, we wouldn't like the best player available that was on that board. You know, that wasn't to the satisfaction of just purely going to the pick in that place because we don't like the guys that we're looking at there. They don't significantly improve the team necessarily by their addition of things. And so then that would draw me back a little bit more towards going, well, maybe you just need to do just John Michael Schmitz at 20 at that point. He is a second round talent, but he is also far and away the best center in this draft, a very safe player to pick in a draft that doesn't have a lot of safe players to pick from. I couldn't get angry at that pick in this particular draft, Jose, and that's a little bit about the part where I say at the top of this show about the draft realities that we have to deal with here, which, you know, we want everything, but we got to just kind of, it's that old Rolling Stones song, you know, sometimes you can't get what you want, but you can get just what you need. That's us right now. Just what you need. Oh yeah. Gal G says, do you think Purdy won't play until he gets a new contract? He got hurt and almost ruined his career. No, I don't think he's done enough to prove that he's going to deserve a new contract just off the back end of this play in this season. So he's going to try to get back, I'm sure, as fast as he can. I think it's going to be hard to get back next year. When you go under the knife like that, the return seems to be a little bit more elongated. But no. Jason Peter says, trade down to 20 to 27 for Schmitz. That'd be ideal. The one thing with that is that there's got to be a team willing to move back at that point for him. And what we've seen in recent first rounds, if we track what's happened in the last few first rounds that we've watched, there hasn't been as much movement in recent years. Teams kind of just standing pat, not willing to give up everything to kind of move back or move forward. And so there may not be that deal available on the board to move back like that at that point. Seattle tried a lot of moving back last year, and they tried to go both different ways, and it didn't have any success with it. Daniel says, I've done the quarterback at 5 draft, and you can't naturally fill all the holes on defense, which is okay. Fill 2 in the draft, 1 in free agency, and then fix the rest next year with the rookie quarterback cap bonus plus Geno trade. Yeah, it's a smart way of going about it, man. It's just an alternative approach to it. We'd like to ideally address this defense completely in this draft, just may not be afforded to do so. Jack says, quote from Walter Football, some talent evaluators like Wilson more than Will Anderson because they feel Wilson offers more length, size, and upside. Boy, maybe. I don't know. I guess somebody's out there could be thinking that. I don't know if I could arrive at quite that point. I could say he has as much as Anderson has, but I don't know if you can have too many questions about Anderson at this point with what he did at Alabama. The size stuff that gets out there about him, I just don't get because yes, he may only weigh 245, but was he impeded by that on tape? Was he thrown off the ball time and time again? No. Did he play stronger and bigger than the size that's listed at? Yeah, he did. G Bynes, the GOAT of Seahawks content. Thanks for being dedicated to what you do and keeping us all informed. My pleasure, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Very kind of you to say. I love what I do. Big Country says nachos, the ultimate Super Bowl snack. I like nachos. The problem with nachos, and we're talking about doing this from a communal standpoint, okay? We can all acknowledge you got about a 10-minute span on nachos where you can eat them, and that does not lend itself well to backwards and forwards from TV to kitchen, or it becomes a rush for everybody to try to get the thing eaten before the thing turns into sop. So I love nachos too, but that's a tough one at the party. Gibson says, I like Levis from UK. I don't know if I would use the 5th pick for him, though. If so, at 20, what are some defensive linemen who will be available? We were bottom 3 in rush D. That needs to be addressed. Running the mock a few different times, Gibson, there was quite a few guys that were off the board that would have been really guys you'd love to be able to see there at 20 on the defensive line. It's really rough sledding all the way around there. It just is. Obviously, Carter and Anderson are gone. Murphy's gone at that point. I think that you probably are looking at Brian Breezy is also off the board. So, you're now looking at picking in Kalijah Cansey, who's probably more of a fit for a 4-3 defense. Keanu Benton, who's more of probably a 2nd to 3rd round talent. I think Mozzie Smith's a late 2nd round talent. Maybe you could look at Keon White, but again, a mid to late 2nd round talent guy that you're really overdrafting at that point. Not a lot of really guys, unfortunately, at 20 at that spot. Gibson, you're kind of stuck there. You're in a little bit of a tough spot, just a little bit with that, unfortunately. So the board would not draw you the best player available with defensive line unless the team was going back to a 4-3 defense, and then Cansey would be your guy if he lasts to 20. But he may not even last to 20. He might go in the teens, and then you're left with Maze and Benton, and that's too much of a reach. I agree with you, man. It's a need. It's a desperate need, but it's just not there to necessarily be addressed. And I love Levis too, man. You know me, I'm a big benefactor of Levis. I'm team Will all day. Wilbur Knight, this offseason is going to be crazy frenzy. I think they meant free agent frenzy. It will be. Jack says, leave us. He has no feel. Says an AFC director of player personnel. He has poor decision making and tries to strong arm the ball into traffic. I hate to say it, but he reminds me of Jeff Driscoll. Oh, goodness. Yeah. Well, you lose your feel when you get beat to hell every other snap, Jack, I mean, it's again the thing that when all the people that I hear talk about Levis and the problems that he has with the impact of his game, there doesn't seem to be any acknowledgement of it coming from the place of the lack of supporting cast, or, what happens to a quarterback, Jack, over a 2-year span who plays in the toughest conference in the land, gets the hell beat out of him snap after snap? Are there bad habits? Are there bad parts of his game that are going to develop over that time? Let's start with that question. Okay, I think we both can acknowledge the answer is a yes on that. So then the next question becomes, what are those parts of his game that are then impacted by having that supporting cast sucking as much as they are? And the first thing that you would go to as no feel, well, he doesn't feel comfortable with what he's seeing because he can't see it true. He can't see it right. He can pre-snap read stuff and say, okay, the safety's up over here. I'm going to have a whole shot here to make this throw. But then if he's going to have also built within that early evaluation, the understanding that I'm going to have about a second and a half before I'm going to get drilled in my back, then that's going to affect that. Or if I don't have the receiver that can generate separation against those Georgia teams or those Alabama teams, how do I get around that? You start to press, don't you? You start to put the ball into traffic, don't you? A lot of the explanation for the poor parts of Levis's game can be explained back to it. Not fully. I'm not saying that there isn't some spots to his game that definitely need to be cleaned up, and he plays the position very wild. But there's a lot of explanation for why that's why he plays so wild. He's had to put the team on his back, and he's taken a beating. And that stuff adds up. And it's sort of like the thing I don't get on the people that keep talking with Levis that they don't, and I'm not saying you are like this, Jack, let's just say this player, AFC director personnel. The thing I don't get with them is that there's never a follow-up to like an acknowledgement when they say these type of things of, yeah, but he got the hell beat out of him. And that tends to be what happens when you get the hell beat out of you at the quarterback position, whether you're playing at the college level or whether you're playing at the pro level. I mean, it's at the forefront of why I say I'd love to build this offensive line up first. I'd love to protect the next young quarterback that comes in here first, because I've seen the downside of what you can do to quarterbacks when you don't give them that. And it's one of the great, to me, discussions out there amongst NFL fans and college fans at this point is, the impact of a quarterback and how much they can simply do on their own and what the expectation level should be for them. But yeah, I've seen these evaluations out there on it. I don't get them. Sam McGray says, can't have a Super Bowl without pizza and wings. I forgot pizza. We got to have pizza. Pizza's a good one. That's one you can kind of leave out there and let it roll. Volcano Joe says, Brando, I'm telling you, if we get Will Anderson, I'm going to do it. I'll send you guys the proof. That's my word. I will post it. You send me proof, I will post the proof of that tattoo on your head. I don't think it's going to happen, though, but it'd be great if it was. Greg Kemp, Brandon, have you looked at Ricky Stromberg and Joe Tippmann as possible center options yet? I have indeed. I've looked at both those guys. Let me give you Tippmann first. So Tippmann, Joe Tippmann out of Wisconsin, 6'6", 315, ideal kind of size, maybe a little taller than you like, but still good size. I really love his reflexes. The thing about centers that you love, that you want, Greg, with those guys is they've got to snap and then get their arms to the right place right after the snap. Know where they're going to go and be able to land there with a force really quickly. They can't snap and then take a little bit of a second to kind of get to where they're going. He's really quick on his reactions in there in the inside, which I really liked about Tippmann. There is more good than bad with him. He's got good size. He brings excellent length. I think he does move better than Luke Wilper and Corey Patterson in Notre Dame. So he gives you a little bit more of an ideal to what you would like in this scheme, I think. He double teams really well, which is, of course, at the forefront of what you're going to ask a center to do more often than not. So when he really does when he does double team with the guards, he's really good at getting at that point of attack, guys blown off the line. And this is, again, kind of a base trait you want to see in your centers. So him having that, I thought, was encouraging, really, really drawn to him in that respect of things. He can react very quickly to new developments. Part of that reflexes thing I was saying was part of his patented move. He suddenly a defensive talent. So if a defensive tackle slants inside on him, he can pick him up, slide off of him on the stunts and the twists, all that stuff. He does very, very good. I'm just seeing here. He does get a little bit ragdoll in the running game when you got to match him up against a zero tech or when he's one-on-one. He's really more of a combo blocker in what you want him doing. When he gets in that one-on-one, it gets a little bit rough. He's really good about getting the initial block laid, getting his hands in there, but guys can slide off of him. Guys can throw him kind of away with strength. He doesn't have necessarily the natural power some of the other guys have inside in there, and that can get him a little bit overwhelmed at times when he's being tasked with doing kind of when he's got to be just one-on-one up against a defensive lineman. It can be a little bit rough with him. Pass protection and double team blocks are really the bottom line to his game. If you ask him to hold up one-on-one, it's going to be troublesome. So, you can do some of that, I think, in this day and age from the center position, but you're going to have to kind of mold around that a little bit in your scheme with him. So that's why I put Tippmann a little bit more into a fourth round area of things and how I see him. The other guy you mentioned was Ricky Stromberg. And yes, I've looked at Ricky too. Here we go, Ricky. Good active feet that he keeps moving like a running back through the hole. I really like it when offensive linemen pair their lower half to their upper half. You get a lot of guys that'll just kind of upper half use all their strength and power from. We saw this with Lucas last year where he was really able to, his power would come from his feet up through his legs, up through his body and explode into his hands. And then they keep their feet moving and they really generate a lot of torque in that way. And it's a lot of offensive linemen can't quite get that all together in one. He does a great job, does Ricky Stromberg, on the shield blocking element of being the center. So that's a little bit more about positioning yourself more than it's just, blasting guys off the line. He's got great balance, which really helps him to absorb power, even if he's not necessarily the most naturally powerful guy. It seems every play he has a specific plan in mind for the type of block he's going to execute and for where he wants to get to space to reach that block. So Ricky's got a little bit of and it's not to put it in a derogatory term on this, Greg, but it's a little bit of like a finesse center, like the shield block. You imagine a guy gets off the line and then he's trying to shield himself first, right? Rather than he gets off the line, gets his hands into him, torques the guy around, then moves his body around. With this guy, he'll have a plan in place for every block and how he's trying to execute the block. And he's aware in the back of his mind of how he's executing the block of where the play is going. Now, the plan can get thrown off a lot of times because it'll sound good in theory, but then not quite land right when it's all sort of said and done. But I like that part of him. He seems like a guy that's played a lot of the center position, really has a good understanding of what he needs to do. He's a pesky, high effort, just keeps coming at you all game kind of center. He's not your powerful, Corey Patterson's more of your, I'm going to just yoke you off the line a little bit. And so sometimes he's a little teetering, but he's got a high motor, high effort, smart player, very cerebral. You love it when you got centers that are cerebral. So both of those guys, Greg, I see as more of third, fourth round guys, but both of those guys I'd feel pretty good about as far as centers. And I think they would both be improvements over what you had in Austin Blythe, if not next year, within a couple years as they develop. Kirk, I'd love to see the Hawks trade back to Atlanta at 8. Atlanta at 8 or Carolina at 9 would be great. Pick up an extra first or something, Megan says, okay, B, can you explain what is meant by player's arm? Is that how they throw or what exactly? Player's arm. Player's arm, Megan, is the measurements they make from essentially your chest out to the end of the tip of your fingers. And arm length is a very important thing, Megan, because if you're, let's say, a defensive tackle with short arms in the NFL, most of the defensive linemen and offensive linemen are going to have around 33-inch long arms, or if 32 maybe on the inside defensive line, offensive line, as far as guards go. But on the outside, the tackles have to have 33-inch long arms. And so, Megan, this really does show up in two places in particular. First off, if I'm a defensive end that has 31.5-inch arms, I'm going to be going up against offensive linemen that are often going to have, Megan, 33, 34, 35 even inch long arms on the outside. And so imagine you get off the block. We got a snap. That tackle comes out with his arms and he can get his arms up onto that player, and that other player can try to get his arms out onto him, but he's not going to quite be able to touch him because he's got the shorter arms. And so he's going to lose a lot of battles. He's going to lose a lot of snaps just off of the length issue alone at that point. That's why, Megan, if you look around the league, I think there's like 2 tackles in the entire sport with less than 32-inch long arms that are actually starting in the NFL right now. So it's a very important in that. It's also impactful of like cornerback. We've wanted to traditionally, Megan, have guys that are 6 feet tall minimum with 33-inch long arms. That's what we've looked for. We've changed that in recent years. Guys like, I think Kobe Bryant even last year was a little bit below that just by a titch. But that does tend to be the marker that we do tend to gravitate towards on the outside. So that's why arm length does tend to matter. And short arms are definitely stuff that you want to pay attention to, especially defensive line, offensive line, corners, receivers for their catch radius, Megan. If I got a 30-inch long arm receiver like Dwayne Eskridge, will never play on the outside, doesn't have long enough arms, doesn't have an ability to elongate his catch radius out there. Trent says, body like Tarzan, play like Jane has to be definitely one of my favorite quotes to date. I use that one every year, Trent. I got to use that one. I got to bring that one out every year. Weston Byler, have you checked out the 20 touchdown running back out of Pitt, Israel Abanda-Kanda? Man, there are some names in this draft. I will tell you what, I am going to have to get my names right. Akanda. I have not looked at Israel Abakanda, so I'm sorry about that. I haven't had a chance to check him out, Weston, but I have now added him to my list, so I will 100% check him out. He had 20 touchdowns, you say, out of Pitt. That's interesting. I will take a look at him. I love the running backs already in this class. I'd love to love them even more. KM Hill 99. What do you think about trading up? Lockett on Seahawks toyed with the idea that we trade our first 3 picks, keeping our natural number 2. Other teams want Geno, and that will drive the price up. Toyed with the idea that we trade our first 3 picks. I can't see why we would do it, KM. I don't know. No, I wouldn't want to do it. I'm not a big fan of trading up in drafts, and especially I'm a huge person down on KM trading up in drafts in the top of the first round. The price is just too high. You're giving up too much. And, if you're going to do it, it better be about a player that is, I would only be doing that kind of move for guys like John Elway, Andrew Luck, Trevor Lawrence. Those are the only kind of players that I would do that for. And there's not a player like that in this draft from that no-brainer talent level of things. Just not quite. K. Scott Ashley, sorry, a little late on acknowledging your dono, but I do appreciate the $2 donation. Says, just found the channel and want to support. Thanks. Hey, thank you, K. Scott. Appreciate you on the donation and glad you were able to find the channel. Appreciate you jumping aboard. Thank you, Soon. Kind of you to say, too. Says you run a great channel on many levels, Brandon. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Yeah, there's no way Levis is going day 2. That's not happening. That's not occurring. Whitey Wise says, if John Schneider can find a trade partner per combine, it looks like a dead spot for this draft. Trading down to high 20s would not be a bad idea. I'd love it, man, because you're picking up an extra couple first round picks at that point. Why do I? I'm very much in favor, acknowledging, look, no Carter, no Anderson. I'm especially in favor of looking to move back if we can pull it off. And if it's, especially get future first round draft capital. One way to get around the weakness of this draft is to indeed try to get to next year's draft, which should be much stronger. Don't necessarily find yourself having to be forced into the shallow end of the pool. Just buy yourself a year out to get into the deep end. S. Jamora, what positions y'all looking for in the first 4 picks? I think Eshimura, definitely defensive lines at the forefront. Center, guard are right there for us. We're probably targeting in on really those positions. Maybe quarterback. Football 12, how you doing, man? Nicholas Newton says, B, someone told me yesterday I'm crazy because I say that John Michael Schmitz is going in the first round. No, you're not crazy. It's why I was leading at the top with this Nicholas, the really main theme of this show, and where I'm really like trying to kind of expand a little bit with some folks on this, is the understanding again of, you're not crazy for looking at some of the players in this draft going in the first round going, that's not a first round guy. That's not a first round guy. That isn't a first round guy. You know, Nicholas and those people probably talking to you weren't crazy for thinking that's for saying that to you in that way necessarily, but what the part that people I think aren't making their peace with, or aren't quite coming, they're coming almost to the point of understanding it, but not quite getting to the spot. And that is that this draft sucks. The draft just sucks. And that's going to then draw you to pick guys in higher rounds than they should go. That's just the reality of that. And it's not awesome. It's not ideal, but that doesn't change it from being the reality of it. And so you're just operating within the reality of it, Nicholas, which is John Michael's going to probably go in the first round. Will it be 20th? Maybe not 20th, but probably in the first round, because he's a safe player and he's the best at his position in a draft of ultimate kind of weakness at the end of the day. Jonathan, JQ Concepcion says, you're eating nachos 80s style, laughing out loud. The chips or sauce are separate these days. You don't pour the sauce on the chip right away anymore. Well, I never poured sauce on the chip, though. This is where we're going to find fervent disagreement. Because if we're doing this, if we're going, Jonathan, with the melt cheese stuff that's not really cheese, it's like 40% silicone, 5% titanium, and at some point or another they squeeze some milk in there somewhere along the way. And, that's not cheese. It tastes good, horrible for your gut. And look, I'm not against going out there and getting some of that Velveeta stuff from time to time, but like if we got to go real cheese, we got to go real cheese. Now, if you're talking about doing the whole melting it in you could sign me up for that. What do they call that? The fondue? Like I could do some fondue, Jonathan. Okay. I get that's a lot of work though. And it's very messy at that point. First the nachos, which I could just scatter on a sheet, throw it in the oven, pull it out, and we're good to go. This is a Super Bowl party with cavemen, by the way, that'll be drinking. I don't think they're not going to, know the difference. Megan says, B, read that Hendon Hooker operates well in a vertical speed tempo offense. What does this mean, and will it work in our scheme? Up-tempo vertical speed offense is really just shorthand, or is longhand, I should say, Megan, for college spread concepts that attack more with attack more with the deeper route concepts. So Megan, the spread college concepts tend to be more short based, a lot of bubble screens, a lot of quick slants and fast posts that are like shortened post routes. Tennessee all over the board with their routes, especially with Jalen Hyatt there, were really, really leaning into throwing the deep stuff. And so Hooker's got a good deep arm, good accurate deep arm, throws with great anticipation on those throws as well. So that was their little wrinkle to it, is that they would build in some more of the deep throw stuff, just a bit. Nagasa says, man, the Broncos win last game could be franchise altering. We could have gotten Carter at 3. He'll be so good. Might still get him, but yeah, it definitely sucks that they won. Too bad Chargers didn't play anybody either. Why Pete goes inside offensive line, tight end, wide receiver with most of the first picks. Great. Pete goes all front first 5 picks. Great. As long as it's the best player at the spot, just like 2022. Well said. Mega says, B, another dumb question. Best player available or picking for needs? Which do you do and why? To me, picking for need is the way to go as it fills the holes, which picking best player available may not. What say you? No, I lean more heavily in the realm of best player available. I don't think, Megan, ultimately you can be 100% one way or the other with this. There has to be some give and take no matter what you'd like to favor, because you're going to be drawn at times to not necessarily being able to do BPA. My comparison for this is that we could land, let's say, on 20th, and the best player available on our board's a left tackle or a right tackle, but we're not going to go that route with it. So there are times that you're going to look past the best player available, but I think the problem with picking to needs, Megan, is that you end up not going for upside. You end up going for floor. You end up going for the kind of the safe stuff. And then this is when you then look at your team then 3-4 years down the line and you're like, why aren't we more talented? Why we've been going for floor all the time and we're picking to need. And so you're just not ultimately turning out to me, Megan, if you're operating from need, the most talented team, the team that can be at the best. I'm getting a team that's going to top out at a certain level of things. And I'd rather go to try to get the upside. I'd rather go to get to make the best of the best at the positions. So I'm not a fan of going into drafts for needs, though I will admit that sometimes it is inevitable. Jack says more on Levis. He has Jake Locker vibes to me, says an NFC national scout. I don't like him. Day 2 for sure, says an AFC scout, director of scouting college. Yeah, these guys are not making me have a lot of faith in scouting prospects. I'll tell you that, Jack. So, no, you're not going to get me off. I can get off if I actually see stuff that makes sense to me. Relating Jake Locker to Will Levis is, I guess the mobility stuff between them is where you make the comparison, but Levis's arm is so far and away better than Jake Locker's. So I don't, and again, then he's relating Jack to Jake Locker, a guy that was picked in the top 10. So it's like, that's not really a great comparison. I know Locker retired early and didn't end up becoming anything, but yeah, I don't get that one. I don't get an AFC's director. Some of this stuff feels a little smoke screeny to me, Jack, on some of these things they're saying. I'm like, huh? Jake Locker vibes? It's such a general, what does that mean? That he's going to tap out of football after a couple of years? That they think that he just doesn't have a feel for, maybe it's the feel thing, I guess, that he doesn't have a great feel for the sport or something. I don't know. I disagree though. You won't get me off it, Jack. No way. Jack says, I'd hope so. I would have an instant migraine if we took Levis. Whitey White says, I think when Seattle reaches for need, like they did with LJ, thinking they had a defensive end, thinking they had to take a defensive end round 1, no matter what, you take best player available for all needs, not just 1 or 2, and you never reach. Agreed. Whitey White. That's my stance on it as well. And yes, I think LJ Collier, Megan, that's an example of taking for need, reaching for need. Megan says, so if a player has less than 33-inch long arms, they aren't taken. Okay, I'm going to say it. How did that work for David Craig? No, it's not for all positions now, Megan. So it's impactful. For instance, Megan, we like long-armed corners because we play a lot of zone. And so we have a lot of corners that have to close late on plays where they might have a little bit of space between them and the player catching the ball. So having an extra 1.5 inches on your arm to come in there and break a ball up, a guy like Brandon Browner really showed this off, where he wasn't necessarily the quickest guy or the greatest with change of direction, but once he put his foot in the turf and drove on a ball, he had so much go-go gadget length to him that he could knock the ball away. But you don't care about it as much on a quarterback, Megan. You wouldn't care about it as much on necessarily a running back. There are positions that the arm length isn't as much a big, important, impactful point. It's like I made with the offensive line. But I see where you're going with that, with the joke on that one. Ben Buzzle, thank you for subscribing, Ben. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Jeffrey says it's too early to say any one player is locked in. The combine is going to shake things up a bit. It will. 100%. Greg says, thanks for the detailed answer. The draft website I'm using has Joe as a 4th round and Ricky as a 5th round center. I like where they got those guys at. I think I have them both on my board in the 4th. Let me check. Let me see where I've got them at. Did I put? So I'm different with them on Ricky. I got Ricky in the 3rd. And then I've got Tippmann, I think, in the 4th. Yeah. Tippmann's like top of the 4th, end of the 3rd, though. So I do like Tippmann. It's not bad. So I'm a little different on them with theirs, Greg. But both of them would be solid. And my pleasure, man. Nagasta says, can we trade for retired players? We need Fitzmagic. Jonathan Magana, hope you're having a great weekend as well. As Jamora, I feel like the Jets are going to take Branch at 13. Their defense fitting to look scary. I could see it. 100%. Keep kicking over my stereo here. I could absolutely see it with them doing that. That's a need for them. I think I looked at their safety position when I was doing a mock draft for them recently, and that's a position that needs some help at a little bit as well. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense for them, Jamora. Jonathan says, AB, where do you expect Steve Avila to go? Late second round, and would he be a good fit? I'm expecting Avila to go to the second round. That is probably about a round or two. That's about a round higher than I would like him to go. I didn't love Avilia's tape overall. I'm not going to lie. But it was okay. It was solid. It's still better than some of the other probably cards I'm going to watch in this draft. So I've got him probably middle second round, Jonathan. So if you took him with a late second round pick, that would be okay. And he does provide you, we have to acknowledge the flexibility of being able to do both guard and center stuff, which is nice to have. So there's some possibility where if he doesn't work at guard, he might work at center or vice versa. It ain't going to be like the Ethan Posick situation where he's a guy who played only center at LSU, and then you tried to make him a guard early on. Avilia's got familiarity playing both a good amount of snaps. So probably like him a little more as a guard than a center, I think, at this point. But Avila would be good. Nicholas, 3 pretty good centers after Schmitz. There is. You got Corey Patterson, Luke Wilper. I'd say there's the main guys I'd go after Schmitz with it. I'd say is you got Jared Patterson, you got Wilper. I think Olusegun Olowatami. I know he didn't have a very good Senior Bowl, but he's solid as well. And then Tippmann. I'd actually put there be 4 legitimate guys there that not star potential guys, but solid. Ethan says, all right, homework done. Super Bowl Sunday is clear. Nice. Very good. Sunzu says Diggs and Adams are expensive. Not sure how we keep them both. I think we probably do. After next year, they might be able to get out from under it, but not anytime soon. Why do I say Seattle was ready to move up to number 6 to get Thebes before New York Jets grabbed him at number 5, reading tea leaves? It does make me wonder if Seattle would trade up to 3. I don't think they will, but it's possible. And you're right. We got from that story from Bowling last offseason, a little bit of the peek behind the curtain with their process. And they were indeed trying to move up in that first round, potentially for Thibodeau. And they were also trying to move up into the late first round for Linderbaum, I believe. So, they could. They've never done it before. It's hard for me to predict that they would. And the cost is so much. I hate the thought of doing it, but it certainly is a possibility that they could do it. Gibson says, I would say the lines are the priority in regards to what we target. We need to make addressing our rush D a priority. 100%. That's the big gaping hole in this team right now is the rush D. You need to address it in a big way, and certainly would love to see them do that in this draft. It would help too, I think, Gibson, if they could take care of some of that business in free agency, because you do need multiple bodies here. And so just expecting the draft to get it all done with rookies is not probably the best way to go. We've got to find some guys out there in free agency who can do it too. Seahawks Gaming says, I think Boye Mafe is better than who we're getting at 5, whether it's Tyree Wilson or Miles Murphy. You might be right. You might be right at that, man. There are questions. There are big questions there. Nicholas says, I guess you have a valid point that we just wouldn't know what John Schneider and Pete would do with that pick number 1 overall. No, it's hard to say. Mark Arbicorn, what's up, Mark? Says, hi, all. I still say linebacker and center first. Hit the like button, sub for this hard-working man. Go Hawks. Well, yes, thanks for reminding me on that, Mark. Please do hit that like button if you haven't already. Helps the channel out. Helps me grow substantially, and I appreciate it. Why do I says, if we miss out on Anderson and Carter, that would mean CJ Levis is there at number 5. Trading down to a quarterback-hungry team and making a future first is an awesome second option. Agreed. Agreed and agreed. Why do I? That's why I've said, I think, okay, no Anderson or Carter. Then to me, the number 2 likely scenario that happens is Schneider then moves back. And then we get to number 3 being that if that number 2 doesn't happen, number 3 is that you just stand pat and take the Tyree or Miles Murphy guy, right? That's number 3 on that list. I think you got to go through the first 2 items of that before we get to number 3. And if the team is willing to move to trade up, and there's very likely going to be a team willing to trade up, if one of those quarterbacks is indeed there available at that point. I mean, if TJ Stroud's sitting there, you can't tell me that Carolina, Raiders, Titans, and Texans, maybe, if they didn't get Bryce Young on the first go through. Ethan Tech World, Brandon, you're the new head scout. Moneyball reference. I love that movie. Megan says, okay, B, fair enough. But we have so many holes that need filling. So if you aren't fixing them at the draft, free agency is the next place to do it. But how do you get filled with the free agency that sucks at free agent, with the front office that sucks at free agency? Well, that's, I think that's probably the fly in the ointment here, right, Megan? And that's part that I've harped on quite a bit. This front office has had multiple times, if we look through the last 4 or 5 years, of having a lot of money to spend in an off season and finding themselves in a position of not spending the money very smartly. I'm hoping a little bit, Megan, that they make a little bit of a pivot here where they start to understand that they can't just go out there and bargain-based shop in every single free agent period, that they can't expect to go find tier 3 diamonds in the rough at every single turn, that sometimes you got to pay the piper and sometimes you got to pay market prices to get the true talent in the door that you need. And I would hope this year, maybe, Megan, that they would consider that a little bit more stringently, because they have failed so thoroughly taking this alternative path of trying to spend on cheap contracts. You know, rather than bringing in the one great guy, let's bring in 4 guys that we're spending $3 million a year on 1-year deals on. That's not worked. It hasn't worked in the past. Another way of getting this done too, Megan, is that if not through free agency, there's also the potential that you get this done via trade. Can you move a second round pick for a player that you like better as a player than the player that you were going to get in the second round? Can you make multiple trades with some of those picks, those 4 picks in the first 2 rounds, or even maybe the picks in the 3rd or 4th round? Can you get some trades made where maybe you take on some salary now, you take on the equivalent of making like a free agent deal, you're giving up some draft capital, but you really like that way better, not you or me, Megan, but the front office likes that way better as an option versus reaching for the player who they would have gotten in that second round. That's another possibility here in the way that could play out too on it. So the trade aspects, and also are very much, and certainly in the past, Megan, they've been willing to make trades. They've been willing to go down that road in the past. But you do hit on a key point here, which is that you want to try to take care of what you can take care of in free agency and in trades. Take care of your needs at the front end of this so you don't find yourself in the draft in desperation mode and reaching for guys that are needs. That's how you end up in needs, Megan. That's how you got to the LJ Collier pick, right? We backtrack off the LJ Collier pick. You have nobody as far as any pass rush goes. Frank Clark leaves, right? That's the year you trade Frank Clark. And so you're going, okay, we're going to sign Ziggy Ansah, but then we need to do more than just Ziggy Ansah. That's not enough. Ziggy's 33 and we know he maybe his birth certificate might not be legit. He might be 42 actually. So we've got to find another guy. We really need another guy. No. We desperately need another guy. And then that draws, because you don't deal with that in free agency, Megan, because you don't make that trade somewhere else. Now you get into that first round pick in that draft and you're going, okay, well, we have to take a defensive end. Oh, hell. We just watched this whole opening of this first round and see there are 15, 16, 17 edge players taken. We're going to be taking basically the 17th best edge guy in this draft in the first round now because we are driven by need. That's an extreme case of it, Megan, but that shows you the trouble you get yourself into by the driven by the need, driven by that need. It doesn't put you in the smart territory of drafting and picking. Jack says, I don't think the draft itself sucks. It's just not very deep. I mean, it's kind of semantics a little bit with that one, Jack. You know, is it not deep or does it suck? I mean, I guess I think Jack is missing a lot of top end talent that's normally in here. There's a little bit more of, to me, the blue chip guys that you get. I don't think that there's as many of the diamond in the rough types in this draft. I think from stem to stern, it's just got the weaker overall quality. It's a weaker tier 1. It's a weaker tier 2. And tier 3, you're looking at a lot more special teams like only guys than maybe you would look in other drafts. But I also am saying that too, Jack. I've got to admit on this. Let me give some ground on this a little bit. I've gotten through 120 of these prospects. Certainly as I get in through the next 100 and 150, I'm going to be looking at a lot more of the 4th, 5th, 6th round guys. And maybe I'll be more impressed with them. Maybe I'll be like, look, these guys have something to offer. There's some holes in their game, but there is some exciting stuff to them as well in addition to it. So I could very well end up at that point. It hasn't been there yet, but I could find myself changing a little bit of my tone with that just a little bit. Anderson, Jack dude making up quotes. Zygen says, John says he wants to build a Super Bowl caliber team with these picks. I believe him. I do too. Megan says, why not quarterback B? Surely a quarterback with long arms like, say, Jim Zorn use an example, be able to use that length to throw the ball further down the field, wouldn't they? Not necessarily, Megan. Go watch tape on a guy like Randall Cunningham, for instance. One of the more longer armed quarterbacks that you'll find out there, or even Colin Kaepernick. When you tend to find a quarterback with an elongated delivery, I'm going to estimate you're going to tend to find a guy that has in tandem with that long arms. It doesn't mean that just because you have long arms, Megan, that you're going to have an elongated delivery, but I think that it opens more of the door up for that to be a potentiality. And really, when you're talking about throwing the ball anyway with that, Megan, most of your arm power and strength is going to come from your lower half and your base more than it's going to come from the length of the arm. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword. Theoretically, yeah, longer arm, more ability to get elasticy and create the momentum on the throw helps you a little bit. But if it's creating an elongated windup, now it becomes not as good. Acathoris, that's not a cat, that's 3 tribbles. And she's sleeping. She's tired. She had some salmon earlier, so she's in a salmon. She's having a salmon nap. Acathoris at 20, if there's no defender you like, but Mayer and Robinson are there, which one do you take? I would take Bijan Robinson over Mayer all day. Bijan Robinson's one of the few tier 1 guys in this draft. Mayer to me is a tier 2 guy, a guy that should go in the second round. So I would take more of Robinson. Lance Johnson, I just can't get past the thought of drafting, say, Schmitz and Avila or another second or third round guard, and now we have a young, cheap line for the next 4 years. Well, you can see here, this is what I did in my draft, man. I'll post it here again over my shoulder if those folks that might have missed the start of the show here. This is my mock draft 2.0 for our Seahawks, 7th round mock, and that's exactly what I did. I became, just like you talk about, Lance, very fixated. I'm going to just create words here on this show today. I became very on the thought process of, man, what if we got a legitimate great center and a legitimate great guard? Not star quality here, but just like no weak links on that offensive line anymore. None. Zero. Zip. Everybody can handle their business. We got some star level, maybe talent on the edges. Damian Lewis is getting more comfortable at left guard. You get the best center in this draft, one of the best guards in this draft. What would that do for this offense with already what this offense has and brings to bear on a weekly basis? And boy, I think, Lance, you're right on point with thinking about that in that way, because there's a lot of teams when look at the Eagles right now. They have a quarterback might go into this next Super Bowl averaging like 5 yards a throw, but they run the ball so well, so good. They were asking Devontae Smith this on the interviews this week about, the offense with the Eagles. And the thing they were asking him was like, why is the team so often lean so heavily into allowing single coverage with A.J. Brown and you? Why do they let you guys have that single coverage with as dangerous as you guys are the outside? And he goes, well, it is a pick of the poison. And the pick of the poison is if we don't put the extra allotment to stopping the run, they're going to run down the ball down our throats all day long. We need the extra defender in the box to help out. But now that leaves me my single matchups on the outside, and those guys are going to win those matchups. But the defenses will always tend to lean in those situations, even with the dangerous receivers on the outside, to trying to draw the extra defender up in the run game, right? They would rather not be bled to death in the run game than have your guys beat them over the top in the passing game. And what do you have on the outside in Lockett and DK? Guys that are well constructed and well built the second you bring those defenders up in the box to tear the top of the defense off time and time again if you give them single coverage. Lockett and DK have been two of the better receivers over just the last couple of years alone at beating single coverage in the entire NFL, about generating separation, about just simply whooping a guy's butt when they get just that single coverage. So create those conditions, and how do you do it? By having those top-end level offensive lines that can really, really generate the holes and really force defenses to bring that strong safety down to the box. Force those defensive lines to stop their pass rush and be more under control and keep their gap integrity. I get it, Lance, and that's why in my latest mock, I was leaning a little bit in that direction. Anderson says, Brandon, say Geno gets traded, walks, and Stroud does fall to us at number 5. Would you rather just take him there or gain another first next year? Trade down and ride with Locke and his season and draft next year? What a great question. I'm going to get some more coffee, Anderson. as I think about that question, and then I'm going to come back and answer it. One moment, please. Okay, so I think what you got to do with this on that, Anderson, is you got to take CJ Stroud. You saw in my mock I just posted right now. I took him, and that's even Anderson. I was taking CJ at that point, even if Geno re-signed, and it was built in with Carter and Anderson being off the board at that point. I like CJ a lot. He's right there with Will for me as far as my 1-2 quarterbacks in this draft. I think, Anderson, the problem with trying to set yourself up for next year and next year's draft and say, we'll get Caleb Williams or we'll get Drake May, is you could really, even with having 2 first-round picks, find yourself not with one of those first 2-round picks, not finding a team that's willing to let you trade up and go get one of those quarterbacks. And so now you're going to have to hope that that 3rd or 4th or 5th quarterback develops in this next year's draft in a way who's better than what CJ Stroud has shown you this year. That could happen. This next year's draft might just be that strong, but it is a question mark and it's far from a certainty. It's a no-brainer that those guys are going to take that step in their development, being the guys that are 3, 4, 5 on that list. Even in 1-2, Drake May could definitely fall back. Caleb's pretty solid, and I think he's going to remain where he's at. But that's still a big question mark and a big risk, and I don't think it's one that you would know for sure you're going to be able to handle into next year, Anderson. I think you got to do this is one where I would say the bird in the hand. The bird in the hand of Stroud at that point is worth better than the potential in the bush for next year's draft, which you might just have those 2 first-round picks and not a way to go get the quarterback you really want to go get. Though I do want Anderson gain an extra first-round pick next year, so I'm not anti that. If we can do that, I'm okay with it. Carlos, you really not looking into keeping Geno for a few more seasons? I'm open to doing it. I got to be honest, the stuff I'm hearing about the contract stuff, the fact that he's turned down supposedly a $30 million a year per deal right now, I don't like that. I didn't want to go up that high for him. And the fact that this is going to maybe take $32 million a year to get him signed, if not more so, I really don't like that part of the deal of it. I don't understand the thought process of paying Geno top end quarterback money. He maybe has earned it. There may be a team that's willing to pay him for it. I don't get the thought process with the Seahawks having so much success as they have so far here, fitting to the 2012 blueprint, why you would leave the blueprint at this point to go for Geno in that way. It seems like that's not, it's sort of like you didn't learn the lesson off of the Russell thing at that point, which is that you start paying the quarterback big money, you're not going to have the money to spend to the rest of the team. Boy, you better draft great at that point. You better draft great. But I think the Geno deal will get done at the end of the day here. So whether I'm against it or for it, or I got worries about it, it's going to probably happen one way or another. I agree with what you guys say on this next part here, why, which is this draft only has 5 top players. Most have 10 to 15. This draft drops off tier 3 players around the end of the second. This draft is deep in cornerback, defensive end, tight end. And I'd add running back in there, but yes. Agree down the line. I don't know, soon. I think we made out better. If we're talking about the Denver's trade offsets the Adams trade, I think it's done more than that. Because we end out much better on this deal as far as than the Jets got. You know, the Jets did get 1 top 10 pick from us, but we're getting a top 10 pick, a top 5 pick, multiple second rounders on it. I think we get a little bit of the better end of this than they did. Sean Hines says, with analysts saying there's only the top 90 that are worth this year's draft, are the Seahawks in the best position for another good draft? Yeah, having 4 picks in that top 5 picks, I guess, in that top 90, Sean, definitely sets them up to be able to take best advantage of that. It is. It also, Sean, I would say, is if you could trade multiple picks in the back of this draft and move up in this draft, you might be more willing to do that than they would in recent other years. But yes, in a way, it is helpful like that, Sean. The one downside of that is that top 90 is not as strong as your normal top 90s either. So even though, yeah, you got multiple picks in the strength of this draft isn't terribly strong. So that's the one part of that sort of does move that dial back just a little bit, I think. Just a hair. Sam the Great says the Eagles are the reason I want to keep Geno. We're kind of like them. Yeah, a little bit. Sean, would you trade number 5 and number 20 to move up to get Carter or Anderson? I would not, Sean. I don't like the idea of trading up in the draft that way. I just think that it costs too much. Donnie Pearson, this is among the live streams I'm watching on YouTube right now. Well, hell yeah, Donnie. Thank you for that. Just tags, if we go with Drew Lock, I want the Hawks to do whatever it takes to get Caleb Williams. Hell, the only problem with that just tags is it takes the team that is picking who could take Caleb Williams to not then want to take Caleb Williams, right? Or to be willing to move off of Caleb Williams. And that's a tough proposition when you have a guy like Caleb who's going to probably fit into that realm of John Elway's, Andrew Luck's, Trevor Lawrence, Caleb Williams. You know, he will be one of those guys that's probably in that segment of, you know, no doubters being a number 1 overall pick. And that's where it's hard. You got to have the team willing to move. And oftentimes they're just not willing to move. They say, we're going to take our quarterback. We like our guy. You know, we need a quarterback, you know. Jonathan Magana says to trade down to 9 and still get Tyree Wilson would be awesome. Torrance at 20, Schmitz at 37. Ooh, I like that, Jonathan. Voorhees at 57, going hard on the defensive line. Then Henley at 83 would be great. I'd love to get Henley at 83. He's a 3rd round guy to me, and I'd love to pick him up in that spot. Love what he can do in coverage, Jonathan. Very interesting player. Anderson says, good answer, Brandon. I think I would take Stroud in that position too. It would almost be like having a legit season away at that point if we didn't. Throwing a legit season away at that point if we didn't. Yeah, I feel like it would be too, especially because Anderson, a part of this is informed by who are the alternative picks that you take there. No Carter, no Anderson. So it's Tyree Wilson or Miles Murphy or some other defender, I guess, in this draft. And I think that you know, wherever we fall, all of us in line on those particular players, some loving them, some not loving them, some thinking they're better than sliced bread, others going they're bust waiting to happen. I think everybody would agree that they're not traditionally what you tend to get at that number 5 pick, Anderson. And that pushes you a little closer to saying go quarterback because you're not getting commiserate talent with the 5th overall pick from last year's draft or the 5th overall pick from 2021 draft. Or the 5th overall pick from the 2019 draft. You know, if we looked at the 5th pick over these last 5-6 years and then looked at the players that we're looking at having to pick there, it's a far cry. It is a bit of a far cry. Nick Austin says, just like I said, Stroud throws like Tebow under pressure. He did pretty good in the Georgia game. Syjan says, I freaking said this 3 weeks ago on the contract for Geno. Did I miss your other comment on there, Syjan? I'm sorry. Robbie Red, no, don't trade up this draft. If you think, trade down and get more picks. I'm much more in favor of that myself. Much more. What's up, Cool Breeze? And I agree, Nicholas. Schmitz might not be there at 37. He just might not. Weston Baylor, let's say Stroud or Levis is there at 5 and a team is offering a king's ransom to move up to 5. Do you take the future quarterback or trade back? What should the haul be? What compensation would you need? All right, Weston, let's go with a functional, reasonable scenario that we're gonna think of with this, because you say king's ransom, I'm gonna mean it to be in king's ransom. So let's say you're going back from 5 to let's say, what is it? I think the Titans are like 12 or 13 or something in that range. If you're going back that far, king's ransom to me would be like 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks and maybe a third-round pick. King's ransom to 9, like to the Carolina Panthers, would be to me a first-round pick in next year's draft, a second in next year's draft, a second and a third in this year's draft. Would probably be an equivalent ransom for 4 picks back. You're going any further than those 2 situations back, Weston, then it's got to be 3 first-rounders and 2 seconds and maybe a kicker of a 4th rounder in addition, if we're talking about going to the teens. So somewhere in that neighborhood would have to be where it's at. But it's really about, Weston, how far we're talking about dropping back there, because it's hard to get the king's ransom on the Carolina picks where you're really only going back 4 picks. Getting much more past a first and a second, probably going to be pretty tough to do. But if you could pull it off, if they're desperate enough, if there's multiple teams that are bidding, and those teams that are multiple teams that are bidding are also teams that are multiple teams that are in love with one of those quarterbacks that's still available at that point, it all kind of comes together at that point, right? It's the eclipse scenario that I talk about. Everything just suddenly comes into alignment, and the Hawks are sitting there with their big sunglasses looking up at the sun, smiling. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. It's amazing. But I love that. I love what you're thinking with the Weston. And I think it's a possibility. And it could be a very tough pick for John, where he's looking at all these picks being handed, and he loves Levis or he loves Stroud. And he's like, ooh, I'm sure they're doing the war games in the VMAC as it is. And that's going to be happening a bunch. Mark, thank you for mentioning again. Do hit that like button, please, as he says, for the hard-working man. Appreciate you guys hitting that like button if you can. Again, do please get subbed up. We're trying to get to 11,000 subscribers, so let's get over that hump. We're almost over the hump. Kirk Stemmer, why does everyone want to trade down to 9? Carolina will easily win that division next year and will give you a low first-round pick next year. Why not trade to number 8 or lower than number 9? Well, I'm open to trading wherever with it, Kirk. I mentioned Carolina because it's just a straightforward, easy one of a team with a need, an offensive-minded head coach you're bringing in, not having a pathway to the quarterback right now as it stands. So they're kind of an easy one to just kind of propose to. I think the thing that I like about trading to 9 too with it, Kirk, is if you trade to 9, you still end up with the Tyree Wilson or Miles Murphy guy. You get the extra first-round pick. You still end up with the defender that you're very likely to have drafted if you weren't going to take a quarterback anyway. So you lose nothing out then by moving back at that point. Whereas if you do, Kirk, start to trade back to 12, 13, now you are talking about maybe missing out on the tier 1.5 defenders. Now you're kind of more affixed into tier 2 more ardently, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it. I've heard that too about the Carolina being a no-doubter to win their division. And I don't think, Kirk, that I can say that there's any team in that division that I say that there's a no-doubter that they're going to win the division off of any particular move any of those teams would make. Let's remember with this, Kirk, whoever they draft, if it's CJ Stroud there at 5, Kirk, that's a 20-year-old kid. Is he ready right now next year to lead them to a division championship? Is he ready to be a top flight quarterback next year? Will Levis has a lot in his game that needs to be cleaned up. He's got a lot of bad habits that have been built in over having the hell beat out of him. He's going to need to clean those things up. Does that happen instantaneously in his rookie year by next season with Carolina? I don't think that I see it occurring like that. So if you're talking about getting Carolina's first round pick, I'll tell you this, Kirk, any situation I get where I have a first round pick being offered to me and I'm taking that first round pick from a team who was a top 10 worst team in the NFL in the prior year, who's now going to try to roll with a rookie quarterback the next season, I'm going to take that chance. I'm going to roll those dice. I'm going to put it on all on black at that point, right? I'm going to like my chances there. because rookie quarterbacks tend to have a top end. Rookie quarterbacks will tend to hit a wall. Rookie quarterbacks will tend to get injured because they're playing a little too wild. And in Levis's case, that's something that's a big part of his game. They certainly would be probably the favorites, Kirk, but I don't know if it would be like no doubt that they're going to win it at that point. Wilson might be gone at 9, Jack, but there's no guarantee of that. If we have, Jack, 4 quarterbacks taken in the first 9 picks, and then we know that Jalen Carter and Will Anderson are going to be taken in the first 9 picks, that's 6 picks at that point. So now you've got 2 selections inside of 9, Jack. 2 selections. Are those 2 selections guaranteed to be Tyree Wilson at that point? Especially understanding that we tend to usually see a couple of tackle prospects taken in the top 10. So it's possible he's off the board at that point, but I think it's just as possible that he's on the board at that point. Sean Hines says John Schneider will be on 7:10 a.m. every Thursday during the Bob and Wyman show through till the NFL draft. It's awesome to hear. I'm going to definitely be checking it out, Sean. Anytime you got the general manager speaking, it's good stuff, you know. Ethan says, I don't understand why we need to stay put beyond we won't have this chance again. Yeah, I wouldn't operate from that standpoint necessarily. That, you know, you make the pick based on you'll never be here again kind of thing. Sam the Great, I think the Colts will jump up to get Stroud at number 1. Then I hope Arizona trades down with one of the other desperate quarterback teams so we get Anderson or Carter by default. Well, I've long predicted, Sam, that I foresee it going that way. I foresee there being 3 quarterbacks taken in the top 4, which leads the Seahawks to having then one of Will Anderson or Jalen Carter. I see it playing out just as so. K-Soon says, hot take, Carter equals top 5 pick bust. Yeah, I don't see it. I can't see him, but I'll remember you said it. As Jamore, imagine Geno walks on over to the other side and ends up with the Niners. It wouldn't happen, Jamora. The problem there is that he wants the big issue if he leaves Seattle is that Seattle's not willing to meet his asking price, which I'm guessing would be $35 million a year. The Niners have no way of being able to create cap space to fit Geno under their cap. They've got to pay over $30 million a year to a player as it is right now, and that player is going to be Nick Bosa. So the Geno contract's going to Nick Bosa at that point, not to Geno. Sam the Great says, I take that deal with Tennessee, honestly. I probably would too. Why do I bet Geno and Seattle have a deal done before free agency starts? 95% sure. I think it will get done too. I don't know if we'll be happy about where the numbers land, but I do agree with you. I think it does get done. Geno saying that he thinks it'll get done is just, to me, that was sort of the dead red indicator at that point. Sygen says, I think Geno will walk. Quote, numbers don't lie. Yeah, maybe. And if he walks, I'd be very encouraged by this front office, and I will applaud this front office if they weren't willing to go to 32 to 35 million a year. I think that's smart on their part. They were trying to get a middle tier contract here, not get one of the up. It's not that Geno would be up in the upper tiers at that point. And some people out there would try to argue with me that that's a mid tier deal at 32 to 35. I don't think it is. I think it's more getting closer to the upper tier than it is closer to the mid tier type of deal I was looking to do here. And it gets to be too expensive. But as much as Sygen, he's got that Twitter quote that he put out there. I mean, he also put out the interview just a week within the last week where he said he thinks a deal gets done. Sam the Great says 2 first and 2 second rounders to go down to 13. I'm down for that. I couldn't turn it down either. I just couldn't. Just tags. Do we tag Geno and trade him? If so, what do we get for him? Probably a second round pick. I would say that they would like to try to do that if they can pull it off. And the thing with the franchise tag is you can franchise a guy, and at any point in time you can pull it off from him and make him a street free agent if you want to. So just because you put the tag on him doesn't mean he's there and under the tag 100%. But I would probably, you'd probably get a second rounder. Your top end would be like a second and a third, I guess. Or maybe in some super crazy alternate world, we get a late first. Sean Hines, do you think the Commanders franchise tag Payne to get picks as collateral for losing him like we did with Frank Clark? Maybe, Sean. They've got to cut Wentz to clear cap space as it is. And then they've got other players they've got to sign. Do they have the money and do they have the built-in cap space to do that at that point? Because you can't franchise tag a guy and then not have the cap space to do it. Franchising Payne, I think, would cost them probably 14, 15 million a year. I think that they probably do try to do that to get some value back from him. Yeah, hard to see them just letting him walk for nothing. Garth Knight, what's up, man? Garth in the house. How you doing, brother? Hope all is well with you. Thank you for the $5 dono. Says, get me Levis and ditch Jamal Adams to whoever will take him for a few garbage cans and a couple pounds of ground beef. Not even good ground beef, right, Garth? It could be even some of that rough ground beef, you know? It doesn't even have to be like the Angus ground beef. We'll get some background beef, you know? Well, some spinal ground beef for Jamal. I like to hear you're on the Levis train, though, Garth. Good to hear you're signing up with it, too, on that one. You're with me on that? Hope you're doing good out there tonight, brother. Thanks for the $5 dono. Weston Baylor, I like it. I could see Vrabel worrying about losing his job, seeing Henry on the decline, and the division now threatening Jaguars and saying, F it, all in, and throw us the house. Everyone pray tonight. I could too, Weston. As I've said with this, the big part that people who might discount the haul you could get for moving back have to understand is that level of desperation that you speak to. It could be a Raider team, you know, that loses out on Aaron Rodgers trying to get him. They were going to try for Tom Brady, and now they get set on this, right? What caused the Russell Wilson situation and trade to happen? Yes, it was Russell Wilson wanting to be traded. Yes, it was the Seahawks' willingness to trade him. But then it was also the Denver Broncos who first had wanted Aaron Rodgers, hired Hackett because they were thinking they're getting Aaron Rodgers. He pulled the rug out from under him, and then they became desperate. And in their desperation, what happened? We came out of it with maybe the haul of the century as far as that trade is concerned. So desperation is a beautiful thing in football that you can take advantage of within organizations, and it gets NFL organizations to do things that are so outside of the realm of intelligent that it seems crazy at first glance. But not everyone operates from the standpoint of like being under control and everything's the long-term plan. And some people get driven to like, look, I got to get this done. I think you mentioned in an exact fashion on this, Weston, where Vrabel looks at his situation and he goes, okay, I got the general manager out there, you know, who drafted this receiver who can't play last year out of Arkansas and this quarterback out of Liberty who can't play. And like you said, that offensive line's been getting a little bit worse, and Taylor Lewan's going to move on this offseason, and the defense is really going to have to kind of hold it down there for that team moving forward. The division still is somewhat open, even with the Jaguars starting to take steps forward. But then they look at it and they go, hey, no, we get our guy in here. We actually get the legitimate quarterback, and that's going to make all the difference. And this is a team that is driven to this desperation, not simply because of the miss of Willis at Liberty, right? But also then because of the deficiencies of Ryan Tannehill's game and being held back by those deficiencies, having a playoff game that they lose because Tannehill decided to have his worst game of the year in that particular football game. And so, yeah, I think it's a possibility to happen here, Weston, and it is at my head of my stack. I go first, give me Carter or Anderson. Dream scenario, I can just go, what's your dream scenario? If you get a pick like God, what happens in this draft? Okay, I get Anderson or Carter with that 5th pick. But if that doesn't happen, number 2 for me is move back. That is the way. Daniel W says, have you seen the Eagles are projected to give Jalen Hurts a $50 million contract? That is insane. He was average last year and the year before, had 1 year with the most stacked roster in the NFL. The projection stuff, Daniel, has been silly all the way around. I've seen the projections for Geno and a lot of these other players. They seem to have turned the projections up just a little bit. You know, the books seem to be a little bit cooked when I look at them at first blush. Like, this seems a little high to me. There's no way in God's green earth that Jalen Hurts is going to be worth a $50 million a year contract. There is no way. No way. No way he gets $50 million a year. No. I think very likely, as much as anything, Daniel, the Eagles, and maybe it depends on some of this, if he wins or not. I mean, if he wins the Super Bowl here against the Chiefs, the Eagles are probably not going to look to move off from him, and the Eagles would probably be more willing at that point to pay more money for him because of his legacy value of him offering what he offers to the team. And he's a solid leader and a good person, and by all accounts, everything that you would want in the position from the neck up, and how he goes about his business. But if they lose, Daniel, if they go in this game and they're not quite able to get it done, then I don't think they're necessarily married to him in the long term. I think they absolutely could look at it like, look, he was fine for us, but we can get another quarterback in here, as you said, to run this stacked roster. And I think, as I've said, this is where the smarter teams are starting to lean in towards. This is why the Ravens aren't paying Lamar Jackson. You're looking around at these contracts given out and you're going, this is not the best way for us to go with this. Especially too, Daniel, the Eagles are a team as well, right? That just recently had a situation where they were one of those teams trying to get out at the forefront of this with the quarterback position and pay their guy early rather than wait to pay him late. And that burned the hell out of them. Did it not? Was that Wentz trade not one that ended up causing them, I think at the time, to have an NFL record of dead money that they had to clear on their books in order to move him on to Indianapolis? So, I think that they're going to be very hesitant to do that type of move. Very, very, very hesitant. $50 million a year for him. No way. Lance says, my favorite option is to trade down again, get extra picks for this year and next, fill out the roster with solid players, but now have tons of resources next year. I love it, man. I'd be okay with that. Daniel says, if the Eagles were smart, they would trade the 10th pick and Jalen Hurts to the Texans for the second pick and a 33rd or something like that. Draft one of the rookie quarterbacks. Agreed, Daniel. Agreed. I think they would have to do something more like 10th pick, Jalen Hurts. I don't think they're getting the 33rd pick. I think they would get the second pick back at that point. So the 33rd would be off of that. And they might have to even give up more draft capital, Daniel, where it might be 10th pick, Hurts, and a third. But I would do that if I was the Eagles, as opposed to them, paying. Soon, is the Dixon here in Spokane good? It looks a little bit rough on the edges. I haven't tried it out yet. Dick's Burgers are okay. Depends on where you go for them sometimes. Daniel Caps, place the tag on them. That gives us 2 firsts if anyone matches our deal to give us negotiating leverage. You got to be willing to do it, don't you, Daniel? I mean, if you come at this deal and you've said, look, we'll give you a 3-year, $30 million on average year, $30 million a year deal to Geno, and he's turned that down, and the franchise tag is going to cost $32 million. You just come back to Geno at one point or another and you go, okay, we'll pay you on a 1-year deal on the franchise then. What's the difference to us if you're already asking for the cost to be driven up on a multi-year basis at what the cap would cost, at what the franchise would cost us for only a 1-year commitment? I mean, you've got to be willing to use that, Daniel. I agree. I don't think anyone's going to give you the 2 first, but I think as well, Daniel, you got to look at it as too, as if you do put the franchise on him, you've got to consider then, hey, now what about making that trade like we did with Frank Clark? Right? Because you put the franchise on Frank Clark, but you eventually moved him in a trade and got a first and a second round back for him. You could get 2 first round picks back for Frank because nobody was going to give you that to sign him. But maybe you can get a little bit less than the 2 firsts, but still get something back. But absolutely, you're right, Daniel. You want to use that leverage. I watch this. Geno's not worth $35 million a year. I sure hope that doesn't happen. Yeah, I hope it doesn't either. 27 was as high as I was willing to go if I was the general manager. I'm not going past 27. I'll make some numbers work with maybe some void years or whatever else, but we're not going over 27, Geno. I'll give you bonus money. I'll give you guaranteed money. Not going over 27. So when you talk about getting up to $35 million a year, that's a little bit too pricey for me. Five Guys, to me, I'm not big on the Five Guys burgers, but if you have the Five Guys do their fries crispy, they've got some legit great fries. But they sometimes don't cook the fries all the way through. But if they cook the fries all the way through, they're great. Sam the Great says pizza, wings, and brew. My favorite Super Bowl meal. That's the bare bones. You gotta have at least those at the minimum, right, Sam? Right? Minimum. Nicholas, I got to drive 45 minutes to get to a Dick's Burger. That's a long way to drive for a burger. John says, why would you ever pay more than 32 if we've got the tag? I don't know, John. I don't know either. I don't really like paying 32, quite frankly. Just give them the 1-year tag at that point. But seems that's where the negotiations might be going. Nagasa, why does Payne have a terrible PFF grade? Nagasa, this is going to be maybe one of the videos that I'll be doing for the channel just prior to free agency, seeing where kind of that situation goes with him, because I'd like to find that answer out myself, and I don't have a great explanation for it. I can give you some guesses. The first guess would be that when you have a team like Washington that wasn't the best team, that maybe didn't have the best year defensively, that you're going to have a defense out there for extra plays. And that you might have a particular player who's having a really good year, but then his year overall gets kind of dinged down a bit because he's playing too many snaps, and he's out there too much. My relation to this Nagasa has been Uchenna Nwosu. Nwosu has like a 72 grade with PFF, but I really felt like he had more of like an 80 like impact with the team this year and what he provided. But he had to play too many snaps at one point, and he was on the field too many. So too many snaps, too wore down. Then you have too many plays where you're not necessarily doing as much impact or having as much of an effect. This is why I lean to really liking rotational based defensive lines above all else. But that's my initial guess on it, Nagasa. It's an odd grade though, being that, he's been a guy who's been a great run defender and he really stepped forward with his pass rushing grade, but they particularly, I guess, didn't like his run defense this year as much as anything else. So maybe in certain respects, he ignored some of his run defense acumen in order to become a better pass rusher this year. He did more of his pinning his ears back and not staying more solid in the base of the defense. But I have to look at the tape on that, Nagasa, because I don't have a for sure answer, and I do plan on doing that. That's on my to-do list. Seisen says, don't want to hear no more of trading number 16. Move no threat to Lockett and let him retire Seahawk. Yeah, I'm not trying to move. I'm not trying to trade Lockett. Just tags. And if that's what happens to Geno, do we want the second to be this year or next year's draft? I would take this year's draft, just tags. I'd be open to next year's too, though, but I'd probably this year if I get my pick. Either one on that with the third two. Probably next year's third, just tags. I'd go this year's two, next year's third. How's that sound, Just? So that'll be the trade for Geno, is that we get a second and a third, but it's a second this year and a third next year. Vegas says, just spoke to Ollie B. He said, go Hawks and hi to the 12s. Hell yeah. Tell Ollie I said, what's up? What's up, Ollie? I watch, if you're in Seattle, get a midnight Cuban from Paseo. Best hot sandwich in town. That sounds pretty delicious, actually. It does sound pretty delicious. Jason McEwer, number 16, will retire with Seahawk. He's a defensive end of class act superstar. Yes, superstar player. NFL's most underrated. I like it, Jason. And I like the thought of him retiring as a Seahawk too. I really do. Lockett's had an outstanding career. He's been such a good, he's just been such a good player for us. So consistent, so willing to go out there, even fighting through injury. Hard not to see him retiring as a Hawk. It really is. And he still is so productive. It's not like he's fallen off or anything. Lance says, drafting a player like Murphy or Wilson at 5 just because we may never be there again at 5. Just no. If that's the theory, then trade down to a weak franchise for next year and a second rounder. Agreed. That shouldn't inform us in making the decision is we'll never be here again. That's kind of a fear-based thought in drafting, isn't it? And you guys know I hate fear-based decisions. Daniel says, even if the Eagles win the Super Bowl tomorrow, the smartest thing ever would be to trade the 10th pick plus him for the Bears' first pick and next year's second rounder or something. I agree, man. I do not have faith in Jalen Hurts as a passer at all. I'm really low on him in that respect of things. And I know he's like a de facto running back there at times, but how long does that hold up? Is he just one hit away from being changed in that respect? A little bit like Lamar in certain angles of things? I would think so. Yeah, I would do the same thing, man. I think it's smart. Gene D says, who are we picking with our first draft? Hard to say at this point, Gene. I still think Jalen Carter will be the guy when we pick. I think that's my guess. Syjan says, I would have given Geno $23 million, take it or leave it. See, I would have gone a little over that, but not much further over that, man. Jack, I think 30 AAV will end up being the number for Geno. Very well could. Very well could. And I do think the deal does get done, like I said. I think it, at some point or other, does get done. And it's 30 is probably the minimum it costs, Jack, if it's an average per year deal that gets done at this point. I think the days of thinking we'll get him at 25, 27, 28 are probably not happening. Gene uses Five Guys as expensive burger, fries, drink. Yeah, I only get the fries there. I'm not a big guy, and the burgers are a little bit weird. Like they're not. They're just they cut a part of beef off and throw it on the deal. They taste good and all that, but I'm more of it's their fries that I like. Megan said, am vegan, but had Dicks in Seattle and very nearly gave up veganism. It'll do that to you. Dicks will do that to you. Save the keys. I'd be willing to let Geno walk and get lowballed in free agency, give Locke a 2-year deal and roll with him and draft a quarterback at 5 or next year. Me too, man. I'd roll that way as well. I'll go back to Locke and give him the deal I gave Geno this past year. Here, I'll give you, I was in this debate with Brendan a little bit recently where it's like, okay, Geno gave you a great year at the quarterback position. No doubt about it. Top 10 quarterback in this sport last year. No doubt about it. Maybe even higher than that. Maybe top 6, top 7. Can Drew Lock give me 87 to 88% of what Geno Smith can give me on the football field from the quarterback position? Yes, I believe he can. Yes, I believe he can. If Geno can throw for 4,400 yards, I think Drew Lock in this offense can throw for 3,900 yards. If Geno can throw for 30 touchdowns, I think Drew Lock can throw for 24, 25 touchdowns. So to me, some of this question comes down to this. If Drew Lock can give me 88% of what Geno Smith gave me last year at $5-6 million on a 1-year deal, or I'm going to pay for 12% better performance on a multi-year deal for a guy commanding over $30 million a year. To me, I lean back more to Lock on that. I don't think Geno is that much so substantially better that it's really, to me, again, becomes more about the supporting cast at times with some of this. Just a little bit. John Stillwell in the house. What is up? Oh, wait. Sorry. I'm a little bit below. No, we're right here. John, thank you for the $20 donation. Appreciate you, brother, and as well as one of my patrons on that side of things. So you're awesome. As always, man. Thank you so much. He says, so are you and Brendan teaming up? He does free agents and you take the draft? Just wondered. No, it's we're gonna be both covering both things. I've been a little bit slow with the free agent period, John, as far as kind of diving into the depths that I think Brendan does with this. Part of that though comes from it of I'm not certain that my team's gonna be spending much money in free agency. And I don't want to put time into something when we get back to free agency and they're like, well, we signed Geno and we signed Jason Myers and we had a couple of our own free agents that we wanted to bring back in the fold too that don't cost a lot, but everything's just sort of chips away at that cap space. And then we arrive at free agency, John, and we're like, well, we've got $7 million of functional dollars to spend. And I'm a little bit wondering, John, if not, that's the way that free agency is going to maybe play out for us. It's also been in combination with the aspect for me, I'm not really diving too deep into it, is that I haven't loved the free agent class in the NFL. There's not a lot of really great names coming out. It's kind of a small little list of guys. And so I'm a little lukewarm. So I'm lukewarm on Seattle really spending money, and I'm lukewarm on the free agent class being altogether very strong. And that just leads me to kind of get more concentrating on the draft. But no, I'll be kind of putting more of a show schedule together here, John, where there'll be more free agent based live stream shows and whatnot like that. But I'm just sort of geeking out about the draft a little bit right now more than anything else. So I know Brendan's covering it tough though. He's going into it hard. I just I'm worried, man. We have $31 million. I think when we started out, the Myers deal is coming in. Geno comes in at $30 million a year. Even on that first year hit, that's going to be at like 20 mil. 17, 18, 19 mil maybe. You know, you end up with just not very much money to spend if it goes that route with it, John. But if you don't re-sign Geno, now we're probably a little bit more going to be more active with it. You know what I mean? But no, I'll start getting into it. I'm about due. We're about a month out, so it's about time to start really deeming up to it. Part of it too, I wanted to wait, John, is to see who was going to get franchised and who might sign a contract extension. You know, you start covering these guys and then you get 2 weeks down the line. It's like, well, this guy got re-signed. That guy got traded. You know, this guy got released or, you know, whatever. But John, thank you for the $20 donation, brother. You are awesome. I salute you, sir. Garth Knight with a $5 dono says, Brando, is Geno represented by Mark Rogers? I know he didn't have a good experience being represented by Rock Nation. Yeah, Rock Nation. Oh my God. Yeah. How about those guys rolling with trying to get into the agent biz? No, Mark Rogers only has one NFL player that he serves. So Geno is definitely represented by somebody else. But I'm certain that part of what's going to impact these negotiations is, of course, what Geno could get on the open market. And I'm sure Geno has enough of an understanding out there that there's somebody who would be probably willing to pay him $35 to $40 million a year. And so Garth, he's coming back to it and he's saying, well, I'm willing to take 32. You're offering me 30. I could get 35 to 40 on the market. I'm giving you the discount that I promised you I'd give you. You know, why aren't you guys coming up to kind of meet me halfway here? So it's probably why we haven't yet had a deal done yet is probably a little bit of that. And that there's the open market to kind of bear into this a little bit, which is going to impact the negotiations. But they'll get it probably done eventually here, Garth. We still got a month before free agency. There's still a lot of time to kind of, push through the end of these negotiations. And Geno seems to indicate that it's going to happen. Thank you, though, Garth. Appreciate you. Mark says, let Geno walk, go after the top quarterback, D-line, linebacker, center, guard, running back, then fill the rest. Hit the like and sub for this hard-working man. Go Hawks. I like it, John. Or Mark. I love it, Mark. K. Simpson says, Cards fans just not dangerous, passionate. Raider fans are all packing. Yes, they are. And yeah, Card fans they're a strange bunch a little bit in their commitment on the team. I don't know. It's just, they don't seem quite sometimes as in on it with that team. Gene says, Drew has more upside than Geno, but he could also have the worst downside. That's accurate. Very accurate. Weston says, one point about Uchenna. Pete did say in multiple press conferences that the staff had given Uchenna the green light, essentially granted permission to at times abandon assignments and make a play. That's interesting. I hadn't seen that quote from Pete on that. So that is interesting a little bit with that. Makes sense. Kind of year he was having and how good he played. Great quote there, Weston. I hadn't heard that about Pete, that they let him freelance like that. Interesting. Anderson says I could go for a hot Cuban minus the sandwich part, though. Gene, we got to sign some proven free agents. We got to stop going bargain-based shopping, Gene. We got to stop going to the thrift store. Every year we get into free agency and John goes out there to the thrift store, right? Tries to get those discounts. Get that value. You got to pay market prices this year. Let's get some proven, legitimate guys. Let's pay the price. You know? Pay the price, especially if they're trying to go for it this year. You're re-signing Geno Smith. That's an indication you're trying to go for it this year. That is not an indication of, well, we've got a 2 or 3 year plan and we think we'll be elite here 2 to 3 years down the line from this. No, it's like right now, let's go. And the quick way to do that is to get into free agency and be aggressive in free agency. And you got to pay. Nobody's taking discounts. Y2Y says $33 million in 2024 will be 13% of the cap, and less as the cap goes up. Seattle can lower the hit this year to keep it at 13% or lower. Seattle can sign Geno for $33 to $35 million and still have the sweet spot of quarterback cap. It's a big percentage of the cap at that point for me, Y2Y. I mean, I think if we looked at historically speaking, the players that are at 13% of the cap, that's not a lot of success that you're having with those teams with the player taking up that substantial of the cap. And the fact that it's going to be a 3-year deal on this Y2Y instead of a 4-year deal or a 5-year deal or a 6-year deal means you're not going to be able to move out the numbers that much on this as far as the impact in that first year of the cap hit. So it's, I mean, if, you know, he'll be, will he be in the top 5 paid in the sport? No. Will he be maybe around in the top 10-ish of the sport at that point and getting close to that mark of it? Yeah. Is that a mid-tier deal at that point, being more closer to top 10 than being around mid-tier? No, it's not. It's more kind of into the top tier a little bit, or at least it's maybe a little bit of halfway both between the two. I do think the key point on it is if you're paying Geno 33 to 35 million, wherever the salary cap's going over the next couple of years and however lower down that cap hit's going to get, you're going to be impacted by then what you can do in free agency. You're not going to be as active this year in free agency. You're not going to be as active next year in free agency, which means you have to be all that much more perfect on your drafting. And that gets a little bit hard to do. It makes it harder to do, I think. Save the Geese says Murphy and Wilson aren't top 5 good. Just take the best available player at 5 or trade out. There we go. Jason McEward says more NFL players should watch Lockett play, not the biggest. He is very smart as a player, not taking big hits. Sometimes you wish he wouldn't go down, saving himself for a longer career. Business decision. Yep. He's also a slider guy. It's harder to kind of, for slider guys to ask him to be fighting through tackles and, you know, always leaning forward. Hopefully maybe in him going down a little bit as he has, Jason, it has elongated his career a little bit. Maybe that will be the upside here, is that we come out of this, we're going, wow, it did prolong him a little bit more. He also is just a master route runner, Jason. You know, I think he was coming out of college, coming into this sport, having multiple, I think his dad played in the sport, his uncle played in the sport at receiver. They knew how to play the position. He knew how to get some advanced techniques implemented into his game at a young career, and he's only gotten more better at those techniques as he's gone along the way. But running and being a great receiver is not just about being fast. It's also about running routes, how you run routes, understanding how to set up certain routes. And Lockett's got a keen understanding of how to do that. And it's one reason why I think Jason Hill continue to be an effective player moving into the future, even if there's a point when he turns 33, 34, where you're just moving him into the slot now. And he's a slot only guy, but I think he would be a very, very upper level slot guy if you had to put him there. Mr. Carroll DU says Locke don't got it between the ears. Maybe. We'll see on that. You know, Mr. Carroll DU, that's what a lot of people were telling me about Geno Smith last year prior to the year too. You know? Jeffrey Nicholson, Jalen Carter's my dream at 5 too, man. He's my dream there as well. No doubt about it. Megan says, how does Locke give you what Geno did, B? If he could, why did Coach Carroll go with Geno? I didn't say that he gives you what Geno gave you, Megan. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Megan, did I say Geno Smith, that Drew Lock gives you 100% of what Geno Smith gives you? No, I said he gives you 88% of what Geno Smith gives you. So if Geno throws for 4,400 yards last year and Drew Lock is not capable of throwing for 3,900 yards, if Geno throws for 30 touchdowns last year, is Drew Lock not capable of throwing for 24, 25? I think he is. Part of this comes from the standpoint, again, Megan, of this is I think a key point where I think gets lost on where people don't quite understand my thought process on this. I don't buy into super quarterback stuff. I'm not in that thing. I'm not in the, like, there's 10, 12, 13, 15 guys that are magnificent and fly up in the sky, and their capes flap in the wind, and they're faster than a speeding bullet, and they can leap a skyscraper in a single bound. There are 3 or 4 guys like that. That's it. That is it. And there are varying levels of good quarterbacks behind that, but none of those guys are carrying the day. And Geno is one of those guys who's not carrying the day. He had a great year. He also had a tremendous amount to work with, Megan. He had 2 upper-level tackle plays on the outside. He got a good level of play from Damian Lewis at left guard. Yes, tackle and right guard were rough for most of the year, but those other positions were good on that offensive line. He got good running back play all year long. He had 2 guys on the outside play pretty much every single game, with the exception of Lockett missing like 1 or 2 games on the outside. 2 top-level receivers on the outside to work with. He had 3 tight ends on the inside that he could throw to that could all run, catch, block, and do really good things all the way around. Whatever quarterback takes over, Megan, whether it be Locke or a rookie receiver that comes in, they are also going to get the benefit of that. And actually, it's going to be even improved benefit. Drew Lock comes onto the team next year, Megan. He's going to have a better supporting cast than what Geno Smith had this year. So again, I ask, Drew Lock next year with a better supporting cast than Geno had this year, could he not give you 88% of what Geno Smith gave you this season? My answer is yes. My answer is you're not going to ask Drew Lock to throw 70% of the time next year, because you're going to build up the offensive lines in order for you to be able to run the ball consistently on a weekly basis. So you're not going to have the quarterback carrying the day like that, like you did with Geno, because you couldn't run the ball at times. So yeah, I think he can give you that. I have confidence that he can give you that. And when you talk about the difference of price here being Drew Lock on a $6 million deal or Geno on a $32 million deal, right? That's 5 times the cost for Geno Smith, where Drew Lock gives me 88% of the play. I don't think Drew Lock's that big of a drop-off. I don't. And I think supporting cast is what drives the modern NFL and where we're going. This is my opinion. This is my opinion pretty firmly. Many are going to disagree with this opinion. Many are going to say, no, the quarterback is the most important position in all of sports. There's nothing that matters more. They are what drives everything. They are the end-all, be-all. I am not in that realm, and I will not go into that realm. Everything is showing you NFL-wise that absent having one of those top 3 guys on the board in the sport, that you can get by with other dudes. Let's also remember here, let's go back on this again with this, make it understand. We went to back-to-back Super Bowls, not with Russell Wilson being a superstar quarterback. He was not playing like Patrick Mahomes. He was not playing like Burrow. He's not playing like a Herbert even at the time. He was the game manager. You had the ultimate success having a quarterback playing an upper-level game manager role, but he was playing as a game manager. That's the blueprint. That's what we should be trying to fit back into. And when you start paying Geno Smith $32, $35 million, you're leaving that blueprint pretty thoroughly and pretty quickly. You're heading back into the blueprint, which is the same blueprint you've been trying for the last 5 to 6 years with Russell Wilson here, which is paying quarterback big money and then trying to make your way through the rest of the team. And it hasn't worked over the last 5, 6 years. So why is it suddenly now going to work with Geno Smith? That's kind of my process where I come with it on it, Megan, with it. That's where I go through kind of the ups and downs to get around to the bottom line here on this with it. To me, I'm a big guy on supporting cast drives the quarterback production, not the quarterback being the starriest, shiniest star in the night sky. And that's what's going to dictate how good of your offense is going to be. I don't draw that way. I go the other way with it. And I got to say, I'm going the other way with this more stringently than ever before. I'm finding myself drawn to it really, really hard. Just tags, if we trade back from 5 to 15, do we risk taking AR-15 with no Geno? Yeah. I don't think he lasts to 15, but yeah. Trent Subouts, if we were willing to roll with Locke on a $5 million a year contract, what do you do with the extra $25 million that you would have paid Geno? I would probably try to go make a run at Daron Payne. If not Daron Payne, then Mitch Morse. If not Mitch Morse, Terrell Edmonds. I might try to make a trade for DeForest Buckner, bringing on his salary with it. I think you've got a lot of flexibility there, Trent, to go a variety of different routes with that $25 million. But the amount of players and the guys that what you could do with that $25 million in other places, to me, would be substantial. Substantial. And that's, you're right to ask it in that way of, okay, Drew Lock and this collection of players or just Geno Smith. Let me say that again. Drew Lock and this collection of really good players, 2 to 3 guys, upper level NFL players, or just Geno Smith. Drew Lock, 3 upper level guys, or just Geno Smith. I mean, when we logically break it down in that way, to me, it's pretty tangibly, you go the other route. Unless we have the belief out there that, Geno walks on water. And look, you guys know with me, I'm one of the great benefactors of Geno Smith. I'm the guy that put the video out in August saying doubters beware, right? I'm the guy that posted that video. I'm the guy that I really like his skill set, but I don't think he walks on water. And I don't think he's up in the same class as Burrow and Mahomes. And I just don't want to be paying that kind of money for that guy. I think it's going to hamstring your roster. It's going to hamstring the way you build this team. It's going to leave you outside the blueprint that you found your ultimate success with, even within the last 10-year period. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Nicholas Duvall, how you doing, man? Good to see you in the chat. YDY says, I don't think Locke can give you 60% of what Geno does. He might get some stats purely from being the starter, but IMO, he is nowhere near the class of what Geno has shown. Seattle goes 6-12 with Locke in 2023. I don't really know where that assessment kind of comes from. To me, the same way you're talking about Locke right now is the same way I heard in mass people talking about Geno last year. And I feel like people are kind of forgetting about what the thought was of Geno and who he was last year and where he stood. So, the fact that Geno's come along in so many people's mind to being this legitimate quarterback is great, but it's also a little bit of forgetting about what recent history was with it. And the thing that I heard about Geno Smith over and over last season is he is what he is. He is what he is. We know what he is. He is what he is. He is what he is. He's a backup in this league. That is what he is. And now I see a lot of people now on the board of, well, he's a legitimate quarterback and all that. And rather than looking at that situation and going, maybe rather than Geno being some special case, this is actually an indication here within football that you can find some of these guys that have been passed off in a given situation that was bad on their first stop, and they can be reclamated. That's to me what that should be teaching people as far as a lesson, but it seems that the lesson seems to be from some on this that, no, it's that Geno is really great and he's just so amazing, and that there's not a lot of these other kind of quarterbacks that fall in that realm. I disagree with that. I think there are quarterbacks in that realm that can give you very close to that level of performance. I, again, don't know where the assessment comes from on that. Why? Are we assessing this off of what Drew Lock did in Denver? A Denver team that now we see he got more out of that Denver offense than Russell Wilson did, didn't he? And don't we look at a little bit of Russell Wilson's failures there with Denver and the way that they had the offensive line a complete sieve and the receivers on the outside not quite as good? And maybe we go, well, wait, maybe Drew, much like Geno in his first stop, didn't have the supporting cast around him to be as successful as he possibly could have been. And do we make our final determination and assessment of this guy based off of just that first stop? Or does he maybe deserve a second chance? And if we're going to look at the preseason and you're going to post to me, well, look at how wild he was in the preseason. That's not fair at all. At all. He plays that first game and he plays a clean, sound game, makes great decisions, shows great control at the line of scrimmage. The same kind of control we saw from Geno Smith in that first preseason game. Then what happens to him? Why? He gets COVID. Then he misses a game that he was due to start, which could have been the game that really led him to now jump to the forefront and really make that quarterback competition a true battle, right? That was what was going to happen. Gets COVID. Comes back after COVID too fast, right? Because everything we know about is when guys get that, they don't tend to come back like at 100%. So, he's probably lost 5 to 10 pounds of weight. He comes back in. He knows he's got to make up ground on Geno Smith at that point in that final preseason game because there's no more preseason games. That's it. He's got to get it done that game. He's got to win that job in that game. He has got a ball out of control off of the heels of COVID. So where does the assessment come in then with Drew Lock? Is it based on the fact of his stop there with Denver, where he had a poor supporting cast? He had a horrific offensive line and pass protection, which absolutely is going to impact quarterback performance, which absolutely impacted Russell Wilson's quarterback performance on top of some of the shortcomings of Russell's game. I go, no, I'm not going to make a final determination on that. Am I going to make it on the preseason last year with just how I broke that down, just how that played out? No, I wouldn't make that on that. I think saying that you think Drew Lock is going to go 60% of Geno, so that means to you're saying then Geno throws for 4,400 yards. You're saying then that he throws for 2,700 yards, 18 touchdowns. I can't see it. I can't. I think again, where I operate, and there'll be disagreement on this, and we'll arrive at the spot where I'll just go, I agree to disagree with this with some folks in here, but supporting cast matters in the NFL. And I think there's some folks out there that are sort of overlooking how impactful the supporting cast is and not realizing as much of how much that really does benefit the quarterback position, rather than somehow, some way the quarterback position is just, like I said, somehow floating above the rest of us on air and on a wing and a prayer. And I just don't view it as that much of being the case. There are those guys that can do it, but they're rarefied. There's a couple of them. There's not a dozen of them in the league. G. Walker, Arizona has too many transplants to maintain a strong fan base for an NFL team. It makes some sense there. It does. Of course, we see Los Angeles have the same kind of issue at times. Sajid says, I think Brando holding his stomach is a sign that we need to go to commercial. BRB, right after these messages. Why do I see it as Geno? I see it as Seattle hit a flyer with Geno was great. Luck. Geno sitting on the bench learning made him better. Pete gave him a chance. It's kind of reaching to think that Pete can make any quarterback work. I didn't say Pete can make any quarterback work. I think, though, if you give Pete a talented guy, that he's very much can get the most out of that guy. I think Drew Lock certainly has the physical talent that you need to do the things that you want to have done at the position. He has the mobility, he has the arm strength, he has the quick release, he has the accuracy. Is he a perfect quarterback? No. Is there some spots there you're going to have to cover up and overcome? Yeah. But if you maintain a balanced offense and you put him in a position to succeed and lean towards his strengths, I think that he can very much be very close to what Geno gave you. Again, I'm not saying he's 95% of what Geno. I'm not saying he's even 90, but 88%, yeah. Can Drew Lock, with a balanced offense, give me 3,700 yards and 24 touchdowns in a year? Absolutely, he can. Absolutely. Rodney says, Brandon, are we going to get Payne or are we going to turn our heads? I'm so tired of Pete and his bargain-based shopping. I don't think we're probably going to get Payne. I'd love to see it, but I doubt that this team suddenly, out of the blue now, becomes a big spending unit team in free agency. Just doesn't tend to be the route that they want to tend to go. I remain pessimistic. Cool Breeze, the Geno hate has been strong lately. Drew Lock ceiling higher than Geno. What? Y'all say anything? So I don't know if that's a reference to me saying that. I'm not saying that Geno's has a higher ceiling. I guess that's somebody in the chat saying that. That's not what I'm saying. Oh my God. Is this on? Is this mic working? Oh, Ethan, I have a feeling something insane is going to happen to either the Chiefs or the Eagles tomorrow that changes their franchise for the foreseeable future. It's the same horror stadium as our Super Bowl. No, it could be. Could be. Oh, I guess you're responding to Lance. Okay. Because I'm certainly not hating on Geno. Why do I say so? Everyone answer me this. Which gives Seattle the best chance to win the NFC in the next 2 years? Rookie quarterback, Lock, or Geno? My view, of course, is Geno. See, but it's, again, not a decision that's just made in the vacuum cleaner of this, or this, right? Why do I? If you're going to expand on that, you've got to expand on it on everything that each category gives you. Geno at $35 million a year. Okay, what does that restrict me now as far as the other players that I would get in addition to Drew Lock? If I get Drew Lock and Ron Payne and Mitch Morse and Terrell Edmonds, if I'm able to fit those three guys alone in addition to Drew Lock, that's not better than just Geno at that price or the rookie that I clear all of that cap space for. What are the other players that I'm bringing along with it? So if we're going to compare them, we got to compare them as what is it you get in total of it? It's not just simply Geno on his own. It's what you get as far as also in addition, because like we said, it's $25 million difference is pretty substantial, if not more. That's a lot of players that you're going to be able to bend in now in free agency if you've got that money to spend, as opposed to it all just going to Geno Smith. So, if you're talking about why do I just Geno Smith and now I can't spend any money out there in free agency and now I'm relying on second year and rookies to carry the day and bring me to becoming an elite team, let's say next year, I don't know that we're going to get to an elite status by that point next year or even the next couple of years at that point. Potentially you could get there with Drew Lock, and that's with Drew Lock playing less well than Geno played. But because he has a better supporting cast, you have a better total team you're bringing to bear at that point. You're bringing yourself out to a better possible conclusion on a season. Mr. Carroll, the problem is Drew Lock will lose you football games. He has nothing to do with stats. And again, we make that, it's hilarious. It's just, it's weird to me a little bit because it's Mr. Carroll. Again, I'm not trying to push too hard back. I get where people are coming from to a degree, but you guys got to understand that like the very same things I'm hearing mentioned about Drew Lock is exactly almost verbatim the stuff that I was hearing about Geno Smith. I mean, it's verbatim. This is what people told me about Geno Smith. Like, oh, well, he might get you some stats in the first, second, third quarter, but fourth quarter is when he falls apart. He's not going to win you a game. And this day and age, you need a quarterback can win you the game. I mean, it's the very same thing. It's the very same thing I'm hearing. Is there, I mean, I don't know how people can so concretely come to a conclusion on Drew Lock. Like, I'm not saying Drew Lock's going to be magnificent, but to come to a conclusion on Drew Lock at this point and saying that you know that he sucks crap and that like, which is basically what I'm seeing on some people in the comment section. Well, he just sucks shit. That's just who he is. He's no good. You know what he is. It's the very same thing we heard from Geno, yet we saw how all of those opinions that were built in on Geno, all of that wave of Geno opinion, both nationally and locally, right? That huge wave of opinion that was, he is what he is. He sucks. He showed you what he was with the Jets. He's been a backup his whole career. He'll never be more than a backup. Now we're going to apply this to Drew Lock. There isn't any kind of sense in some of you that might have some of this opinion in Drew Lock that, well, wait, maybe if Geno was able to do this, that there is a chance other quarterbacks could do this too. Maybe it's not just simply just Geno's the magical man here, but there's actually a little bit of a formula that can kind of be applied on this a bit. Again, maybe we just disagree with this and I'll leave it at that. But I can't quite understand how people can't see the comparativeness there in that aspect of it. That there's not, again, not to say that Lock is somehow at an equivalent level of Geno, but that he can give you a close to a performance of Geno. And again, breaking down again, why did he have the turnover problems in Denver? Could it have been that they had one of the worst pass protecting units as a young quarterback? Is it not the worst thing to give a young quarterback a horrific pass protecting unit? Isn't that the worst thing you can do for a quarterback, a young guy? Isn't that the biggest thing that's going to build bad habits and cause interceptions and cause horrible turnovers? I mean, is there no explanation for that in Drew Lock's game in the early part of his time there with Denver? Is there no explanation for that, how I just broke down what happened in the preseason? Because I know many of you are like, well, preseason, turnovers again, that Cowboy game, turnovers. Well, what is inaccurate about the way that I broke down that preseason? He had the one turnover in the first game. At the very end of the game, after he played a solid start to the game, a blindside blitz hit him. Should have picked up the protection. That was the one bad play from that game. And then you've got the interceptions after he has COVID go down. But aside from that, all of your assessments then based on the Denver Bronco experience. And the Denver Broncos were, prior to Russell arriving there, they were 28th in pass protection the year prior to Russell arriving there, 28th in pass protection, and they were 26th in pass protection the year before that. Both 2 years that Drew Lock had a heavy amount of starts. So was he supposed to, so let me understand this then. Drew Lock was supposed to come in as a rookie with the 26th and then the 28th best pass protection with a Denver team that's not particularly all that good now that we can see that, right? And he was supposed to be amazing as a second rounder at that point. He was supposed to have proved himself at that point and showed you he was a Pro Bowl at that point. And anything short of that, he now sucks like shit. He's no good. He's not a guy that's even viable at this point. And again, I'm saying this not to sound like I'm maybe throwing shade, but I'm trying to understand the logic and reason some of you guys are arriving at your conclusion. That's what I'm trying. I'm trying to pull this apart a little bit. And let me understand how you arrive at this point. Because it doesn't seem like I can find quite the consistency in that assessment of things. And again, could be just a disagreement here, but it doesn't quite add up. I watch exactly, Brando. Geno is good, not great. I don't think he's able to lead us to a Super Bowl. Well, I think Geno can lead you to Super Bowl, but I don't know if Geno can lead you to Super Bowl paying him $35 million a year. You know, and I think he is good. Yeah. I don't think great, but right. Not great. Cool Breeze, Drew Lock would not have performed 88% of what Geno did. I'm sorry, man. That's just wrong, maybe wrong. 65 to 70%. Again, so if we're going... So we're saying then that Drew Lock's going to throw for 2,860 yards then, if we're going to say he's 60%. So we're saying he's going to be 60% of Drew Lock. Let's walk this through a little bit. So in 2020, Drew Lock threw for 2,900 yards, 16 touchdowns, and 15 interceptions. So we're saying essentially we would get for Drew Lock if he would play, we're going to get essentially Drew Lock's second season with the Denver Broncos, where he had significantly less talent on the offensive side of the ball than he would have here. I disagree. That, to me, that's inaccurate to me. And that's what that would be. Run the numbers on this. Run the numbers on 65% of Geno Smith this year and what that would be Drew Lock. You're talking his second year in the league. I just don't think, I think Drew would be better than that. And I'm not saying Drew's going to be great, but I think Drew can outperform that. I think he can give you 20% better than that, Cool Breeze. I do. Daniel says, you brought up a good point with Brendan, it's not just the $25 million in cap with Geno gone. It's the $25 million plus a second and a third rounder or so. That's one elite player like Daron Payne plus Schmidt plus another. Correct. If you're able to put the franchise tag over the top of Geno, then you are able to move him. You're likely to get at least a second round pick, maybe a second and a third round pick. So that's a great point with it, Daniel. Yeah, I'd forgotten a little bit about that, but that's also part of this. You're saving the $25 million, which you can go spend in free agency. And then you also have a second, maybe a third round pick in addition to that you also get on top of that in this draft. So as I was saying above, nothing happens here just in a vacuum of Geno, Locke, or a rookie quarterback. It's Geno, and then what does the impact of paying him do to you on your roster and how you can build your roster? It's Drew Lock at a much less cost and what you can do and build on that roster. It's a rookie and what you can do on that roster. Volcano Joe says, I disagree. I think Wilson is one of the few top 5 addresses in this draft, but cross my fingers for Will Anderson. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Jack says 88%. OB, that's a stretch. So again, I really don't think it is. I think folks are getting caught up on it. I don't think it is at all. If I go 88%, I'm saying, let's run the numbers here. So 4,400 yards from Geno this year, and I'm saying 88%. So I'm saying Drew Lock throws for 3,800 yards in a 17-game season. Yeah, I think that's pretty realistic. If I look through the NFL this year, let's look statistically at what the NFL was at. Quarterback wise. So we have, of course, postseason here. So we have, let's see here, 3,800. So we have, what? We got roughly 11 quarterbacks that throw for 3,800 yards in a year. I think he could get there. Maybe a little bit short of there, but pretty close to there. But again, I'm okay if we disagree on it. Again, though, I think folks are just forgetting about how hard the opinion was on Geno Smith last year at this point, too, though. How certain people were that he was what he was, that he was exactly the same thing I'm hearing about Drew Lock right now. Ethan and Brandon, question, what about your Geno Smith video you made during the season? Of course, all of your opinions fluctuate to extents, but how would you say your opinion has or hasn't changed compared to then? I said in the video that I wanted to do 25 to 27 million. When he's turning down 30 million and we're talking about now getting into the realm of 32, 35 million, God forbid even $40 million, that starts to make me stop. There's a place, as John Snyder said a couple weeks ago, where I'll have a spot. There's always a stop spot where I don't want to spend more beyond that point. I think with the Russell Wilson contract in recent years, you've been hamstringed by paying the quarterback top of the market money in a large degree, and it's driven me crazy at times. I think you're going to do the same thing to even maybe a smaller degree here with Geno if you go this trek with it. And I just don't, I don't want to go down that road again with it. I really don't. So yeah, was I willing to pay him? Yeah, but at like $25 million a year. That's the thought process, that you were going to get to truly a mid-tier type deal, not that you're going to start to approach back into being up at the upper level end deal of the contract. So it was not I don't think I said in the deal at all, I don't think I said in my video with Geno that it's a blank check and that I'll just pay whatever the cost is, he's worth it. I would never say that about it. And he's starting to push up past a point that I'm comfortable with. I'm a little behind on the donations. Sorry, I got on some tangents there. Robbie Red with the $2 donation. Thank you, Robbie Red. It says, absolute circus going on in Arizona. K1's contract is trash. It is absolutely a circus going on there right now. They're not going to hire their head coach until after the draft, which is redonkulous. Absolutely just redonkulous on their part. But they're having a hard time hiring any coaches because no coach wants to be stuck with that Kyler Murray deal. And every coach who comes in there knows that it's likely to fail with Kyler, and they're not got a good team there in Arizona, and that's not going to bode well for them. So they're going to have to probably go with some secondhand candidate. They're going to have to just kind of egg their way through on this Kyler contract. Wouldn't be shocking to me if this ends up twisting in a way, Robbie, where they end up taking a quarterback with their first pick, where they just start to lose any kind of hope with Kyler, where they go, okay, he's not going to be back ready to really play next year anyway. We'll move him in the next offseason after that, cut bait, get out of the contract, have our rookie deal, and go with that route with it. But horrible contract there. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. I really do appreciate it, brother. Says, I want the Seahawks to give Geno $50 million a year. He's a Pro Bowler after all. He is that, Garth. $50 million. Oh my goodness. I could only imagine. I would lose my mind on that one. I would lose my mind. But exactly, Garth. Thank you, Garth, for the dono. Sijin with a $5 donation says, how should our safety position be addressed? Diggs and Adams wise. Re-sign Neal? Well, you're going to have Neal on a restricted tag, Sijin, so you don't have to re-sign him. He could be on a 1-year deal. He's your insurance for Adams at that point. I think you feel pretty good about where Diggs is at. He's got out there, played every game this year. Hopefully he's bounced back a year stronger with that foot next year. And you just try to roll with what you got there. I don't think that would stop you from necessarily drafting for either of those positions in this draft, because with Neal, that's only a 1-year deal. And with Adams, you can get out from under both Diggs and Adams' contract after this year. You can get out from under those deals relatively easily, or at least it doesn't hurt as much as it would hurt this year. So you potentially could go draft for their future at that point. If you're looking at a guy to get the guy waiting in the wings who's ready to take over for him at that point, that would be a path what they could take and approach. But I think you just stand pat at this point, Sijin. I think Adams and Diggs remain, and Neal's your backup there, and you roll with that. But they could certainly draft one of these slot corner safety guys in this draft too, Sijin. That'd be another route you could go, where you get your waiting in the wings strong safety, while out the gate you get an improvement over what you had in Kobe Bryant from the slot, and just go with that route a little bit. So they've got some flexibility there, but I expect both of those two guys to remain on the roster into the near future, at least next year minimum. Thank you though, Sijin, for the $5 dono. Andrew Rezajenko, thank you for the $5 donation. Sorry, a little late on acknowledging on that. I appreciate you though, Andrew. He says, let's pay Geno and have the exact same defense as this year, only less cap space. First round exits. You all aren't getting what B is saying. Thank you, Andrew. I really do appreciate the donation, and I appreciate the backup on what I am saying. And that is it. That is what I'm trying to say, is that it's at none of these decisions that get made on any players, and especially when it comes to a quarterback being paid the type of money that we talk about paying now with Geno, none of them get made in that vacuum. There's going to be fallout from every decision that you make. And if you look at the Russell Wilson deal, if you look at how we had to try to spend our money, if you look at the way that drove John Schneider into attack free agency, and that he had to get all of this help, and okay, I need a lot of help, so I can't just pay for 1 or 2 guys. I got to get all these little guys in all these different little places and try to fill in all the blank spots. And so I got to go bargain basement shopping. And it's going to drive you back into that realm. And yeah, you re-sign Geno at $32 to $35 million, and you've already signed Jason Myers, and you're going to bring back Ryan Neal on a restricted tag, and you're probably going to sign some of these other free agents in your own deal at that point. Now you have this amount of money for free agency. Now all of the people that are thinking about Daron Paynes or Mitch Morris's or Terrell Edmonds or anybody else in between, that's gonzo. That's bye-bye. That's no longer an option now for you. You're signing Geno. There's no more money to spend. You might get yourself one second wave free agent, I guess. You might be able to squeeze one little second wave guy in there, but you're not substantially adding to the team at that point. So now that means that you have to now have your draft, like what Andrew's saying here on his donation. Now your draft has to bring all your talent in, and now we need the assemblage of that talent to all be cooking together. The rookies from last year, the rookies from this next year's class, they all got to be cooking if we're hoping to become an elite team in any time in the near time in the future here. And we're talking about the next 2 years. And if you're re-signing Geno, right? The whole point of bringing back Geno is because you're trying to go for a Super Bowl, because you're saying we acknowledge in paying Geno $32 to $35 million that he is a guy that can take us to the promised land. He is a guy to take us to the Super Bowl. Otherwise, what the hell are we doing? What the hell is even the point of signing him to another contract at that point, right? If you're not trying to accomplish that. So where is the feasibility that you're going to have a roster that is that young, that uncertain, that much in need of talent as we stand right now, that will be that much so ready to go with the hindrances of Geno's contract over the next 2 years? As Andrew says in his post, in probably a lot more succinct way than I did, that's what's giving me a lot of hesitancy when we're talking about this Geno deal. That's what's making me take a little bit of a pause and go, I can't go up that high. That's going to cripple me to be able to make any kind of moves in free agency now. I'm right back in the Russell boat now. And I know what it's like in the Russell boat. I've been on those waters. It's not fun. Cool Breeze says, honestly, it's not much of a conversation for me. Drew Lock is 2/3 of Geno at the very best. Understandable. Like there's a few people in here who feel this way. Like I said, I do disagree, but I get where you're coming from. Mr. Carroll says, I hear you be on the money, but 32 isn't Russ money. No, but it's still impactful. It still prevents you and that's why I tried to relate it to this year, for instance, just this year. We can relate it into next year's cap as well. I can look at next year's cap and explain to you like, okay, here's Geno's taking this money off. Here's Geno taking this money off and say, but that's how I just tried to relate it on this cap, for instance, Mr. Carroll, to this offseason, this free agency period that we would like to see our Seahawks be very active. We need upwards of like 3 bodies on the defensive line. We could use a couple different middle linebackers. We could probably use some safety insurance. We really need a center. We really need a guard. We probably need a couple of different running backs. We could use another wide receiver. We have needs on this team, across the board. And yeah, the draft picks are going to help to address some of those needs. But like I said, those are young guys, unproven guys. They might take some time to develop. You sure would like a little bit more certainty if you're going to be in that position to truly go for it. Is it quite up at the Russ's money? No, you're right. It's not up at the Russ's money, but it's a lot closer to being in the Russ boat than it is being in the boat of having a discount at the quarterback position and then being able to use that discount to go out there and get those other players. Again, with the viewprint on this of, in the last 10 years of this organization's past, when you went to 2 Super Bowls, when you won a Super Bowl and went right back to a Super Bowl the next year, you were paying your quarterback position less than 1% of the cap in the first year and then just a little bit over 1% of the cap in the next year. That's what you were paying that quarterback. So if you found the success once before, while having the same head coach in the same position, while having the same general manager that created those conditions from before, why wouldn't we want to lean back into that blueprint? Why would we want to try to go into the blueprint that's more closer aligned to the Wilson blueprint that has been failing out for you recently? This is how I see it in my mind. But thank you, Andrew. I appreciate you on the donation. Rodney Prescio with a $5 donation as well. Appreciate you too, Rodney. He says, I want people to go watch the 2013 season again. Come back on the chat and inform us of what you see. I'm tired of 11 wins a year and a first round exit. Thank you for the support on this, guys, and appreciate the donations. And I'm glad to hear that there's some folks in here who do feel the same way that I feel on this. I'm okay with the folks that disagree. Like I said, I'm open to disagreement, but we do disagree on this. I look at this through the team through this lens, and it's one that I'm very ardent in. And I think Rodney is as well in the way that he termed and phrased that, which is that, I get this thrown in my face a lot of, well, we're such a consistent winning franchise. We're such a consistent winning team. We so often get to the playoffs. Isn't it nice how often we get to the playoffs? And it's a good thing, I guess, in itself a little bit. But if you're busted out the back of the playoffs every year, how much is that really worth? And what are the conditions that cause you to get busted out the back end of the playoffs? Is it by happenstance? Is it by injury? Is it by a quarterback taking up a significant amount of the cap and pinching you from being able to build the rest of the roster? What is the cause of that? And I think maybe that's a little bit of what we've got to drive towards on the chat here a bit is what was the cause of that? Why is it that the Jacksonville Jaguars have more playoff wins than us since 2017, despite the fact we're a consistent winning team? Why is that the case? What is it that's been the factor holding us back at that point? And has any part of it been that you paid the quarterback the kind of money you've been paying the quarterback? I say yeah. And I say that this is backed up by the fact that every time that you go in the playoffs, every year for the last 5 years, they flash a stat in the first round. And I think it's in just about every first round game you see the stat flashed. Top paid quarterbacks, top 7, top 8 paid quarterbacks. 7 of them didn't even make the playoffs. Every single year you see it that way. Is that by happenstance? Teams talk themselves into having to pay their quarterback. They talk themselves into their guy as some special, unique snowflake. And there's no snowflake like him. And he's totally unique and beautiful and wonderful. And they talk themselves into that. And it puts teams in the worst kind of trouble time and time again. This is why I'm so passionate about this Geno thing and going up to this mark. This is getting you into like Dak Prescott deal with Dallas, where you're stuck. Then you're like, we can't do anything. I think we land up pinching in that train. It's not as bad as Dak. It ain't as bad as the Russell thing, but you're getting closer into that edge of things. You're moving closer to that than you are moving into getting that mid-tier deal, that blue collar contract, that one that allows you to then have money still freed up to go out there and truly still spend, not putting all of your eggs into the quarterback basket, which is what you're doing minimum this year in free agency. And it does mean as well, next year, that's another, he'll count if he's $20 million this year on the cap on a $34 million deal. That means next year he costs $25 million off next year's cap. So let's go take a look. Let's go take a look at next year's cap. Yeah. So you've got seventh most amount of space in 2024 as it stands right now. If you were to take out the $25 million of that cap hit, that would knock you down to middle of the road. So even next year, you're not in a place at that point of having some like top 5 amount most of cap space to spend at that point. You're middle of the road. So you don't have any money to spend this year if you sign Geno at 32 to 35. And then you have a little bit less, you have a little bit more maybe next year, just a little bit more. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. Now it's all in the draft at that point. It's all on player development at that point. I don't know if folks have been watching our player development in the last 7 years, 6 years, but to think that you're going to get all that right and all that perfect and all that true, that seems a bit of a leap for me. Randy Roberts, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I really do appreciate it, Randy, and welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Garth Knight with a $5 dono. Thank you, Garth. Hey, let these Geno fans know they were playing on nearly last place schedule. Garth Knight with a $5 donation says, hey, let these Geno fans know they were playing on a nearly last place schedule this year. Indeed, there were. This has been mentioned a bit, and I think it's a valid thing to say about this team with the Seahawks this year. Look, we had a weak schedule. We did not have to play through the toughest of the tough crop. That certainly is going to be impactful when we go forward. That's going to be a tougher schedule going forward. But, Geno did get the benefit of that. He got the benefit of going through the NFC South, even though you didn't win any of those games. Atlanta didn't have a great defense. There are a couple teams there. Carolina was okay. Certainly shut us down. Their defense is all right. But yeah, you weren't going through the murderer's row of a schedule this year. And next year is going to be tougher. That's for sure. But it's going to be an improved team as well. So some of that's the balance of that as well. I expect Lucas and Cross to play better next year. I expect Walker to play better next year. You're going to be more talented as a team, I think, next year. But that's definitely a part of this too. Megan says, I take your point about supporting Cast B, but 88% for Locke. I believe you're reaching there, but to each his own. Well, again, I thought it was a pretty fair territory. I'm not saying Locke throws for 30 touchdowns. I'm not saying Locke throws for even 4,000 yards, which is 4,000 yards is a pretty low benchmark for the quarterback position as far as the number of guys every year that get to 4,000 yards is pretty close. And I've got him below 4,000. So I'm not even putting him up at a place that's statistically in some rarefied category of air for a quarterback. I'm saying Drew Lock can play middle of the road quarterback for you in the NFL. I'm saying he can play 15th, 16th level of quarterback in the NFL, somewhere in that territory, which if the rest of the supporting cast is in place, I think he can take you far with that, especially if you go to fit to more of the blueprint from 2012, which was let's get the super team built and the quarterback will be the final piece of the puzzle, not the first piece, the final piece of the puzzle. Whitey says, I'm an intellectually honest man. For those wonder what Brandon is referring with Super Bowl and quarterback cap, and it goes against my own argument. I have counters to this, but he is basing his view off solid stats. Appreciate that, man. And I appreciate people where you're coming from as far as disagreement. I get passionate on this. You guys know that. I do understand where folks are coming from and wanting to go with Geno. I've been thinking about a lot of this recently, and I'm getting more and more into a spot of really feeling a certain way about this, especially when I was hearing the other day about where the numbers were starting to go, which is a little bit just to me to that funny money place, just a tiny bit. But I understand, man. I appreciate where you're coming from on it, man. Top 10 Super Bowl cap hits percentage. 2009, Peyton Manning was 18%. Matt Ryan, 15%. 2013, Peyton Manning was at 14%. 2021, Tom Brady at 12%. 2018, Tom Brady, 12%. There you go. John, if you pay Geno, you're in the same boat as Minnesota with a less talented roster. There we go. I love that, John. Great comparison with Cousins. DJ Owen, I really appreciate the fact that Geno Smith has a standout year, but I really wish the Seahawks would sell high on him while they can and get a high draft pick so we can improve our defense. This is where I'm starting to arrive as well, DJ. When it goes to 32 to 35, I go, okay, sell high on him. If that's his value, if there's a team that's willing to pay him $35 to $40 million, then there's a team willing to give a second or third round pickup for him if they're going to pay that kind of price. And if they're willing to do that, I'll take the price. I'll walk away from it happy and feeling like we made the right choice. Devo Martzall, damn, Brandon, I wish your voice could get to the front office. Man, your knowledge is on point. Go Hawks. Thank you, Devo. I appreciate it, man. One could dream. John says, we want to be in the boat with the Bengals and the Eagles. That's right. Andrew says, everyone forgets Geno barely beat out Locke in camp. Love Geno, but need to roll with Locke. Especially at that discounted rate, Andrew, right? Especially at that discounted contract. Sijan says, Geno train off season, Geno contract. Nah. Oh. I watch, what if we picked up center and left guard? Locke would be fine because K9 would be running wild, plus more protection to throw and money spent on the D-line instead of Geno would help a lot. That's part of what I'm saying with this too. That's the whole, this ain't happening in a vacuum. It's the, okay, you have the second year returns from 3 rookies that you started on this offense last year are going to be better in their second year. Coach Carroll, many pros tell you players take their biggest leap in year 2 in the NFL, right? Those guys get better. You get better at center, or if not left guard, right guard, if Damian Lewis remains at left guard. So if I've got an improved offensive line, if I've got improved running back position, right? If Drew Lock's got more to work with than Geno had. That's the part of also Drew Lock providing 88% here, folks, is that he's providing 88% having a better supporting cast than Geno had. He'll have better play on the offensive line. He'll have better running back play. They'll be more balanced. They won't be as reliant on having to throw as much because they'll be a more complete offense. And that's going to be part of why I think you can get that 88% as well. Lion Garcia, I agree with B. Thank you, Lion Garcia. And I'm way behind the chat because I went on a super rant. So sorry, folks. I'll be a bit behind here, but I'm trying to catch up. Greg says, if Geno wants more than $30 million a year, he can get out of town. I love Geno, but the whole point of the rebuild was to not pay a ton of money to an older quarterback. I'd rather trade Geno and roll with Locke. There we go. Just Tag says, damn, you got me hyped. Tag Geno and trade him. Go with Locke. I like it. Always got to be a line you're willing to cross with it, whereas, like, I wanted to bring Geno back, but it's not at a blank check. Mr. Carroll says he didn't barely beat Locke. Locke looked like he had all the seasons prior. Super arm, throws into coverage when he's under pressure. This would be inaccurate, Mr. Carroll. And again, sorry if we're in a bit of a disagreement with this, but this is inaccurate to what was happening in the reality of the preseason. I watch and follow the preseason like nobody's else, so I know exactly what happened. If that was the case and it was Geno Smith's job to win all the way through, Mr. Carroll, and that he had just won out and he was going to win it, why was Drew Lock going to start that next preseason game before he got COVID? That goes counter to your narrative that you're ascribing here. If Geno was far and away, he just remains the starter at that point. Why did we get the reports from the first scrimmage game that Geno looked much worse than Drew Lock did in the scrimmage game? Drew Lock did outperform him in that one, and you can still go and find those quotes online quite easily. And the points when you talk about throwing into coverage come from that final preseason game. And I referenced what happened in that final preseason game. He's coming off COVID. He's probably lost 10 to 15 pounds, right? But he also knows that he wants to win this job. And so he probably forced himself out in the field a little bit too early, a little bit too quickly. And then not only doing that, he also was pressing, right? Because he couldn't just come out in that game and be a game manager. He had to go then win the job because he had lost ground because he had gotten sick. None of these things have anything to do with throwing into coverage. The times he threw into coverage in that game had everything to do with impressing, coming off the sickness, but that's not what we heard about him in camp. We weren't hearing reports in camp, Mr. Carroll, that, another day with Locke throwing interceptions all over the place. It was an even Steven battle throughout the course of camp by all reports. By all reports. John Robinson says Drew Lock will give you a similar performance to Geno. Remember, Geno had the second highest number of turnover-worthy plays with the lowest percentage of turnovers on those plays. Great stat, John. Absolutely great stat. Sam the Great says, what's a better option than Geno this upcoming season? None. But again, this is kind of where I see the Geno folks. You'll just say, well, Geno, it's kind of the blank check Geno thing. Like there's no other good option aside from Geno. There's no other way other than Geno. Doesn't that get to be a little stilted as far as thinking goes? Because you're not taking into account the cost then to bring him in. That doesn't matter at all almost. That becomes irrelevant when that's very relevant. The cost does matter and is impactful. And if you can't build out a better team now because you're hamstrung by the quarterback, that's going to impact how good you can be the next upcoming season. Especially as we need to improve. Nubalax. Why are so many people hung up on needing Geno, especially if it's going to cost 30 to 35 million, maybe more per year? I think that there's a general feeling of when you have a guy that might be close to the guy that's good enough that you don't want to let him, you don't want to lose him. I think this is also the same kind of thinking that causes NFL franchises to all think they've got to all pay their guys. How Minnesota ends up paying Kirk Cousins all the money that they've paid him, or any other number of these contracts that are out there, like the Kyler Murray deal, where it's, everybody knew last year they shouldn't pay Kyler Murray. There were huge question marks there with him, right? They even had the question marks to the point that they put within the language of the contract that he had to put 4 hours of study habits a week. That showed you that they had worries about him. But people get pulled into thinking they've got to make that. It's not just a fan nature. It's organizational nature where you're driven to want to naturally go sign your guy. He's our guy. We don't want to not lose him. I mean, if we lose him, then we're going to be in real trouble. Then we're going to be in hell. I mean, can't lose him. Just there's no way to lose him. And I think that you got to try and as much as you can pull away from that thinking if it naturally pulls you to it, because that's not where the game's going. The game is showing you, the Eagles have showed you, there's a variety of teams. Brock Purdy showed you when he stepped into the quarterback for the Niners this year. Geno has shown you this year that if you put the good supporting cast around a guy with some talent, he can make it work in this modern NFL. It's not the old days anymore. It's not the days of needing the guy with the golden arm that can carry it all through necessarily. This is the nature of the spread concepts and the lateral-based nature of the running game and attacking things as it is in fly sweeps and whatnot. And so much more is now manufactured a little more easily than it had been in the past if we go back 25 years ago from the position. Kind of some of the effect college has had on it. Nubalax, look at Vikings with Kurt if you want to see a likely outcome with Geno. I love it, man. It's a great comparison. Actually, glad to see Brendan come around on Geno Smith. Geno Smith was decent, but asking $30 million, even if he's worth it, won't help us making the Super Bowl. No, it won't. I don't think you're going to pay Geno Smith $30 million a year and get to the Super Bowl. I think that's a great, just bottom line way of putting it. If we want to get let's make magnanimous statements in a vacuum. Here's my magnanimous statement in a vacuum. You ain't getting to a Super Bowl paying Geno Smith $32 million a year. It ain't happening. This franchise has not shown an ability enough to be able to develop talent that's so much better around the edges. The franchise has not shown an ability to go out there and spend money appropriately in free agency, the little bit of money they'll have to spend at that point, smartly that they'll have to spend to make me believe that they'll be able to take this team to that point. I think they'll fall just a little bit short of it at that point, top end. Why? People are saying people are underplaying the upside of Geno. In his first year, starting after 6 years, he led the NFL in pass percentage and big time throws. I saw some analysts had him as their higher rated deep passer ever. I don't know if he made enough deep passes. We didn't have games at times where we pressed the ball up the field enough for me to be as on board with he was amazing as a deep passer. He was good as a deep passer. A lot of the West Coast offense, though, is not built on deep passing. It's built on the short pass. And that's really where your bread and butter lies. As John Robinson mentioned above, though, too, he also had some of the most turnover-worthy plays in the NFL from the quarterback position, but had the least amount of actual turnovers off of those turnover-worthy throws. There's multiple games this year where there was times 3-4 defenders had their hands on footballs for Geno. Geno played really well this year. Very much earned the Comeback Player of the Year award. But it was not all... If we're talking about getting to $35 million a year, we're looking at him through a lot different lens than when we're talking about $25 a year. He needs to be under a lot more, in my opinion, of a little bit of a tougher. We got to look a little bit harder at him at that point. If you're gonna make that money, then okay, are you really bringing it all in that respect? So there's some worries there on that. I just think signing Geno for $30+ million is the same thing as not being able to sign anybody when we had Russ. Not a good chance for the team for the future. Agreed. Trent Cybots, what is your projected floor and ceiling for each scenario? Geno, Lock, or a rookie quarterback starting? Well, I mean, I'm going to be alone on this one, but again, I believe this in my heart. I think that if you have a good quarterback who brings the prerequisite skills, he's got some mobility, quick release, big arm, can make all the NFL throws, had enough years in this league to get a little bit of time to where he's learned the sport. He's not just some young guy who's green and learning his way. You put that guy on a team that's got a great supporting cast, there is no end to the top side that you can attain, in my opinion, including the Super Bowl. And I know people go, no way Locke can get a Super Bowl. Yes, you could. I trade Geno for a second, third round pick. I picked those picks up. I add to the offensive line. I stack the defense. I'm active in free agency. I bring in Daron Payne. I get Mitch Morse maybe on top of it. I go in whole hog in that way and build this super, like I've said, it's not just building a good team around a quarterback. It's building a super team around this quarterback. That's what you did in 2013. No, it wasn't just Legion of Boom, right? Let's not forget this thing, right? It wasn't just Legion of Boom. It's you spending the most amount of money on the offensive line than anybody else in the entire sport. It's you with Marshawn Lynch that you gave up 2 fourth-round picks to bring him in, right? It's you spending the money on Sidney Rice in free agency and then a second-round pick on Golden Tate and Doug Baldwin in his development and then making the active trade for Percy Harvin, right? That was all a methodology to build this super team up around Russell Wilson. That was what you were trying to do. And you did it. And you had great success with it. You had the ultimate success with it within the last 10 years. I haven't heard anybody yet in the chat present to me why you wouldn't want to take a purified path to what got you to the promised land not 10 years ago. It got you to back-to-back Super Bowls within the last 10 years. Why not fit to that same methodology and approach, knowing you have the same men at the top, the same men guiding this ship along these waters as you did 10 years prior? Because that's what you're doing if you're signing Geno for this money, is you're leaving that realm. You're going outside that blueprint. And okay, you can sign me up for that, but explain to me why there's that confidence then to leave that blueprint. Nicholas Newton B, I never had that negative opinion on Geno. That's fair enough, Nicholas. But I mean, if we went back and I replayed my shows talking about Geno Smith in the preseason, man, and you looked at my chat, it's nothing but people throwing the same amount of shade I'm watching in Drew Lock and this channel and this show right now that I see in the chat from some folks is the same exact thing, almost verbatim, word from word from many different folks that I saw online about Geno Smith. That's the whole place, Nicholas, the whole reason that I presented the video, and it's on you can still find it, that I did in August, of Doubters Beware. The whole reason I presented that was because I was hearing so much from so many people about what Geno was. About, oh, we know what he is. We know what he is. He is what he is. He is what he is. He is what he is. And it's just, it's a little deja vu, quite frankly, kind of hearing the same thing off with Drew Lock on it, where I don't think there's that much of a difference between those two guys at the end of the day. I think that they're a lot closer together than some folks are acknowledging in many respects. Henry, Pacific Northwest, thank you for subscribing, Henry. I appreciate you. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. It says, Geno is a Pro Bowler. 40 plus million. No less. Mark Rogers. He'd be asking for a percentage of the cap for Geno. He's like, what you guys have as a superstar? He's only getting better. He's only getting better. Have a good night, AI. Appreciate you, though, Garth, with the donation, man. Thank you so much. For all the donos, brother. Lance says, Cansey and other 4-3 players seem to be more prevalent in this draft. Should we continue to put a square peg in the round hole and play 3-4? I'd prefer not to. I'd like to go to more of a 4-3, especially to open up the door to taking a guy like Cansey, who would be awesome. I mean, he becomes my second best defensive tackle in this draft, my second favorite defensive tackle in this draft. And you're right, Lance, most of the personnel you have on this roster is built to be more 4-3 based. I think that'd be an easier way to transition into. I think especially if Desai leaves, Lance, you're missing a bit of the brain trust to make the scheme work at that point. So, yeah, I would say yes would be my short answer to that. I would like to see them make that change for a couple of different reasons. Nibblocks, I was all aboard the Geno train once he won the job, but Locke had some horrible luck during preseason and Geno won it by default. If I remember right, Geno didn't even score in the preseason. Yeah. But there was a good explanation for that too. And Drew Lock dealt with this as well. We had a big problem with drops in the preseason. Both quarterbacks did. We didn't have Lockett or DK out there. No Marquise Goodwin out there. No Eskridge out there. You were down to, your 7th round guys and undrafted rookie free agents. And guys had problems with drops in the preseason. They did. Yeah. Daniel says, I'm in the odd camp that I think Drew Lock can be better than Geno next year. He has a better arm talent and now had a season to sit and learn our offense and see how patience Geno working the tight ends. I like it, Daniel. Paid off. Yeah. I love it, Daniel. I could see that potentially too. Deadly Geno is nothing at all like Lock. I can't believe you are comparing them together. Nothing at all like Lock? Yeah. There's a lot of similarities. Both have a similar type of quick, easy release. Both have upper level arm talent. Both have upper level mobility without really ever being elite in any one given thing, I would say. Actually, it makes no sense to compare folks based on previous year in general and no profession. Are you saying you are the same person you were last year? I don't know what you mean on that. I'm sorry. No, compare folks based on previous year in general. I kind of don't understand what you mean there, actually. I don't know if that was guided at me or not, but I don't understand. I'm sorry. Robbie Red, under the radar move was the Claypool trade. The Steelers have the 32nd pick now. Yeah, that was a great move for them. Stupid move for Chicago. Why? I saw Locke making bad plays preseason and with Denver for whatever reason. Geno 2022 and the whole 2022 preseason did not. That's what I base my view of Locke on. I have seen Geno play better. Okay, I thought in my opinion, YDY was the first performance of Drew Lock in that game was great, right up until the very last play where the blindside blitz caused the fumble. But as I said with this, we may just be agreeing to disagree on that one. So I didn't think he was making bad plays in that first preseason game. And I explained a little bit of the last preseason game, so we may just disagree on that. Deadly says, do not die on the hill. Lock Hill, Brandon. Geno is not comparable to Lock at all. He is comparable. I mentioned 3 different ways that he's comparable. Feel free to push back on that. I'm not dying on the Lock Hill. I'm just not dying on the Geno Hill either. It's less about the love of Lock as much as about trying to just recalibrate a little bit of the outlook on Geno just a bit here. Especially again, when we're talking about Geno at 32, 34, 35 million a year. Yeah, Geno may be a little bit better accuracy-wise, Deadly, but again, mobility's very close, arm strength's very close. I don't think he's far off on accuracy. And again, the assessment on Drew Lock seems to be based on the Broncos deal, which, if we're going to base that, then why don't we base Geno Smith on what he did with the Jets then, right? Cooper says, I'm not speaking of just percentage of box score stats. I'm saying in general, in terms of stats and intangibles, decision-making and leadership, which equates to wins. I don't see Locke winning 1/4 to 1/3 games. Geno. Again, I do think though that this assessment gets based on what happened with him in Denver and not really, it's not really to me a very fair way of doing it because I feel like the same assessment was made about Geno last year. And so I'm just being consistent in this, folks. I said it wasn't fair to look at Geno last year and make your assessment on him based on what he did with the Jets and then not having another starting opportunity through the league the past 10 years. That was a little bit of where my confidence came with Geno to play better than he did. I was right about that, right? And so I'm saying the same thing about Drew Lock here, where I think a lot of people are making assessments about Drew Lock based on, let's call sample size of data or data based in places where he was not put in a position to excel. And to me, there's comparisons there to be had that are maybe just, again, I got to let it go. Just, we're not going to probably see the same plays with it. Jason McCure, Mr. Locke could throw 40 touchdowns and 4,600 yards too. He was also drafted where Geno was with the roster of the Seahawks have. Nobody knows what he can do. Last year they said, you know what Geno is. Exactly. And Jason, you get it. This is kind of what I'm saying with this. It's startling to me that I hear the same things and it's just not understandable. There's no comparison to those guys. There's no comparison. Like nobody's opinion about where you're at with Geno right now was at the place where it was this preseason with him and where people's outlook was. People saw him in the same realm as they're seeing Drew Lock right now. And if Geno can change your mind about him, why cannot Drew Lock change your mind about him? And I'm not saying Drew Lock's amazing or anything here. Again, I'm not saying he's even 100%. I've not at any point in time said he's equivalent to Geno Smith. But 88%, yeah. I asked Jamora, bro, I was watching the preseason game against Steelers. Locke looked competent. No doubt he has the ability at least to perform a high standard with the people we got. Bingo, man. The Steeler game, go back and watch that preseason game. If you got the NFL one, go back and watch his performance in that game. Up until the very last play, he was solid to good throughout that game. Then he has COVID. Then there's the third preseason game, right? And then he's coming back off the sickness. He's trying to press. He knows he's got to make up ground because he's been out of practice for 2 weeks. Geno's been handling all the duties. And he pressed, and he made some mistakes. Deadly says, this is a dumb argument. Geno was doubted last year at this time, so that must mean Locke is just as good. See, this is, again, what drives me absolutely insane, Deadly. This is what drives me insane. I have at no point said Geno is exactly as good as Drew Lock, or Drew Lock is exactly as good as Geno Smith. No point. I said, okay, slight titch below him at 88%. And I've also said that that's not what it's based upon. I don't base anything on just a simplistic mindset where here's my one reason for believing what I believe, and it's only based on one reason. It's based on the fact that you got 2 guys, second round picks, right? Shades of that, shades of equivalent skill sets, big arms, quick deliveries, good mobility, guys put into bad situations in their first start, right? Guys brought into the league, asked a little bit too early on to carry the load when they weren't ready to do so on a team that was struggling from a talent standpoint to allow them to then succeed. That's the comparison. That's the comparison there. And the Geno relation I'm making is not that Geno did it, so now Drew can do it. The relation I'm making to Geno in the preseason, Deadly, is that all of the things I'm hearing about Drew Lock in this chat from a lot of different folks is the very same thing I was hearing about Geno Smith. Very same thing, the very same verbiage, the very same words being used. And I just can't help but sit here and go, okay, so there's no way that can change then. We were fixed on Drew Lock, just like we were fixed on Geno Smith, but Geno Smith changed hearts and minds, but Drew Lock can't change hearts and minds, even though he has a very comparative background to what Geno Smith had coming to the Seattle Seahawks. That's the comparison I'm making. Mike says, Geno throws a very accurate ball. He bested Wilson's best. His contract is market. His contract is market. Bested Wilson's. Okay. Nicholas, I've never been on the Lock train after hearing B's arguments. I now want Lock to start. We can get Caleb Williams laughing out loud. Jack, Drew Lock will throw a lot of yards, but he also loses you a lot of games with boneheaded decisions. Geno does a better job managing the games, in my opinion. People were telling me about Geno last year too, though. You know, he might throw it for some yards, but he's at the fourth quarter when the game's on the line. He'll fail on you. He can't win you the game. You know. Megan says, how the heck do you hire a coach after the draft? They're going to find a way to do it in Arizona. I don't know how you do it. I don't know why you do it, but they're going to try to find their way to do it, I guess. So good luck to them, I guess, on it. Part of it comes from Megan that no coach wants the job that's of any real value, and they know that. And so they're just probably hoping something shakes out. Why do I don't base quarterback contribution off pure stats. Allen has 4,280 yards and Cousins 4,547. So Allen is only 93% of the quarterback Kirk Cousins is. No, I don't think so. No, I'm not. I'm not basing it on pure stats. I think he can be 88% all the way down the line of what Geno can be. Megan, I would be very surprised if the Cards don't take quarterback this draft. I could see it. Seahawks Gaming, we all know what Drew Lock is. He's a gunslinger that will either throw a pick or a touchdown. Geno has had multiple years learning from Hall of Fame quarterbacks like Eli, Russ, and even Mike Vick, and can pick up blitzes. Good point. Jason McEward says, think Lock was a late first. Geno was an early second. Lock has talented arm. Let him develop like he has. I would be open to doing it, especially at a much significant cheaper rate than the cost would be for Geno at this point. New Blocks, if they sign Geno for $50 million cap hit, I will lose my mind. Hopefully not that much. So I just saying, thank you, Brandon. Thank you, man. Danny W says, I always appreciate how the cat comes to keep you company, enjoys being around your voice while minding her own space. She just wants to be near you, but not up on you. Yeah, she's a good girl. I got a good cat. I do. She knows she's gotten used to it too, Daniel. Ray Day says, I think the highest we should go for Geno is 25, 3 years max. If not, tag and trade or let him walk. If we draft a rookie late and he beats out Drew Lock for the starting job, I'd be stoked. I like that too. So the part about keep bringing Drew Lock in at that point is that you can go draft a quarterback to compete with him at that point. If we're worried that Drew's just not the guy, we could get another guy out there then to compete. Yeah, they won't pay him $50 million a year. That's Jason, if they sign Geno Smith through a $30 million a year contract, you're going to be in the same boat we were this year, one and done in the playoffs. I would think that that's a lot closer to where the pathway is going to lead for us into the future if that's the case in what they do. Ethan, I think the folks forget the 2022 Geno and rookie second-year Russell had a very similar role on the team. Neither quarterback was or is a superstar at those times. Yeah, I mean, he had to carry a little bit more, I think, than Russ did in his second year. Definitely did Geno because the running game wasn't as consistent. I'd give him that. Here's the difference I have seen with Geno and Locke. When give time, Locke will airmail, duck, or spike a pass to wide open wide receiver, which is his film at Denver is not good. Strong arm and poor coverage. But again, I think wide, you're making this assessment off Denver. So why not just make your assessment of only Geno off of what he did with New York? You would say the same things about what you saw from him in New York too. Doesn't it impact that you go to a team that's not particularly very good, that's 28th in pass protection? I mean, just on this basis alone, if I take any rookie quarterback, folks, if I take the best quarterback in a draft and I put him with an offensive line that's 28th in pass protection, is anybody expecting any quarterback, no matter the talent, to be successful in that circumstance? Would we not expect just about everyone to fail at that point? Especially when you have a head coach like Fangio, who reportedly didn't particularly like Locke at all as well, who he got in his doghouse with. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it just doesn't matter. Greg, Hawks posted Geno's longest pass, and none were longer than 40 yards, I think. Resigning Geno to a $30 million year deal over the next 2 to 3 years is saying DK can reach his full potential with Geno not going deep. Well said. Certainly, Geno, I think, pure deep 9 routes, which are DK's bread and butter, are not Geno's bread and butter. He can hit the deep stuff, deep post, deep out routes, deep comebacks. He can hit some of the deep stuff, but the longer stuff, I think, is where you're on point with, Greg. Yeah, I agree. That's not as much Geno's wheelhouse. Sam the Great, I think DK is the only guy who has a big contract on the roster, right? Jamal Adams has got a big contract. Lockett's got a pretty big contract. I guess that's about it. That'd be about it. Mr. Carroll, what is the fantasy team you're speaking of? Drew in his first year starting, and who is going to get us to a Super Bowl? If Drew balls, then we have to pay him. I'm getting a quarterback in addition. I'd be drafting a quarterback in addition to Drew. So it wouldn't be just signing Drew as some long-term answer here. I would look to get, again, to fit to the blueprint is to get the rookie quarterback, or at least on the rookie deal. Get the young quarterback on the rookie deal is the pathway that we're eventually trying to get to one way or another. It doesn't have to be a high first round quarterback at that point, right? Russ was a third rounder, so it's got to be a guy you're going to get waiting in the wings. Do you take a Hendon Hooker then in this draft? Maybe. Do you take one of these other quarterbacks in the draft? Maybe at that point you do. What is your fantasy team you're speaking of? Drew in his first year starting, and who is going to get us to Super Bowl? It's more about the value on this. Let's go bottom line on this, Mr. Carroll, to you on what is my bottom line on this. I believe I can build a super team up that then can overcome a quarterback not being the star of stars, not being a guy who is a fixture that many people have in their minds of what you need at the quarterback position in order to go out there and win. I believe if you build a stacked enough team and you put the team together in the right way around it, that they can get the most out of that quarterback. My proof of this has been the recent history of quarterbacks that have gone on to win Super Bowls. My proof of this has been the last time that you went to Super Bowls in the last 10 years with the same front office and the same coaching staff in place. You were taking this exact track. This was the route you went. This is how you went out and won a Super Bowl. So that's why I'd like to do it. That's why I think that there's success in going that route. I've seen success in the last 10 years going that route. I think I can replicate those same kind of conditions. You tell them. Why? It's funny how the narrative with Pete has changed. Before it was Russ was the only quarterback he ever had in the NFL, worth a damn and lucky to get him, and he sucks at team building. Lance, keep an eye on our division. What puts us in a position to own the West for a decade? Rams are in serious trouble. Cards are just a mess of a franchise. The 49ers are going to run up against the cap. I think you want to be able to strike at the right time then with that, Lance. You want to be making sure that you're ready to jump when it does come down the track, that you've got that opportunity to be that team that is ready to ascend right as those teams are descending, which could be made more of an argument for Lance of that being year 2, year 3 down the line of this. Not right now, not even maybe next year. Andrew says we could draft a quarterback, but we still will have Locke or Geno. If we draft a quarterback, why pay Geno big bucks? Yeah. I think if you sign Geno, I don't know if they necessarily draft the guy at that point, Andrew. They may just go and sign a veteran backup or something, E. Gibson, I think paying Geno $30 million is a bad move for one good season. We have too many other needs to address. We need to hit again in the draft and use free agency. I love it, man. Love it. Sam the Great, our defensive line is so damn garbage. I'd rather make that our first priority than worrying about what we'll pay Geno. Me as well. Mr. Carroll, so we're waiting for another rookie Russell Wilson situation. In that case, we should just take a quarterback this year. I'm okay with that too, Mr. Carroll. Like I said, the Locke thing is not the only path for me. I'm not like it's Locke or bust for me. I brought up Locke as an alternative to paying the $30 million to Geno. But if you wanted to go with a rookie quarterback instead and fit purely to the blueprint, then let's do it. Let's go with it. And understanding again, Russell Wilson was not 2017, 2018, 2019 Russell Wilson in 2012 and 2013. You have a much different player in those two different eras of Russell Wilson. One was a highly proficient game manager who could really use his legs, and the other guy was one of the top quarterbacks in the sport. So, that's where, again, the replicate, doing it again, going down the same road again, that's why I would like to do that, is you didn't need your quarterback to carry the day at that time. It wasn't as required at that point for the Russell Wilson type teams. Actually, I completely agree with Brando. Thank you, Akshay. Deadly, Locke doesn't have the accuracy that Geno has to be as productive. I don't know how you can compare them and say they are similar. I'm astonished by your take. It is just not an opinion. It is a fact. Okay. It's agree to disagree is definitely a place that we can get to, and that's okay. We don't have to agree about everything on this channel. 60% passer for Drew Lock with the Broncos. So let's see what Geno Smith was. Was Geno Smith with the New York Jets? Was he a 70% passer? Well, pretty. Let's take a look here. Let's see what Geno was. Because again, we're making this assessment on Drew Lock on his first couple of years. So then let's make our assessment on Geno Smith. Not on this year he had. Let's make it on the first 2 years he had too, right? Let's then be consistent with our approach. So let's see here. Geno in his first year, 55%. And then in his second year, 59%. Okay. Drew Lock in his first couple of years, 64%. 57% and 60%. Are we not seeing it with that on that Deadly? You're making your assessment off this 1 year of Geno Smith here now as he gets his true second chance, the same second chance I'm advocating to potentially give Drew Lock. But if you had done if you're going to be consistent in your approach on this, then be consistent in it. If you're going to make your assessment based on Drew Lock of what he did with the Broncos, then make your assessment on Geno Smith what he did with the Jets. Make it equivalent. First 2 years the guys are in the league. But what we see instead of that is that Geno Smith actually threw for 58, 59%, wasn't accurate at all in his first couple of years. And now 10 years later, he's become a 70% passer. Guys develop. Guys get better. What quarterbacks are when they walk in the door, like any player in the sport, is not fixed to who they will be a couple of years down the line. Guys get better and guys improve. And I think that, folks, when you make I kind of don't understand. Here's the part I don't get with this Deadly on folks where you're astonished by it, my opinion, you're calling it a fact. You're making all of your assessment, the basis of the most of your full assessment here is on Drew Lock in his first 2 years. Because all you've got is two preseason games now that are anything else other than that you can talk about. So you're making your assessment there, and you're overlooking what Geno did with the Jets and saying, no, what he was here in Seattle is what he really is now. But again, where you can't find an equivalency there, I kind of find mind-blowing. If Geno was such an accurate quarterback to your assessment of that Deadly, if he was so pinpoint on every turn and every place that he went to, why wasn't he throwing for 65% in his rookie year? Why wasn't he throwing for 70% in his second year? Why was there not an improvement there from him? I mean, why? Or I guess there was a 4% improvement from 55% in 13 to 59%. Still not touching 60% his first 2 years. But if you made your final assessment of Geno just based purely on those first 2 years, you would walk away and say he's inaccurate. But we both know at this point he's not that, right? So what's happened? Development. Guys improve. Guys get better. They're not set to what they are when they first walk in the league, especially when they first walk into the league in a shit situation, a situation that's not set up for them to be successful. Gibson says, I'm okay with being mediocre while trying to build a winner and upgrading our overall talent to become a serious contender. Me too. As somebody else said, this is about Super Bowls, not about sliding into the back door of the playoffs every year. Greg, let's say we take Carter at 5 and Cansey at 20. Would trade back up into the first round to select Schmidt? And more importantly, would Schneider do it? He would do it. They tried to do the very same thing last year for Linderbaum, the center that was coming out of, I think, Boston College last year, the best center in the college. They were trying to trade up into the back of the first round to get him. The cost was too much. I could see them doing more of that maybe this year, especially with the way the talent drops off at the back end of the second round. So now it isn't as bad for you, Greg, to say we'll give them our 2 second rounders to then move up and get that guy then back in the first. I could absolutely see them doing something like that. Well, Deadly, you can't say that I was hating on Geno in the preseason. So like you say, I will die. Deadly says, I will die on the hill. And I was pro Geno while all of you hated him in the preseason. So you can't say that about me, right? I got the receipts. I got the receipts to show that I was not saying that about him at all. I spent a whole 2 months of my offseason saying that we can be a lot better than people are thinking we're going to be. Geno will be better than people are thinking we're going to be. But there's also a place where I'll go, but let's not overdo it, right? Let's not crown him, right? He's going to be better than what he was, but let's not put him in this sort of crowning type state. While the starting quarterback cap number is low, the have been very high quarterback cap numbers, over 20% going to quarterback last year and still won the Super Bowl. There are other examples too. The Stafford winning the Super Bowl with the more than 20% of the cap thing, wide is a little bit of a misnomer, because the whole deal with that was that the Lions made the trade of Stafford and the bonus money remained with the Lions. They ate the rest of it, so that the Rams were only on the base money deal of Stafford at that point. So they got a little bit of restricted. Now they did have money going back, I guess, with the Goff deal, I guess, on it. So then there's a little bit of their bonus money on their side, I guess, which would be your point on it. But again, historically speaking, guys that you pay, if you take the top, if we did a study and we went over the last 5 years of the top 8 guys that are the highest paid quarterbacks in the sport on a yearly basis, on a yearly basis, maybe like 10% of those guys are getting in the playoffs. And it's a telling stat. And it's a rule of thumb. The rule of thumb is not that you're going to be great by paying your quarterback. The rule of thumb tends to be, well, this is going to make it hard for us to get to the playoffs. And I think those teams aren't able to get the playoffs as much because they're not able to build out a well-rounded roster that can be as strong across the board. Greg says, DK averaged only 8 yards a catch going into the Lions game and finished with a career low 10 yards a catch. Also, DK saw the lowest deep balls of his career. That's my only real pushback about re-signing Geno. Yeah, I think it's the one place I like a lot of Geno's skill set. I do think Deadly's right for pointing out that he's got some great accuracy. That's where he's outstanding with. He can really operate this offense well. I do think, though, the one place in Geno's game that's not necessarily the greatest is the deep ball stuff. I don't think he trusts himself as much on those deep throws. And this is coming off Russell, who was deep ball, moon ball city on that. But I think it's worth acknowledging. Lance Johnson says, 12's in the chat. Please stop looking at only the next 2 years. The goal shouldn't be to win a playoff game. Too many teams do that. Losing franchises do that. Let's win Super Bowls. Mediocrity sucks. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Garth Knight with another $5 dono. Thank you, Garth. I really do appreciate it, brother. Says, after hearing this chat, Mark Rogers has Geno at $43 million per season. He's gifting a Wingstop franchise to Eastern Washington. Yeah, I hope the agent's not listening. Just keep it going up. Keep the price going up. Andrew says, even so, Locke is cheaper and gives us a chance to draft a quarterback and build our defense. Geno is better, no doubt, but Locke isn't just a pushover. Seattle is a way better position for him than Denver was. Great way of putting that, Andrew, and I agree with you wholly. Again, I think Geno is a better quarterback a bit than Drew Lock, but is Drew Lock 65% to Geno Smith's 100%? I don't think so. Seahawks Gaming, I want Anthony Richardson. Dual threat quarterbacks are fun. I'll tell you, one of the shocking picks of this draft could become Seahawks taking Anthony Richardson at 5. It could blow some people away, but it's possible. Deadly says 32 million is not the same as it was 5 years ago. That is a steal for Geno. A steal? Steal? I think we utilize the term steal in different ways. If 32 million for Geno Smith's a steal, you're paying market rate for him at that point. It's not a steal. No, 32 million isn't the same as it was 5 years ago, but does 32 million at Deadly impinge you from being able to build out the rest of the cap? As I said, with Deadly, you're paying 32 million to Geno rather than, let's say, trade him at that point, get a second, third round pick back in return. He better take you to the Super Bowl at that point, buddy. You better be right on that, and he better be the guy to lead you to that Super Bowl thing. Because if he is a little bit as restricted as he is, just a tiny bit limited as he is, to where he needs the super roster to get him the Super Bowl, but he's not going to get that because he's commanding the salary he is. I hope you're right. I do hope you're right about that. Lance Johnson, to piggyback on B's point on Locke, definitely defensive-minded coaches like Carroll like to control the ball and not take chances. Locke didn't fit that style of quarterback. Most rookies won't either. Stats are limited too. Bingo. Ethan, and I was at the scrimmage game and reported my observations, and Locke outperformed Geno all the way down to the eye test. Exactly what I was hearing from other people at that time, Ethan. Was that to say that Locke was not neck and neck there with Geno throughout training camp. Geno had him beat. Geno had the early lead, but Geno had the early lead because he was the guy that was here before Locke too, right? He had a head start on Locke. Locke had to kind of make up that ground if he was going to overtake him on that job, but he was certainly a neck and neck battle. S. Jamora, Deadly, just go watch the preseason games. You'd be surprised by how similar the talent is to Geno with a higher ceiling. His picks he had against Dallas were bogus. His receivers couldn't catch shit. Actually, you really think you're better at evaluating talent than the coaches? All right, I guess you're not. I think you're talking to me. But appeals to authority, we are bad. Jason McGeer, Geno could easily have had 10 more interceptions this year, says Jason. Yes, I said 10 more. Don't forget that. Later in the year, he slowed down. Drew Lock has a better arm. Let him play. Love the thoughts, man. And that's the part people got to consider with the Geno stats on this. You can't deny the turnover-worthy plays went up as the year went along. They went up as the year went along. And I can make my peace with it at a lower-end contract. But now, you talk about 32, 33, 34 million a year, I'm going to look at my quarterback a lot different way at that point. You're going to command that kind of salary. Now you've got to carry the day to me a little bit. Maybe not the full day where you got to be superhero time, but you're going to have to carry the day. You're going to come out and save the day quite a bit at that point. And I worry about that when there's those, are those turnover-worthy plays not going to maybe be picked off a little bit more next year? A little bit less of the defenders allowing a ball that hits them right in the hands to be dropped. Sam the Great says, I'm not saying make Geno the next Jeff Bezos. I'm just saying come to terms on a fair agreement. Agreed. And I felt like a fair agreement was in more of a $27 million territory. I think $35 million is now pushing more to his top market spot. A little bit closer to what he's going to get a little bit more on open market. And I don't want to be paying up against what he'd get on the open market. I want to get to pay what he's worth and what he can get. So it's not Jeff Bezos' point, but yeah, I get where you're coming from. I wish they could find that common ground, but I think it's pushing a little higher. Deadly, I'm not saying there isn't anybody other than Geno either. You're putting words in our mouths, Brandon. I guess we're starting from a whole different point on this, Deadly. The spot where I'm standing in, and maybe I'm sorry if there's a misunderstanding on this. The point of bringing up Drew Lock was not to say I'm in on all Drew Lock, and it's only Drew Lock is the way. The point was that there's alternatives to Geno, and we start to talk about Geno being paid at 32 to 35 Deadly a year, 35 million a year. We need to start looking at the alternatives. One of the first alternatives I would look to would be Drew Lock. I've said a couple times it's not the only alternative I'd look to. It wouldn't preclude me from drafting another quarterback. But some of what I'm hearing from the Geno people is that it's almost that we just need to pay Geno no matter what at the 32 to 33, 35 million, that there's not the alternative approaches to take. And I think it's getting up at a costly point here where we've got to start looking at the alternatives. That's where I was starting out in this whole initial point that we kind of began out of. It might have twisted and morphed into other areas of the discussion on this. But that's what I'm trying to say with all this. I'm not even trying to say it has to be a Drew Lock. It can be an alternative other quarterback. But I think I can go out there and find an alternative quarterback that's at 88% of what Geno Smith gave me this year. And I don't think I'm going to have to pay $33 million a year to get it done. Why do I says if this class hits, Seattle will have a ton of starters on rookie contracts, 6 or so for accounting each starter is saving 10 to 15 million per year over a good starting free agent. That's why I'm okay with signing Geno. As long as you got those young guys developing in that way, though. Why? That's the key on that one, isn't it? Yeah, Deadly, I'm not saying 30 million is the same as 5 years ago. What I'm saying is that when you've tended to pay quarterbacks top of the market money, many of those quarterbacks every year don't even get into the playoffs. And the reason they don't get into the playoffs is because they're taking up a substantial amount of the cap space. So it's like one begets the other to me. I find a connection between the two. But I'm not saying that 30 million, I don't know if I ever said 30 million this year is exactly the same as it was 5 years ago. Yeah, Mr. Carroll, sorry, man. I know sometimes I get behind the chat. I try to stay as fast as I can on it, but it gets tough, especially on lively discussions like this. So, actually, so what surprises me is the more fans here care about individuals than the team. First Russ, now Geno. I only care about Seahawks. Me as well. And I don't know if the people are coming at it from that lane exactly. I think they're just very pro Geno. And again, even though I disagree, I completely understand where people come from. And if your standpoint of that, I want Geno here, I'll pay 3 years 34, and that's low market from your standpoint of things, I'm understandable at it. I'm not trying to throw shade at anybody. I just don't agree with it. Mr. Carroll, to you, 5 million more a year is what you're hung up on? Yeah, I don't even, what's housed in this, Mr. Carroll, is that I want to have the blueprint and what you did as far as the blueprint before to get you the NFL. When I look at quarterbacks winning Super Bowls over the last 10 years, having a young quarterback on a rookie deal seems to be a very advantageous place to operate from in order to go win Super Bowls. That seems to be a pretty good way to go with it. And if I can go that route, or I have a quarterback I'm paying so low money that's very equivalent to having the young quarterback on the rookie deal, I'm going to take that approach. So I'm informed in my outlook on this and my motivations on this by what we did before, trying to replicate that, understanding that when you went out there and you started spending the money on Russell Wilson that you were, there was a direct impact to how that then took its hits on the roster and how you had to let guys go and things had to get weaker in other areas in order for you to pay that quarterback that much more money. And so that does inform me on this. It does. So when it goes to, is 5 million more a year what I'm hung up on, yes, it is. It's 5 million is a significant player I can bring in here. It's a 3-year contract. It's going to hurt. I don't really like to do it at 27. I don't like to do it 25. I don't really want to be paying any quarterback big money at this point. So even to draw up to that point is a little bit of an acknowledgement of an appreciation of Geno's value. But yeah, there comes a point where there's a line and you've got to know where the line is and where you won't cross it, and don't extend yourself beyond it because it will impact you. Yeah, Mr. Carroll, for me, so let's make sure we're clear on the numbers here of what we're having reported here too, Mr. Carroll. 25 is where I wanted to be with Geno. I could maybe get talked up to 27 if we could move the number around. Geno Smith, as far as reports are concerned on this, has turned down a 3-year, $30 million deal. So when I want to be at 25 and now we're talking about 32, 33, 34, you're kind of getting more into $7, $8, $9 million difference. But yeah, I'll even stand on the $5 million. I don't want to do it for $5 million more. I don't think it's worth it. Actually, it says, if anyone following Brandon, he himself was on the Geno Smith camp before asking price went north of 30. Bingo. I did a video with He's the Way, and I'd love to re-sign him. But, and this is what my general manager told me himself. So this isn't what I'm saying with you. Your general manager told you this in an interview himself a couple weeks ago. There's a line that we will go to and you don't cross the line. And it may seem arbitrary and you may go, well, kind of like my guy did above. And he said, well, wait, you're willing to do this off just a $5 million deal? Yeah, I will. That's negotiations. There's a price you go to and there's a price you won't go to. And there's always got to be a spot where you go, okay, that's the cutoff. I ain't going past it. No more. And he's pushed well behind that if he's at 32, 33, 34 million. Like, oh, Lordy. Mom and Pops SRT with a $5 donation. Thank you, Mom and Pops. I appreciate you. Says, I'm with you, Brandon. I was hoping Gino would start for us with the new season. Me too, man. Me too. And I would like to have him back. And maybe they can move some numbers around. Maybe they can put some void years on this and kind of get the lower down money hit. But boy, when I was hearing a couple days ago, we're now starting to push 32, 33, 34. That gets a little bit tough. And I do still like all this talk that we're having. I still think the Geno Smith deal is going to get done at the end of the day. But doesn't mean I got to like it, And when we are impinged to being able to sign other guys, because we are spending $30 million a year, $35 million a year. And now we got no Daron Paynes, no major free agents in this year's class, only able to do so much next year too in addition. We'll see the impact. We'll feel the impact of that. Thank you though, Mom and Pops. Appreciate you and glad you agree. Garth Knight with a $5 dono. Thank you, Garth. Says, Brando, Mark Rodgers has involved you in his deals. He wants $44 million per year for Geno and the Orange Cat. This is Rodgers. This Rodgers is something. He never stops, Garth. Does the man know no end to his requirements? Does he never stop with his insistence on taking everything? Must he have it all, Garth? Must he have it all? We already moved Russell. Now I've got to pay him as well on top. Could you imagine, Garth, if like tomorrow Geno announced he's going with Mark Rodgers? Russell just made a good argument for why he's the guy. He's the man. Jason McEwart, everybody said last year's draft was quarterback, and they said that this year is going to be, there might be one or two. To me, Bryce Young isn't one of them. Stroud and maybe, got cut off there, Jason. Just a little bit. Maybe, got cut off, sorry. S. Jamora says, shaking my head, a lot of people in here are undermining Drew Lock. Go watch the preseason games and tell me how great the difference is between Geno and Lock. Well said. Well said. Mr. Carroll says, I don't think Drew makes the same jump in 1 year that Geno made in 7. Good point, Mr. Carroll. Certainly, Geno has had some extra time in the lab to do some of that lonely work that a quarterback's got to do in order to get better above the neck above. And we don't know where necessarily Drew is in that cycle of things. There could be an argument to be made with this, Mr. Carroll, that Geno could have given the type of season he gave this year in year 4, in year 5. That he was ready at that time to take these steps forward in his game like he did this year. He just didn't have the opportunity until year 10, So I'll give you, it's a valid point. I don't know if Drew's going to make the same leap. I do think some of Geno's leap is the supporting cast. So I think maybe that's a little bit of our difference of the opinion of this is the effect a great supporting cast can have on a quarterback and what how that can lift a quarterback's performance up. Rather than the quarterback simply going from being what they are to being even greater with the supporting cast, I guess, which may be what you're kind of operating from with the way you view the supporting cast element of things. But I feel like the supporting cast can help impact the quarterback position in a big way. Just tags, I really hope Derek Young wins wide receiver 3 or 4. He seems really good. John Schneider said that he felt like he was going to take the biggest steps forward of any player in this last draft class next year. I think that was pretty eye-opening of John to mention that. Here. Nicholas Newton, Geno throws deep. He just doesn't do it a lot. He completes some balls. He just doesn't do it a lot, Nicholas. That's the thing with it. Jason, you respond to what am I? Danny W says, does no one remember that Geno fumble versus the Steelers in OT and the interception when Tyler Lockett fell versus the Rams last year prior? Geno got better. Why can't Drew Lock? People have such a short memory. I do. Lance, some of you are convincing me to go the Drew Lock rookie quarterback plan. Trade Geno for more picks. Tavares. Actually, let's not forget Geno Smith fumble in the playoffs, which changed the entire game on its head. It was impactful in that one. Daniel, Geno did not play nearly as good in the year Russell got hurt in those games, and he could not push the ball down the field at all outside the opening drive versus the Rams. Well said. He had the Saints throw too to DK, but then didn't do anything else in the rest of that game, Daniel, to your point on that. New Blacks, I just want to draft Levis. I like me Levis, New Blacks. Sign me up on that. Nicholas Newton, you just said he doesn't throw deep, he doesn't deep go back and what I said. What you just said about the video is invalid. Yeah, it's again, folks, we can disagree on stuff. The whole, that's just admitted wrong. Fact, you're wrong. False. False, you don't know nothing of what you speak. False, invalid, unfactual, false. We can agree to disagree, guys. It's okay. It's not the end of the world if you and I don't see alignment on the very same thing. I'm leaving your opinion. I'm not telling anybody that your opinion's invalid because I disagree with you. In fact, I think I've countered the same way. I've taken quite a bit from others here in the chat telling me that somehow everything's false or invalid about me having my position on things. It'd be nice if this could be a little bit of an equivalent in this discussion on this rather than having to go and draw in that way. Okay. Geno to me is not as good at throwing 9 routes. I don't think that that's his bread and butter. I don't think he's as accurate with it. I don't think he's on point with it. Did he complete some throws on 9 routes that were great? Yeah. Does he have some other throws like the one to DK on the fake in San Francisco where he severely underthrows him on the deep route? Yeah. It's got some of those that happen too as well in those throws. He's got a lot of throws that he makes upper level throws on, upper level accuracy on. It's not great shade to throw at Geno to say he's not great throwing the deep balls, but he's better on the short and intermediate game of things. That's more of where his strength lies. So some folks are like, do you guys think Geno's like a top 5 quarterback or something here? Like, is that what some people are presenting? I'm not trying to say that's what you're presenting, but are we presenting that at this point, that he has no limitations, that he's some ethereal quarterback that just everything's a plus with him, plus mobility, plus arm, plus deep ball, plus short and intermediate, plus leadership, plus from the late. I mean, maybe we should pay him. Jason B. John Snyder here. Lock starts. I just signed Payne, defensive tackle. Morris to center. Number 2, wide receiver. Got a second and a third for number 7. Plus have 18 million. 3 more signings coming. As a Seahawks fan, you ready to make a playoff run? I'm ready. Sign me up. Lance Johnson Pumpkin wants an elite quarterback. Middling quarterbacks like Kirk Cousins making big money limits you to playoff losses. Maybe a wild card win. Yeah, I think one wild card win is about your top end at that point. Misplaced 12. What's up, Misplaced? Good to see you in the chat. It says, Geno at 30 million is the safe bet. Lock plus draft picks and free agents either get us a deeper run or fails and we get to make a run at Caleb Williams. Safe picks are for the cards. Love it, Misplaced. I love it. Axe says Geno Smith will get us 2 more years of 10-7 and 1 and done. I guess the fan base is content with that. Maybe so. I know you're not. I know I'm not on that Akshay. We're 1 Super Bowls here. That's what we're trying to ascend towards. Lance Johnson says Geno or Lock, Payne and Edmonds. Geno or Lock, Payne and Edmonds. Great way of putting it, man. It's a great way of putting it. Mr. Caldillo, Lock IMO is more of a gunslinger type quarterback. That doesn't work if you're trying to win with elite defenses. You need a vet or a ball conservative quarterback, a la old Russ Purdy, the Eagles quarterback. Well, I mean, again, it's the assessment comes from that Mr. Carroll of what he did with what he did with the Broncos for his first couple of years there, and what you're making that off of. And it's again, if just a reference to the Geno, if we did that with Geno, he never would have had an opportunity to start here. They would have just been, well, we know what you are. We got the Jets. We got the Jets 2 years of tape to go off of. We know what you are. Your first 2 years in the league, we have that tape to go off of. We know what you are. I mean, is it maybe? And again, I know I'm behind the chat here, Mr. Carroll, so I'm sorry about that. I'm trying to catch up, but maybe because some of that could be a little bit of that there, right? Where it's the fact the guy was in his first 2 years in a bad situation, plus playing for, again, both Geno and Drew Lock playing for defensive-minded coaches who really were just trying to have their defense kind of carry the day. It's not the greatest of situations for young quarterbacks to go to. And I think a lot of quarterbacks would have failed in those kind of situations. Chrono says, I love how detailed this live stream has gotten. Started as a mock draft and has turned into an argument about whether to pay Geno or not. I know, man. We went kind of a little off the rails on this one today. That's how it goes, though, man. You just got to go with the flow. Radius, I'm thankful for last season. Wouldn't mind if Geno went and got his $40 million somewhere else. Me as well, Radius. That's how I stand with it as well. I'm very happy with Geno did. It's great to see what he did. I love what he did. But if it's going to be that, we're talking the price getting up into this marker. It's like, best of luck to you, man. Why do I? Pete goes with Lock over Geno. Seattle has failed season. Does not have to be Lock's fault. Pete gets fired right after. Laugh my ass off. Most likely gets an extension the way Jody loves him. Pete has hip moves. Megan says, can you explain to me why having quarterbacks compete with each other is a good idea, please, B? To me, it seems like a waste of a pick if you already have a quarterback. Well, I think that the same thing that you would apply to other positions, Megan, which is that competition brings out the best performance. If a guy has his job and he knows he's got the job and he's got it won and there's no competition, isn't there a natural human tendency at that point to slack a little bit, to ease off the stick a little bit? You know, I got this. I'm comfortable. Where when you have a guy uncomfortable, that he's a little bit more toe in the line, you know, he's a little bit more on his P's and Q's. And a lot of the success that this team had, Megan, during their time period of the 2011, 12, 13 range of things was they let competition be king. Just because you were a first round pick didn't mean that you were going to have a starting job just given to you. You were going to have to earn it, and you're going to have to earn it every single day in practice. And that's part of what made that team so great. That's part of what Coach Carroll utilizes to foster the type of team that he fosters. So why should the quarterback position be any different? And indeed, Megan, when you had that same run at that time, when you had that same competition going on at the cornerback spot and the linebacker spot and the defensive line spot, while that was going on at the very same time, you had the competition going on where as well? The quarterback spot. You had Tavares Jackson, who had started multiple years of games here for you already on the roster and was at least, I guess, functional. You signed Matt Flynn to a free agent contract. A pretty big free agent contract at that. Did you hand Matt Flynn the job, Megan? You know, if kind of like the philosophy you're talking about, you would have just handed Matt Flynn the job. You said, okay, we paid you, Matt Flynn, so it's your job now. Got to give it to you. But instead, you didn't do that. You then drafted Russell in addition to that. You had a 3-man competition in that preseason, and you said, let the best man win. And what did it do? What was the quarterback that it got you? A quarterback who ended up going on to have almost a Hall of Fame career, maybe. So I'm a big believer in competition is not a negative thing. It's a thing that helps the cream rise to the top. Jack says, anyone know if B is single? My aunt is curious. I am indeed single perpetually. I'm such a people person. How does it not happen that I got myself a woman? Lance Johnson says, keep in mind, Geno had 4 to 5 to 6 interceptions flat out dropped. Geno played well, but he wasn't a superstar. He played well. Very well put it. The turnover-worthy throws were definitely upping throughout the course of the year with Geno. It went from very clean through those first 12 games to very unclean in the back half of the schedule a bit. Greg, yeah, Nicholas, Jason says, and when I say he was in Denver, he had multiple different offensive coordinators, so we really don't know what he can do, just like we didn't know what Geno could do until last year either. Agreed. I don't know if Geno, I don't think Drew Lock can be great, but I think we don't quite know necessarily what he is in. I just don't think you can make if any quarterback it doesn't matter whether it be the Drew Lock or Geno Smith. If you're talking about making your assessment on a quarterback of what they did in their first 2 years in the NFL, and that's who they are, regardless of the place they are, regardless of the circumstances they're at, I think that's making a little bit of an early assessment on a guy without enough data to go off of. Sometimes you don't have enough data. Sometimes the guy hasn't gotten a starting job or another opportunity. But to me, then that should open up more of the door of uncertainty, of more of a question mark, more than an exclamation point. And that's really the place I come from with it on it, as much of it. Appreciate you, Mr. Carroll. And again, on the folks I disagree with, I'm not I completely get where you're coming from. Don't think you're crazy for thinking what you think. I can get the comfortability with wanting to stay with Geno. This is really a strategy thing as much as anything. Just different strategies at play as much as anything else. Actually, if we sign Geno Smith, they will cut Quandre, else there's little to no way to sign anyone else in free agency. Probably going to have to do some of those moves, yeah. So Nicholas, he can throw the deep ball, but he's not accurate throwing the deep ball with it. It's just not the strength of his game. It's if there's a top 10 deep ball throwers in the National Football League, if there's a top 13 deep ball throwers in the National Football League, I don't think Geno's in that mark. He's got a lot of parts to his game that are really good. He can make the occasional deep throw, but I don't know if that's his, I don't know if that's as much a strength of his game. Hawks fan with a $5 dono. Thank you, Hawks fan. Says, I just recently ordered my Steve Largent throwback jersey. I can't wait for it to arrive and for our team to debut them. Oh, it's a Hawks fan. I'm so stoked for next year's jerseys. I'm not usually a jersey guy. They don't do much for me most of the time. I'm like, whatever, it's a jersey. This is going to be different. It's going to hit me in the nostalgia. It's going to hit me in the feels. It's going to hit me in the childhood, right? It's going to be right in the childhood. I'm going to love to see it on those guys. The jerseys are going to look sweet. My prediction is the fans are going to love them when they see them. You chose an awesome jersey with Largent. I don't have to tell you, just look over my shoulder right here, man. That's a great jersey. Hopefully you got a nice place on the wall ready to put that one up there and have that get that thing framed, man. Get that thing framed. Or wear it. Make it a lucky jersey like my other Largent jersey. One of the two, because that Largent jersey of power, Hawks fan, it's a powerful, powerful jersey. Hawks fan with a $2 donation says, I wish I got to see Largent play. So one of the things that I really got as a treat in the 80s to watch was I got to watch Steve Largent play on a weekly basis, and I got to watch Ken Griffey Jr. play on a daily basis baseball. And what unique talents those guys were. And just, you're not going to see guys like that come down the track ever again like that. And Steve was a guy that, it's you get a guy like DK and you'll root for the guy. He's big and he's faster than everybody and he's just physically more dominating than people at times. With Largent, he could be none of that. He had to be smarter. He had to be a step ahead of guys. He had to set guys up. He had to mess with some heads a little bit. And just such a true competitor out there. When the ball's in the air, he was going to go get it. It was his ball. Didn't matter if he was giving up 3-4 inches to the cornerback or he's giving up 25, 30 pounds or there's a safety about ready to headhunt on him coming down. Different kind of cat. They played it a different way back in those days. Never be another guy like Steve Largent. And he is by far and away from me, Hawks fan, my favorite player in Seahawks history. Just a special kind of cat. And a guy whose greatness gets lost to history a little bit because Jerry Rice essentially broke all of the records that he had sort of set at the wide receiver position almost immediately 5 minutes after he retired. But shouldn't take away from his greatness. And he was indeed. Jack says, love Cansey, but he's more suited for a 4-3. Me too, Jack. If you take Cansey, you got to go 4-3. You got to go back to it. You can't run him out of a 3-4 defensive end. Sam the Great says, I get the argument. Any quarterback can thrive on this roster, but I think Geno will do better than Locke in this system. It's fair enough. And I am kind of acknowledging that in what I say too, where I do say that, Drew does give you, by my standard, and what I would guess on this, 88% of Geno. So I do feel like you are losing a little bit of something going to Drew Lock from Geno. I just don't think it's substantial. Actually, if Sean Desai leaves, do we go back to a 4-3? I think it opens the door wider for that to happen. Let's not discount the fact, though, that Ed Donatel just got fired by the Vikings. He and Carroll have a pretty deep history of being pretty close with each other. You could just flip out Desai for Donatel at that point, theoretically. Nubelach says, if only they didn't decide on drafting a number 3 gimmick wide receiver over a Pro Bowl center that almost every Hawk fan wanted when the pick came. That was a brutal one, man. Yeah, hindsight 2020. Sam the Great, but the point is not having to pay Geno $30 million compared to what you get from Locke until you have a good roster. The one thing, Jack, with Hurt being a Fangio guy is he doesn't know as much about the secondary stuff. And Hurt himself said that, and they had him mic'd up on talking to Al Woods and Quentin Jefferson last year in training camp. about why Desai was kind of brought in. So I think that's the one part that's the opening in that at that point. It's a very secondary driven defense, and Kurt's more of a defensive line guy. Michael Crowers, I was for Geno, probably 20% of us who have been around for a long time. We've seen almost all of it. Locke Wilson. Why I look at it this way. This is why do I. What is the percentage chances of Locke being another written off quarterback that can take a team to the playoffs? It's a short list of quarterbacks that have done it. It's why Geno is the story he is. Yes, your point on that is correct in that there's not a lot of quarterbacks that have done that. I would offer to you, though, that you have an NFL why do why that's a very disposable league, and that guys get the one chance to do what they're going to do, and if they don't show out in that one chance, they're really not going to get the second opportunity. Josh Rosen, you come into the league with the Arizona Cardinals, you got 1 year, they decide you're not it. There's no other chance for Josh Rosen. He bounces around the league on a couple backup points, and then he's gone. I think a lot of those guys that flame out in that first opportunity don't always get the true second chance. And that's some of that of why that list is shortened than why do why is if there's a built-in predilection by the NFL to not want to give second chances to quarterbacks, then you would tend to see probably not too many teams that are being led to the playoffs by a quarterback that's on his second team at that point. It doesn't necessarily mean there isn't a guy out there who's worthy or able to do the same thing that other guy did. It's more about the NFL's nature of the disposable nature of the NFL. You know, they will run through guys. They'll spin them out. They're not interested in being patient. It's one of the reasons why to me, you've got an epidemic of an issue in NFL where quarterbacks need to sit. They need the year or two to develop. They need that time to just give me a second to figure out how to be a pro and understand some of the stuff from the neck up. And instead they just get thrown into the deep end of the pool and the teams are like, swim. It's like, I can't swim. I can't swim. Just, can you throw me down? I guess he can't swim. He sucks. I see a little bit of that, and I count more into that than I do to say that Geno was some special magical unicorn out there. I look at it like there's other unicorns out there. There's just not been teams actually looking for him. Long live the king. I understand building defense, but stepping back on offense a step or two, but then you're the Baltimore Ravens or Dallas Cowboys. Well, I don't look at it as step back. I look at it as more as let's fit to the 2012 blueprint. You know, that's what I more look at it for. And that you, again, as I see it, you build the super team, then you don't have a quarterback that's required to draw stuff along as much. And you had success going that way. Jeffrey Nicholson says there's always alternatives. There is indeed. And he's $35 million, ain't worth it. Why do I says, I guess I just need some clarification on Lockview. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying you're seeing. How long would you want to sign him for? How much? How far do you see him taking the team? What I see is that I don't know that you're ready to get to be an elite team next year, whether it's Geno Smith or Drew Lock at the helm. Why do I? So I don't know if you're quite ready to be that elite team quite yet next season as it is. Maybe then you should be the next year after that. I would look at getting Lock on a 1-year deal, a very much an equivalent deal to what I gave Geno Smith this year. 1 year, $3 million deal with some incentives on the top of that. A couple $1 million in incentives on top of that. But it'd be a 1-year deal. I would not sign Drew Lock to a multi-year deal. I'd do him on a 1-year deal. I'd get a rookie quarterback. Like we just talked about with the Russell Wilson situation. Russell comes in, you already have Tavares Jackson on the roster, you already have Matt Flynn on the roster. So simply having Drew Lock on here wouldn't mean that you couldn't go get a Hendon Hooker, or you could even maybe go get an Anthony Richardson if you want to do that. Maybe the team loves Anthony Richardson, right? But they think he's not ready for a year or two. So we have Lock in on a 1-year deal, let him play out, see what he does, maybe give him another 1-year deal the year after that, or he goes and you get someone else until Richardson goes, or you just go with Richardson at that point, right? You want to go one of those two ways. But, this next year, does Lock get you to a Super Bowl? Probably not. But then also at the same point in time, why do wide? If you're able to lock in the super team in the way that I'm talking about, if the team's aggressive out in free agency, if they drill this draft out of the park, and now I don't need Drew Lock to be 100% of Geno Smith because I have a team that's essentially 135% of what they were the prior year. So now Drew can just fit into a role. He can fit into that Russell Wilson-like role, 25 to 30 attempts a game, balanced offensively, heavy amount of running, and then he can find success within that. Now, can he take us to the Super Bowl with that? Maybe not. But again, I think I'm not sure. My contention on this would also be, I don't think Geno Smith at $32 million a year is going to get you to the Super Bowl either. I think it'll eventually will hold you back. Michael Kaseki says, and no one will pay him $30 million or more above. Stick to your guns, John. Michael says, if Geno's stupid enough to actually go to another team, he'll fail. He's been coached up through the years to succeed here. And no one will pay him $30 million or more above anyway. Stick to your guns, Schneider. I don't know, Mike. I think there will be a team willing to pay him. I think there will be a team willing to give him probably $30 million and maybe even up to 35, maybe even 40. And looking at this musical chairs of teams that need quarterbacks versus the availabilities of available quarterbacks that are out there, very few quarterbacks available, very many teams that are quarterback hungry and needy. That just takes one team to do the crazy thing at that point, Mike. And I think there might be that team that's just crazy enough to do the crazy. Actually, Locke is a kid. He needs more maturity. There is more upside there. Geno's tapes are out. Also go and watch Jalen Ramsey's interview. I'll check it out. Greg says, best case scenario, trade Geno, sign Payne and Edmonds, draft Carter, AR-15, and JMS all in the first round, and just nail the rest of the draft using BPA. I like it. I do like it. Hawks fan with another $10 donation. Man, Hawks fan, thank you for the triple donos. You're awesome for doing so. He says, I've been doing a lot of draft simulations, and Bijan Robinson is almost always there at 20. Would you like that if we selected him at 20? Imagine Bijan and Walker in our backfield. This is a controversial question, Hawks fan, and I certainly get folks in the chat that get a little annoyed with me when I say this. But I've found myself more and more leaning away a little bit from the analytic folks that say that the running backs just don't have any impact, and you can find all equivalency up there in the 5th or 6th round from a guy that you could have picked in the first round. I think Bijan Robinson is the best back to come out since Saquon Barkley. I think he's probably even better than Saquon was. He's very much, I think, in a mode of being kind of close to where you have with Adrian Peterson in his level of talent. So if you get him at 20 at that point, to me, he's a pure tier 1 prospect in this draft. If I'm getting a tier 1 prospect, regardless of position in the draft at Big 20, that's good value. So, if you took him there, I'd be okay with it. The final thing that informs me with it of taking it beyond just the value here, Hawks fan, is that when you look and track since Marshawn Lynch left from 2015 onwards here through this last season, every single year you're watching your running back room get decimated. Every single year, without fail, decimation. And so to look into next year and go, okay, Rashad Penny goes in free agency, Homer goes in free agency, and now you're going to have Walker and Homer, and then you'll draft some guy in the 5th or 6th round, and those 3 guys will somehow be enough to carry you through the day. That'll be enough to get it done at that point. I don't think so, especially not in this now 17-game season. So Hawks fan, from my standpoint, what I think you've got to do is build up not only a deep stable of running backs, but it also is helpful if you can build up a deep stable that also they're also really highly talented guys. I think there'll be enough carries between Bijan Robinson and Kenneth Walker that you'll be able to get those guys their touches. And I also like the thought of remaining more of a balanced team. I don't want to throw 60% of the time. I don't want to throw 55% of the time in a stadium that has inclement weather and it's raining and it's windy and it's cold and it's tough at times to complete passes. I want the type of team that can run on anybody, any week, anywhere, anytime. And you do that by building up a great offensive line while also having great running backs there who can operate behind that offensive line. Make it a true strength of this team. Make it a unique strength of this team versus any other NFL team in the sport. Be that one place where you have an advantage that no one else has. And if that's your best player on the board, and boy, I looked at the 20 options as well. I think you did the same here, Hawks fan, on your simulations. When you run your simulations, PFF, whatever you utilize to run your mock drafts, I think many of you are finding the very same thing. You're arriving at 20 and you're going, yeah, hoo-ah, hoo-hoo-hoo. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's, yeah, no, that's not, I don't like those guys. And then you look at Bijan and you're like, ooh. So I get it, man. I get it. We may be out on a boat out in the middle of the ocean together alone on this one, Hawks fan, because there's a lot of folks, especially your analytic folks, who just absolutely still abhor the Walker pick from last year, who think you should never pick a back in the first 3 rounds, much less pay one. But I wouldn't land there. I would count on the recent injury history. I would count on the difference-making talent of Bijan Robinson. I'd count on building a team that could be very run-centric moving into the future. All of those would inform me in such a way that I would be willing to pull that trigger. I do think this is all kind of a exercise in futility a little bit, Hawks fan, because I do expect him to probably be taken inside the top 15 picks. I think somebody's going to select him. But the argument still holds. If your opponent knows what you're going to do, that is not helpful. Geno post-Bucks game was 20th overall in quarterback ranking. He definitely dipped after the Bucks won for the back half of the schedule. Why do I? Says counter. Geno had as many, if not more, drives killed by offensive line and big-time passes dropped than bad passes not intercepted. He will also be second season as a starter in the system with the same offensive line personnel. There were some moments of drive killing spots on your point on that. Atlanta game, for instance, jumped out to me to your point with that. Were those moments that put you in tougher situations. I think even the Niner game with the fumble, prior to the fumble, there was a penalty or something that happened there that stopped things up a little bit. So I think there's some validity to that behind that. Why do I? I don't know about there being like an epidemic of drops. DK Metcalf wasn't even top 25 in drops this year. Neither was Tyler Lockett. That's where the multitude of your targets went. I think Fant, Disley, and Parkinson were all pretty sure-handed throughout the course of the year. I think in the preseason, that was certainly the case where he couldn't get someone to catch a cold. So I'll give it to you on the penalties with it. I don't know about on the passes drop side of it. And every quarterback is going to deal with some drop passes. Nobody's going to have everybody catching everything. But also none of those things really have anything to do with the turnover worthy plays. And again, somebody else mentioned this stat, which is the very key stat on the turnover worthy plays on this wide to wide, is that he had all these increases in turnover worthy plays where that could have been intercepted. That was an interceptable worthy play. You hit the guy right in the chest. He dropped it. That went in tandem with the stat that he had the least amount of turnovers on those turnover worthy plays. So it definitely helped him out statistically that those guys weren't catching those picks. And that's also something that's going to be a little bit of what I would say would be a regression to the mean, where that happens next year in the same territory. He's not getting as many dropped interceptions at that point from it. But you're right. If you did I'll give you another place where I'll give you some point where you're right on this. If Geno does come back next year to the team offensively will be improved from what they were this year. You will be better at center. You will be better at right guard. Your tackles will be improved on the outside. There's no step back you're necessarily taking with that. Now, are you able to improve the defense enough on the other side of that to get them to raise their mark up there at that point? That might be more my question with it. But yeah, he would be better. Lance, Steve Young looked horrible in Tampa. Jim Plunkett looked bad in New England. There's a long list of quarterbacks that needed a change of scenery. Thank you, Lance. And yes, 100%. How about the Washington, Doug Williams going and winning a Super Bowl with Washington? And yeah, it's just what a quarterback does in his first stop is not all on his fault. It does not mean that the guy is just a shot fighter and he's a bust and that's just what he is. Sometimes that's the case with a guy like Jamarcus Russell that doesn't show a willingness to study or work on his game or improve himself as a player at all. Sometimes that's just guys need a little bit more time to develop. And not everybody's going to arrive at their top end at the same speed. Long live the king says, unpopular opinion, I don't even want better players on defense. If we run the same crazy scheme, way more sleepless nights as a fan. Let's probably just attempt to outscore people. Hey, that's an approach. It's an approach. I love the Plunkett Young comparisons, Lance. That's great. Those are some great comps. I mean, isn't Young the epitome of what I'm talking about here? He goes to, Tampa franchise first. That's the still what a somewhat almost expansion level area of things and how they're operating. And then he goes to the Niners, which was the well-oiled machine, and what a difference that made. Kane, soon, what a good discussion tonight. I agree. I love this discussion. I know it gets a little heated with this stuff, but I do love it. Why do I says, because I'm that kind of guy. Here's an argument for Brando with Geno. Tampa Bay 12 had 4 of the top. TB12 has 4 of the top 10 highest Super Bowl quarterback cap percentage. He was also well known for not killing the team on the contract. I might go with one, might go with the other. He was also well known for not killing the team on the contract. Let me try to understand what you're saying a little bit there. So sorry, 1 second. Here's an argument. Tom had 4 of the top 10 highest Super Bowl cap percentages. Yep. He's also well known for not killing the team on a contract. One might go with the other. Yes, I think they absolutely go with the other. I think Tom's also a little bit of your odd outlier as far as, this is kind of the GOAT. It's hard to make much of comparisons to the GOAT to anybody else in any way, shape or form. But Tom did take his share of discounts. He also had his share of years where he had a big impact, a fairly large cap hit. But for the most part, the back end of his career, he was good about managing down that cap in a way to save his team money where he could. He did for sure. So I'm with you on that. Why do I says, love the back and forth, Brandon. I'm ashamed to admit I have a little lawyer in me. Oh, I get it. I love it too, man. It's the part of where we get to more, I think, closer to truth. Whether we agree or not, I think we're getting closer to a truth on the fact of the matter here with it. And it ain't about necessarily to convince as much about just understanding what the totality of that. And that's why I like that you're asking questions about what it is I'm trying to say or what it is I'm trying to think. You're trying to understand my mentality and where I'm coming from, just like I am with you or any of the folks that I've disagreed with. Even when I'm disagreeing with you, I am trying to understand a little bit more of even if it doesn't sound like that in my words and the way it's coming out, the process that's happening in the background of my brain is me trying to kind of unpack a little bit in what you're meaning and see, okay, where's the angle I'm not maybe seeing this from clearly, or maybe I'm understanding it clearly and I just disagree. But no matter what, I think it's healthy, great discussion for better understanding this team. And hopefully it's been entertaining for the folks here. Megan says, Gino B, do you think people in the front office are wary of discussions and what's being said given what happened with Russell before the trade? No, because I think Gino has shown more of a willingness to be kind of the good soldier in these negotiations. He's got a little Twitter thing he might put out about value or whatever, but he's going to be the good guy, put his head down and just, let it rip. So I think Gino's good about that. And I don't think that's going to cause the same problems as the Russ deal where, Megan, the Russ deal, it was just always a tough situation. Russ wanted the extras. He didn't just want to be paid. Then he wants this on the team and he wants that on the team and give me a percentage of the cap and let me have a say on the coaches. There's a little bit more there with Russ on that. So I don't think it'll be the same problem with Gino. Greg Kemp, why do people use the big time throw stat when it's only a 20-yard throw? It's a stat designed to make quarterbacks like Jimmy G look good because they don't have arms. I don't know. It's a good base. I think it's an okay basic metric, Greg, because you don't have we should have really a deep ball stat, right? Like there should be a stat marker for quarterbacks, especially in this GPS age of throws over 40 yards, some name stat for that. And we should have that. Yeah, we should. Because I think that would help. That'd give you a little bit of extra data to inform you on a player, especially when you get to over a season where he might have 35 9 route type throws. How do you do on those? What's his completion percentage on those throws? And it's probably somewhere online you can find those stats somehow if you dig. But there should be more of a forefront stat, I think, to kind of show that a little bit better. Garth says Draft Levis. I wonder if he'll even be there though. I don't know, Garth. I feel like Colts and Levis just peanut butter and jelly to me. But if we took Levis, I'll be pounding the drum. Boy, those are going to be some tough chats because I'm going to have some people flaming me for my Levis love. Flaming me. Long live King. I'd love a second round running back, a second round wide receiver. Let's outscore people, improve the run defense. Pass defense isn't going to be any better under our scheme. That's a route to go. You'll love it. Long live the king. If you folks didn't have a chance to see, I did my mock draft 2.0, Seahawks 7th round mock draft 2.0. I had Stroud going 5. I had Jackson Smith, Jigba. I went with John Michael Schmidt. So 3 of my first 4 players, long live the king, in my mock draft, which I'm posting here over my shoulder right now, were offensive players. So that is a track you could go if you just wanted to build the super offense. Nicholas says, no, B, I'm not saying Geno's top 5 quarterback, plus that comment you read of mine wasn't towards you. Okay, no, fair enough. And sorry if sometimes it's hard to parse through. I'm trying to figure out who might be speaking to me or who might, not be. So, sorry if I respond to something that's not what you're saying or you're trying to respond to somebody else. Why do I says, whoever talked about trading Geno, Seattle tags Geno and trades him for a first. That's not a bad outcome. And I'm a big Geno guy. Could you imagine if we had 2 quarterbacks in back-to-back years that we traded for first round picks? That'd be crazy. I'd be with it. Go Hawks 2022. I've agreed with some and disagreed. Thought what someone has said, and my thought is not in concrete. Can change thought mind as time goes by along, but definitely player at 5. Please go Hawks. Get Schmitz at 20. You might have to just get Schmitz at 20, right? Just be safe and sound with it, right? As I call it, that'd be a meat and potatoes pick. It ain't sizzling like steak. It's just meat and potatoes, but it's going to fill you up. It's going to give you sustenance. So, Gibson, I've seen nothing from Geno Smith that makes him a winner or deserves to be paid in the upper tier of quarterbacks. He has actually been a backup most of his career. Yes, it is 1 year of production. To be paying for 35-40 on 1 year production is a risk. Lance says, keep in mind, what if we took Pete Carroll's history in New England and New York Jets? I guess Pete could never be a good NFL coach. That's right. Also, New England and Jets franchises were garbage. I think you touch on the bottom line here with it, which is circumstances matter. Situation matters. What you're going into to be a coach or be a player matters. And if you go to a franchise that's struggling and everything else, it's going to be a harder job there. If you go as a quarterback to an offense or to a team that has a lot to set up to put you in a successful position, there's a pathway to get in there a little bit easier. But yeah, you're right. You could add Belichick into that, right? If we made the final call on Bill Belichick by what he did with the Cleveland Browns in his first stop, he would have never have gotten another coaching opportunity. It's people grow, people develop, people get better, people improve. Some people stagnate. Some people just are what they are out the box. But I think that there's also a lot of those people that do change, that do get better. Mr. Carroll D, Sporting Cast don't get you 70% accuracy, and Locke played the same in college. But no, Geno's a top 10 quarterback. Supporting Cast absolutely can get you to a 70% accuracy. That's if you have guys that are sure-handed like Tyler Lockett is on the outside or like the tight ends were for you, that absolutely will help you. The quarterback's got to be accurate in his throwing as well. But Mr. Carroll, the bottom line point was what you're making initially there was that here's Locke being inaccurate and you're okay. So you're going off of college now that you're basing it. It wasn't his first 2 years, but it was Drew Lock in college. Okay. I guess from my standpoint, the bottom line would be Mr. Carroll to you is this, that if you're posting the first 2 years on Drew Lock and you're basing on that, if we based it on Geno Smith as well, we would be locked in on that spot. Let's see if I can find his numbers here in college. Which is not going to be easy to find. Why don't they show his stats? I'm trying to find his stats, but it might not show it here in the way I want to see it. So let's see. There we go. NCAA. Okay. So yeah, you're on point with that. Accuracy was 62% his final year of college. And sure enough, Geno was very accurate in his last couple of years compared to Geno in college. So it's a valid point on that. I'll give you a valid point on that, Mr. Carroll. Jack says, B, you should move. You should ignore the Geno comments, move on to other topics. People in chat will live. Just make sure you don't delete like another Seahawks stream or draft blogger. You'll be fine. No, I don't want to delete comments. Never delete comments. And we're going to be wrapping up here fairly soon, guys, because I'm going to be streaming tomorrow for another 5-6 hours. So I'll be streaming during the Super Bowl. Actually, if Sean Desai leaves, do we get a compensatory pick? Word on the street is no, we do not. That's what I've heard. Jason says, to me, it sounds like Geno Smith, after one good year, has gotten greedy if he has turned down a 3-year, $30 million contract. Yeah, I don't know if I'd go greedy. I just go, he just wants to get paid. He's never been paid a contract. I can't knock necessarily Jason for Geno for wanting to get every last dollar he could want. But then I can't knock my front office from saying, we're not going to go to that spot of this. We're not willing to go to that high water mark. So it's like both the right to kind of say, no, we're not going to do that, you know? And if some teams out there willing to pay him 35 and 40 and he's saying, I'm giving you 32 a discount, Geno's not wrong for saying it in that way, I guess, but I wouldn't want to pay that mark, Jason. When it got to 30, I started hearing 30 and he's turning it down. You're bristling, I think, in the same way I'm bristling on that. It just doesn't, it's like, I don't know. Earth Knight Brando, as a Denver fan, I'll allow you to keep Desai. I don't know. You guys might still take him here. Why do I says Geno has the Seattle team with the lead at halftime against San Francisco. I don't blame Geno for the second half collapse. He don't get the O-line penalties or play the D. No, I don't either. Why do I? I don't either. Michael Kors, typo. The D-line in Philadelphia is Greaves. Also, Lattimore be free agent and a lot of work with on options free agency to help the boom. You could get a couple guys there. You could pluck from the Eagles. Megan says, I didn't say you hand them the spot B. I asked, why do you have to have more than one when you have needs that need to be filled? Sorry for getting that. Sorry for that, not getting that B. No, my bad. Misunderstanding. Because you don't know for sure in a way who's going to be the best guy unless you let the competition bear it out. Let the best guy prove it. Keep the guys, like I said, they're towing the line a little bit. And maybe I'm misunderstanding the question. I asked why do you have to have more than one when you have needs that need to be filled? Yeah, because it's again the trust in the competition, Megan. It's that the competition makes the position stronger. Not earmarking a guy to have the job and just giving it to him is always the best route to go. I mean, if you have a guy that has the responsibility of being that guy who's a Burrow or Mahomes that's just so far away, that's one thing. But if you have more of an open market of a competition, you, like I said, you let the cream rise to the top at that point. Let the best man win. There's nothing lost to be doing that, you know? Oh, Michael Kors, Lattimore out of New Orleans. I'm not a big Lattimore guy myself, Michael. He's just kind of I think he's maybe a slight bit of overrated there. Why do I think Geno's a top 10 quarterback right now? Yes. Top 5? No. Do I think 6 to 10 quarterback can win a Super Bowl? Yes. Just my view. They could. Can a 6 to 10 win it with a $35 million cap hit? That'd be my follow-up question on that. Sean Renault, do you like Levis or Stroud more? And what's your reason why? I lean a little bit more towards Stroud, and they're right neck and neck with each other. Stroud, because I think I have a little bit more of the upside development there being such a young guy. Levis is kind of what he is coming out, but it's very neck and neck. Stroud's going to take more time to develop. I got to sit him for at least a year. That's going to assess that impacts him versus Levis, who I think is going to be very pro ready. I mean, he's literally in Will Levis. He's played in the Seahawks offense in his last couple of years at Kentucky. He knows this offense. He's going to be able to come right in and go. So they're very close in that respect of it, but I lean a little bit more to Stroud. I think you're going to be able to create a little bit of the conditions that you had in Ohio State here by building that super team up. And he's shown that he can flourish in that kind of environment. I think with Levis, I think he's going to clean up the mistakes in his game when he gets to a better environment as well. But I'm not 100% positive. There was a slight bit of question in my mind that maybe he's just that wild at the stick guy that can just never quite get it under control. I don't think it's that way, but I have to acknowledge that it certainly is possibly that way. Actually, Mel Kifer thinks that this draft is shallow. Not that I trust his acumen, but if that's the case, should we be top heavy and make trades to get whoever we want? I would certainly to make trades out there in the open market to maybe get established guys who aren't free agents that other teams maybe just don't want to pay, or their up at cap situations are tight, so they're willing to make some kind of other alternative move. But yeah, I would agree with Mel on this one. This is a weak class, Akshay. Sam the Great, Anthony Richardson will find his way in the top 10. I agree. 4 quarterbacks taken in the top 10 this year. 4. Lance, has Team 3 been negotiated to Team 4, even though Russ played to Team 1 in a quarter? Michael says, how about the Georgia wide receiver and TCU Johnston? I don't know too much about the Georgia wide receiver quite yet. Johnston's great. He's wide receiver number 1 on my board, Michael. Big guy. He'd fit here. I don't think we'll be picking him that high, though. He'll probably go in the top 12 picks. Why do I says, from the advanced stats I saw, not only was Geno great at deep passes, defined as passes over 20 yards, he was number 1 through 3 most metrics. This matches my eye test, something we'll have to disagree on. Yeah, no, it's fair enough, man. And as mentioned above there, it's the 20 yards or overthrows. Why do I don't discount the fact he's very accurate on, let's say, 20, 25 yard throws, but, or even up to 30 on it, like a comeback route. But hitting the 9 routes down the field are the ones that I'm specifically, and that's more for me just on the eye test with it. And if there's some stats about him throwing 45, 50 yard throws down the field on those 9 routes being accurate, and I'm wrong, I'll take those stats into account. But I don't know if I've seen those. Nicholas Largent didn't have any quit into him. You're right. Akshay says, who do I think is better, AJ or DK? I'm more of a DK guy myself. More. Are we talking about legend, Seahawks legend, Jerry Rice, is Ethan? Not the same one. I'm going to go with DK, Akshay. I think AJ's been very productive. I don't think AJ draws the type of double team coverage that DK does, and that the double team coverage and the high prevalence by which DK is doubled, I think does impact his game a little bit. Does AJ have probably a little bit better hands? Yeah. But I think DK is just overall a little bit better in my opinion. I would take him, or at least I'd take him over AJ. Orlando Roca, is it true that at the time of his retirement, Largent was viewed as the greatest receiver in NFL history until obviously Rice and others passed him? That's exactly it, Orlando. I mean, what you have to understand with Largent is that when he came in, he set every major receiving record. So all these receiving records were on all these different camps. This guy had the most receiving yards in a NFL season. This guy had the most career receiving touchdowns. This guy had the most games with a catch. With a catch. I mean, I forget how many records that he owned, but it was an insane amount of records that Largent owned. Every major receiving category, he owned it. And he did so, Orlando. Let's remember this. Largent captured those records playing in a run-first offense for his entire career. Jerry Rice achieved the records he achieved by playing in a pass-happy first offense, first and foremost, through the entirety of his career. And so, yeah, the second Largent retires, Jerry's already 4 to 5 years in his career. He's rolling. They're using him like nothing else out there in San Francisco, and he flies right past Steve Largent. And Jerry Rice, in a lot of respects, can, certainly has a claim to being maybe the GOAT all time amongst NFL players. He wouldn't be my GOAT, but I think that he has as much as any player out there an argument to be made for it, for how much of a difference and separator he is from anybody else behind him at the position. But yeah, that's part of what dimmed Largent's star, is that this guy comes through and blows all these records out that he just established, and he sort of had put all under one umbrella. It's not to be discounted. And it certainly has made Largent get a little bit more forgotten to history than I think he should for how good he was. Daniel, if Desai leaves, I wonder if we bring Chris Richard, our former secondary coach. He was recently released from the Saints. If hurt, needs secondary help. It's possible. Chris has kind of bounced around a few years here since he's left as a defensive coordinator. So he's not exactly been able to stand and find firm footing. But it's possible, I suppose. Garth Knight with another $5 dono. Thank you, Garth. Appreciate you, brother, for all the donations on the channel tonight. And again, I hope you're doing good out there. It says, my sources told me that Mark Rodgers has taken Geno's asking price down to $41 million with no Eastern Washington wing stop, but 2 Dave Craig signed 8x10s. I don't know. He's driving a hard bargain here, Garth. Will he go $37 million, 3 Dave Craig 8x10s, and let's do a coffee stand in Eastern Washington? You know, one of those drive-thrus. Can I get that, Garth? Let's negotiate here. Let's negotiate. Hawks fan with a $5 donation. Appreciate you, Hawks fan. Sorry I'm a little late on some of your donations. Thank you for all the donos, Hawks fan. You're awesome. He says, John Michael Schmitz is rising up boards, so I don't mind getting him at 20 and getting Andrew Voorhees in the second round to play left guard. You could definitely side me up for Schmitz at 20. I would understand that and get that, Hawks fan. I think he's a second round talent, but I understand completely what drives you to get him there, where this isn't a draft with a lot of top end center talent, number one. Number two, it's a pretty weak draft overall. You don't like the options that are sitting there at number 20. And so you go with Schmitz because you feel very strongly about the player you're getting there, even if it's at a position that's not the most impactful on the football field. I get that one completely. Voorhees, you'd have to talk me into that one a little bit more. I like him as a player. I've got more of a 4th round grade on Andrew Voorhees. I think he's not going to be able to do as much of the mobility stuff that we would like to ideally have from the guard position at that point. I don't necessarily love his strength at the point of attack all the time. He's a big body. He's long. He's big. He can do some really good things out there as far as the guard position. He's probably, guard right now as it stands for me, 3 or 4 in this draft. So I do like Voorhees, Ox fan. The thing that holds me back with him a little bit is just like with a lot of these offensive linemen in this draft, we're looking for the mobility guys. We're looking for the guys that can go back across the formation and hit a wham block, hit their reach blocks, get to the second level on linebackers, pull back out in space. Can Voorhees do that type of stuff? Is that in his bag to do it? And I'm a little worried with him that it's not. And that's been a bit of a problem of why we've not always been able to implement the full totality of this offense with Waldron, is because, for instance, we can't run any of our screen game stuff because the linemen can't get out there in space. You don't really are able to run as much of the pitch stuff where you would pull those guards out. You'd pull the centers out. That'd be my one worry with doing it that way. But look, John Michael Schmitz at 20 makes a ton of sense. He had a fantastic Senior Bowl. He's obviously been the best guard. He's been the best center on tape that I've seen as well of any of these guys in this draft. Completely can get going with that selection there. It makes a ton of sense. James Tomlinson says, we keep Geno, have to hit on the draft. We tag and trade and have to hit on the draft. In both cases next year, you're highly unlikely for a Super Bowl run in 2023. Hit next year on the draft, go all in on 2024. Beautiful way of putting it, James. Very beautiful way of putting it. And that's part of, I think, what you're touching on is a little bit of what you're doing with this Geno deal is if you're signing Geno to a 3-year contract, it is to say that we think Geno can get us to the Super Bowl. That's what the franchise should be trying to indicate to the fan base if they are signing him for that. But is there a pathway and approach to getting to that Super Bowl if you do sign Geno to that contract? I think you touch on the fact that maybe not quite. Maybe not quite. Or that it's just maybe the time. I think maybe more of what your post is trying to say, James, is the timing is just not right for it. We're just not in that mode right now where we can roll out that kind of deal. Whitey White says, here's one to give you a warm, fuzzy Brando. Eskridge was the second highest wide receiver ever drafted by Pete. Paul Richardson was first at 45. Yuck. I'll have my ass off. Yeah, Pete's not a big receiver guy, is he? They'll go for him in the second round, but not in the first. Greg says, people don't call Randy Moss the greatest deep receiver ever because he caught 20-yard passes. A deep ball has always been defined as 40-yard plus passes. 20-yard big-time throws are a Jimmy G stat. I didn't ever know until we kind of brought it up on this stream here that the big time throws were only 20-yard throws. That is kind of a shorter throw to be considering that stat a little bit. It does kind of juice the numbers just a little bit there, you know. Actually, it says Philly's going to be relevant for some time. They have a lot of draft capital. Jalen will eat up a lot of cap, but they may draft another quarterback if they are smart. I think that's the way they should go. That's what they should do. Sam the Great, I think it's all smoke and mirrors. Geno and the Seahawks will come to terms. It only works out best for both sides. I agree. I do think eventually my prediction is Geno does get signed at the end of the day. Jack says Bijan is better than Saquon. Yeah, I think so, man. He's really good. I see Bijan as a guy that's just to me like like a couple inches taller version of LaDainian Tomlinson. I mean, that's kind of what he looks like to me. I could be off on that, but just that was my like. I'll definitely put a first round pick on that kind of cat. Whitey White says, here's the thing. Teams are very aware rookie deal advantage. If a player does not hit in the first 4 years, how many years are you going to stick with a guy knowing the next rookie will need time too? Not long. Not long. You're right. Jack says Bijan will be a top 3 running back in the league day 1. He's worth the investment. Bingo. Bingo. Guy that can give you receiver stuff too. Gox 22 says all look at as they're put away. Had thousands of cards, sold many late, excellent returns. Most cards are grade 9 or higher. Usually got a grade 10 though, not 100%, but believe each row cards are graded. Soon says he should not last to 20, but if he does, sold. Yeah, I don't think he will, but I'm with him. Glad to hear you guys are with it. I figure I was going to get some pushback on that one. And I agree, actually. I think the Eagles probably end up taking Bijan at number 12. That one's like Levis to the Colts at 4. It just feels right. KM him, Robinson at 5. I kind of like it, but it puts heavier emphasis on building up in the interior of the offensive line. We're talking 20 here. I can't go 5 for him. That'd be too high for him. I love him, but 5 would just be, that'd be tough to pull that one out. Actually, yeah, Bucks at 19. I could see that one. Actually, Brando, what's your take on Lamar? Ravens not budging? I think he gets traded. I think the Ravens have intended for a very long period of time to end up moving him, and we're aware that this was going to happen. They tried to get as much value out of him as they could. I kind of feel like some of him sitting out of the playoffs and sitting out of action at the end of the season was a little bit of a protest on Lamar's part, saying, "Oh, you're not going to pay me? Oh, you're not going to give me what I've earned, even though I've earned it? Oh, you want to try to get all of this rookie contract you can get out? You're going to try to do that? You're going to try to get away with that? Meanwhile, having me running like a running back? No. I think I'll sit out and protect myself here at the end of the season before I get my contract." So I think that that's going to push this to getting to a place where a trade does happen. Where does he go? A variety of teams could jump up into the forefront on this one. The Atlanta connection feels very right to me. And I think the Ravens get at least a first round pick in return. That one has felt like one that could make a lot of sense. It would be to one of those teams that can't pick a quarterback in this draft, who's probably not likely to take a Derek Carr, Garoppolo type, but who's desperate for a quarterback. Gox 22 says, Brandon, if we miss out on Anderson and Carter, would you trade down? That is priority 2 to me, Gox 22. So if I go first priority is I get Anderson or Carter. Those guys go off the board. My second priority at that point is to try to move down. If I can't move down, then I'm just going to try to take the best player available at the board at that point, which could include a quarterback. And actually, I wouldn't want to trade for Lamar. I think whatever team trades for Lamar is going to end up regretting it. But he deserves to be paid. Ravens understandable that they don't want to pay him. I think it's telling the fact that the Ravens don't want to pay him that money, that they have some of those worries. And look, he's got his mom negotiating the contract, literally. It's hard to get it done because of that too. Megan Gock Roger with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, B, tell Mark Rogers I would sign that deal if the Craig 8x10 are swapped out for the same but certain lefty quarterback. You know who I mean. Oh, Megan's in on. Megan only needs one 8x10 though there from Mark at that point, and then she'll go to the 42 million mark. But it'll be a sweet 8x10, Megan. We're talking 4K from the 80s. You know, I didn't even know they had that. But actually, you know, the Ravens thing there too is that guaranteed money. It's the Watson contract. If they were already close to a point of impasse between the Ravens and Lamar, The Deshaun Watson contract absolutely blew it apart, completely blew it in different directions. Lance says, the beautiful part of this argument, our fan base is passionate about the Hawks. 12, 12, 12. Geno is probably going to get 30 to 35 million per year. Now what? Let's move down and stock up on next year's draft. Bingo, man. Bingo. That's why I love this debate. I love this talk. I don't care if we got to go at it for hours and hours. Let's go. Let's do it. Because it is coming from a place of passion. The folks that disagree with me, you're not coming there lightly. You didn't not think about this. You haven't turned this over in your own mind. You certainly have. We just happen to disagree. But it doesn't mean that it's not coming from a place of introspection and wonderment and what's the best path here. And I love that. It's all coming from a place of passion, which is just great. Gox 2022 says, Brandon, thoughts on Quentin Williams? One of the best defensive tackles in the sport right now. Gox, probably a top 5 defensive tackle in the sport. Very close in certain ways to what you're going to get from, I think, a guy like Jalen Carter. But he's going to be re-signed by the Jets. They're not going to let him go. But he's a fantastic player. Fantastic. Weston Baylor, imagine this. Sewell falls to round 5. We grab him, convert him to a fullback. Other than that, special teams and a possible linebacker role on goal line packages. This would allow him to be a missile and not think. I'm with that. You get Sewell in the 5th. You get Sewell maybe even in the 4th, Weston Baylor, with his physical profile. I'd be okay with that. It's in just a different territory at that point if I'm there than 2nd round or even 3rd round. Much different territory. Those are all kind of flyer picks at that point anyway, in my opinion. And if you got a role that you can carve out for him, like you said, just a short yardage linebacker or goal line linebacker. Whitey Wise says, for me, the high rate of running back injury is a reason not to draft quarterback high. You can draft a penny in the 1st with 0 injury history and then see him get hurt a lot. I think you meant running back high. For me, you draft even a good running back round 2 to 4. I get it. And I would mostly be in that place. Why? It's more of my feeling of there's a different level of talent with Bijan Robinson than what we get once every 7 years in a draft. I don't know if that means he's generational, but I do think he's a bit of a difference maker in that way from some of the other guys that have gone. But I completely get the thought process that it's just too high to go, that there's better value of other positions rather than going running back. Nicholas is a Hawks fan if we don't take, sorry. Eat the deck roll. I have a big question. How much worse would quarterbacks look if they didn't get credit on their total yards from the receivers' yak yards? What if it was pass yards only? Be a better way, an easier way to evaluate quarterback position, wouldn't Ethan? It would give you a more detailed data on that. I think eventually with the analytics and stuff on this, you're going to get that stuff. Like I'm talking about on the 40, on the deep throws, 9 routes, having some sort of advanced stat that tells us the number accuracy for quarterbacks on those throws. I think you'll get eventually the air yard stat, track thing as well. So this is where the game's going, where it's going to be more statistics, more numbers to make better determinations on players. How much worse would quarterbacks look? It depends on the quarterback, I guess, Ethan. Like Tom Brady wouldn't look great at all, right? Because everything he was throwing at the end of his career was just dink, dink, dunk, dink, dunk, dink, dunk, right? Drew Brees the same way at the end of his career. But then obviously the other guys on the other end of it are going to look fantastic, Josh Allen's and Patrick Mahomes will look great. Burrows will look great. So, but just an extra point, a data point. Soon, I also like Levis. Won't be a joke at all. Love Levis. I love Levis. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Whitey Wise says, if Seattle doesn't sign Geno, oh man, does the draft just get wild then? No one would be happier to have Seattle in the bidding for one of the top quarterbacks. The draft haul Chicago might get. It's true. Though they could stand back and just take the guy that's available at 5 too. Actually, I wish we had a time machine to go back and tell John Schneider to draft Mahomes when he was planning to. Me too, man. Listen to me, man. I know you think Wilson's away. He's not. Just get Mahomes by any means necessary. Lance Johnson, my mom sent me my youth 10 to 12 large jersey to have my little one wear. Proud dad here watching him wear it in Northern California. Bring it. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. That'd make me proud too. I'd want to be just a dad to see my son in a large jersey. It'd be worth it just to have a son, just to put him in the large jersey. That's awesome, man. Gabriel says both first round picks should go to defense. Can't argue with that, man. Smart approach. Ryan Ball just came in. Who did we get? It's right over here over my right shoulder, man. I posted it up here a little bit. The mock draft 7.0. Long live the king. Are people that are arguing anti-$30+ million deal for Geno saying that we as a franchise should never pay the mid-tier deal? I think it's more of a disagreement about what's a mid-tier deal than anything else. I think people are feeling like it's a little bit more into the higher 32, 33, 34, 35 million is a little more into the higher realm of things. Is it top of the market? No. Is it a mid-tier deal? It doesn't feel quite like a mid-tier deal, especially long live the king when it's going to likely be on a 3-year deal, not a 4-year deal, not a 5-year deal, on a 3-year deal. So you're going to feel all that much more of the impact of those yearly costs on it. That's more of what it is. There's never a place I would say you would never sign a mid-tier deal, but, or I would like to get a mid-tier deal, but to me, more mid-tier deal is if I can get into more of a 25 million a year deal, where it's more of a little bit less than that, just a little bit less than that top end, 5 to 10 million less. HB says one player I'd love on our team is Bijan Robinson. I think he can put us over the top on offense. I think there's a lot of folks in here feeling that way, HB. There is. Ryan Ball, yeah, I like Geno, but I like Super Bowls better. It's time to draft a quarterback every other year and keep that quarterback cap hit to a minimum. Sticking with that old blueprint, Ryan Ball, and I love it. I love it. Jack says Levis has the wild gene, B. He does, Jack. I'm not dying in that trench. He's Maverick and Top Gun 1, He's buzzing towers. He's going inverted. You know what I mean? You can't control him, but he's also got an intuitive nature for the position that you just can't teach. Oh, you just can't teach that intuitive nature, man. And if he does get his stuff under control, I'm going to have him playing a fake dog chew toys out of Shanghai. Ryan Ball says, I'm happy with the offense, how it is. We need a top 10 defense now. Boy, do we ever. Whitey Wise says, oh my God, if DK had Waddle, Goddard with the time to run a deep route like AJ and that run game, oh my God, give DK single coverage and he will destroy the league. Good news is Seattle's offense is not far from having that. Well said, man. Agreed. That would definitely open stuff up for DK. Part of why I want to make so much, like people talking about Bijan Robinson and why I'm in favor of making that kind of move. Like I want a dynamic running game. I want a running game that puts fear in the hearts of defenses, that they don't get to first and foremost go, well, let's first deal with DK and Tyler, and then we'll figure out everything else out from there. No, you'll have to start with our running game and eventually get around to DK and Tyler. That's how we're going to force them to do it. I'd like to do something like that. Jack says, Bijan gives me Edgerrin James vibes. I guess I could see some of that. It's hard for me. When I started seeing LaDainian, it was really tough for me. I just started seeing LaDainian. But that's a good comp too. Sun Tzu says, yes, offensive line, not good enough now. That's why we can't run well. Must be able to run. Need a center and a guard. Boy, do we ever. Nicholas, I agree with you too, man. Ryan says that Russ will be crying when the Hawks are in the Super Bowl next year. Well, hopefully he's up in that box with the commissioner like he likes to be in. And then we get a lot of close-ups of him sad with angry Russ face. They're winning. Leans over to Goodell. Make the other team win. Chicken God says, I don't think Bijan will get past Tennessee. Ooh, I hadn't thought of that connection, Chicken God. I hadn't thought of that, but that one makes sense with Henry starting to kind of maybe wind down a little bit. Chicken God, Posick at center. Osiris Torrance with the 20th pick. Cedric Benfriend could be a target at center next year's draft. I like going that route. That'd be cool. That would be cool. Wilbur Knight, where's the defense, Brandon? Okay, well, Wilbur, I went a little bit of a different degree with this one. And it was just driven. I went by a board that was going to be a little more driven offensively heavy. I did want to go defense earlier in this particular draft, and I'll be doing some more mocks before this is all said and done, Wilbur, that'll have more of a defensive-minded approach to it. I did get a couple of defensive linemen I think that are going to be helpful in Keanu Benton and Zach Pickens that help our defense out. I think Henry To'oTo'o will be able to really push as a starter for you at middle linebacker. So I've been able to address some of the defense, but admittedly speaking, it's all really offensively driven in how I drove it, and it was really because I was really operating off best player available. I wanted at 20, for instance, to go defensive line, Wilbert. I really did. But Maze Smith was the best guy available on the board. Brian Breesy was gone. Of course, Carter and Anderson are gone at that point. You just don't have a lot of great picks to look at there that you like. Cansey, who I love. Cansey was available, but that's a 4-3 defensive tackle. And you're a 3-4 defensive team. I don't think he fits as well with us in that respect. And so I just got driven a little bit more to value at that point than need. But we'll have drafts where I get driven by need too. We'll do a couple of others. Nicholas knew when Peyton said he wasn't going to allow private quarterbacks coach in facilities. It made my day. Yeah. Stoner Television, do you think we could play Adams at linebacker as a cover linebacker, not a Brooks linebacker to protect his shoulders, play him as linebacker a bit more in coverage? A little bit, Stoner. I saw your question on that in my comments section too. You really were it's hard to protect a linebacker's shoulders. The collisions are going to happen when you're that close to the line of scrimmage. I think the only way you could really do that, Stoner, if you wanted to go that route, would be to have him playing as a dime middle linebacker, and let him then just kind of flow around. But if you get into nickel situations and Jamal Adams lines up as a will or as a middle linebacker in those nickel situations, there's going to be quarterbacks who then audible into a run play to attack specifically Jamal Adams at a point of attack type situation to see if he can hold up and stand up at that point. He had some coverage snaps back in the days with the Jets to a small degree, but I just don't think that those shoulders are going to be able to sustain the impact in there. It's very, very tough, and especially because there's no guarantee those shoulders are good to go now, that they're just completely 100%. I would be worried about that. I'd want to probably try Stoner to be more in a position, if we're going to reclimate this Jamal Adams situation, if we're going to try to salvage it, then you want to try to salvage it by putting him in a position where he's not taking more punishment, more pounding, more in a position to be injured once again, but try to maybe remove him if you can, if it's possible in certain respects from those situations. Wilbur Knight says, for show this might get shaky off season. It could, Wilbert. Tommy says, did you hear Keyshawn Johnson talk about how we just need to pay Geno, reward him for what he has done, and how this Levis guy was basically all hype? What a joke. You never pay for past production. No. And you're right to kind of glom right onto what he said on that of you've got to reward him. No. You don't pay guys for past performance in football. You're paying for what you're expecting to get into the future. And they've earned a deal, but you're not paying a guy because he's 1 year of production. Now I got to go reward him on a 3-year deal. That's how bad franchises are run. And Keyshawn's silly for saying that. The Levis thing is what it is. It's kind of funny at this point. And there's just football fans, not just Hawk fans, but football fans across the country are like divided across the line between people that do believe in Levis and those that are just like, oh, all hype, all this, all that. It's a fervent two camps. It really is. But he's also a very tough evaluation as Levis. And it's very easy in Levis to look at him in an evaluation standpoint and go, up, too wild, too out of control, too many bad decisions, too much of a lack of feel for the game. And then you just throw him away. And then you don't have to think about him anymore and you put him in the box and he's stuck in that box. It's much harder to think about Levis, I think, from the standpoint of what caused some of this stuff to happen. Is it correctable? If you put him in a different environment, could he be more successful and not have these same bad habits that were built up over time there with Kentucky? I, of course, landed the thing to say yes, but there are going to be those who look at it and go, no. Chicken God, the problem with shedding blocks and stopping the run, but how many games is he really going to play next season at 100% after he is in football shape? Don't know, Chicken God. I mean, I'm not certainly counting on him playing a ton of games next year. Absolutely. Hard to count on him keeping up a whole season at all. He's been injured every year. But nice part is you do have Ryan Neal as backup, and then you roll one more year with Adams, and then you're out from under the contract if it goes that route. That's the fortunate part of it, I guess. G. Walker, only problem is it seems mid-tier deals don't exist for quarterbacks. You're either a bum, elite, or Superman in terms of contracts. Bingo. And it's the place I had hoped to get to, G. Walker, with Geno this offseason, but it doesn't sound like that's where we're going to really land with this deal. It's going to be more top of the market. It's not going to be top of the top. It ain't going to be top 3. It ain't going to be that, but it's going to be more top of the market than it's going to be more mid-tier. And you're right. There just isn't mid-tier contracts, and maybe there just can't be. Maybe it just does come down to you've got the rookie on the rookie contract or the young player on the rookie deal, or you're paying all the money. And that's kind of just the way it boils down. I mean, it does kind of start to seem that way. Tom Eden says Levis is more like Vaughn from Major League to me. I like that comp too. He eventually locked it in Major League, right? He took a little bit of time, but he got it on point. Wilbert says Bryce at 5 or CJ. I go CJ. I'm not a big Bryce guy. Someone else said below there. Akshay says below there, Wilbert. You know, I think he's not a guy that's going to be able to sustain himself physically at the next level. I think he's going to get broken. I love his arm talent. I love how he plays the position. But I've watched too many of these undersized guys over the last few years drafted and driven to be drafted because of the Russell Wilson success and the ability of Russell Wilson to stay on the football field and remain healthy. I think Russell was a little bit of an outlier. And I think guys that are mainly at that size are going to get broken. Megan says, do not quote Top Gun B. It's the card lover's favorite movie, even though he complains about how wrong it is. Actually, it says in the current draft, I only see Jack Campbell who can play a true Mike. Everyone else is more edge. That could be very valid. Certainly with Trenton Simpson and Drew Sanders, you might eventually go, well, the guys are just better on the edge at the end of the day. Tommy says, what if we got Robinson and Washington and had Walker and Penny and DK and Tyler? That looks good to me. Hey, sign me up on that. Sign me up on that, Tommy. G. Walker, oh God, they better show that close-up of Russ if the Hawks wouldn't make the Super Bowl. I wonder if Russ would snub visiting the Super Bowl if that happened. Yes, he would not be visiting. He knows he would be on the main shot up in the deal they'd be going to him every other play. I'd expect him not to, but that'd be funny. It would be funny if he was, though. Just increasingly over the game with Goodell, right? Getting more angry. Like Russ starts out, he's drinking a bottle of water, right? And then they cut back to him in first quarter. Seattle's up by 10 points. Russ has got he's got one of those like little quaint beer bottles. You know what I mean? Like one of those ones that's like little hand size. It looks like an 8-ouncer or something, right? He's like slowly sipping it, starting to get a little more nervous. Second quarter, Seattle's still up. Cut back to Russ. He's got one of the big tall boys. They'll serve it. You like it, Red Robin? You want the 18-ouncer, sir? Well, yes, I would like the 18-ouncer. Goodell's looking at him like, Jesus, Russ. And so you're going to say, and then you get to the third quarter, Russ has got like shots lined up. They go to the fourth quarter shot. He's got a guy in overalls pouring him like moonshine directly into a tin cup. You know, just keep progressively getting worse with Russ throughout the course of the game. Joey Porter at 20, Wilbert. I think he goes in the 20s, probably where he is selected. That is where I think he doth go. Good player. All right, we are 6 hours in on this, folks. So we're going to be putting a bit of a button on this fairly soon because I've got to stream tomorrow too, and my voice has got to be, I got to keep it prepped for tomorrow a little bit, just a little bit. So I'll get the last kind of couple questions, comments in here. Overnight, a couple more studs on defense would make us much more dangerous. And look, if they hammer that defense side of the ball, I wouldn't be mad about it. John says, I'd call this bluff and let him hit the market. It's going to be softer than people think. The teams that are going to be interested, like the Bucs, can't pay him. Then you can get him at a discount. I agree, John. Call the bluff. And if somebody else wants to overpay at that point, let him overpay. If your friend's willing to walk off the bridge, would you too? No, let him walk off the bridge. Greg says, got to repost this since I missed your reply. I think the best case scenario is trade Geno, sign Payne and Edmonds, draft Carter, AR-15, and John Michael Schmidt in the first, and draft BPA the rest of the way. So you would be looking at trading back up into the first round to get Schmidt. Obviously, probably packaging 2 of your second rounders to do that. Hell, say if you trade Geno, you're probably packaging one of the Geno deals. So you're getting back, still getting back a second rounder there probably. I love it, man, Grug. I love it. And it's part of where I'm a little bit anti-Geno at the 32 to 35 is I think your given scenario is a very realistic scenario of the alternative to just going with Geno and only having Geno. It's Geno or this instead, which could be this and this and this and this. That's what's comprised of the second option. And the second option contains a multitude of guys, not just one guy. So yeah, if they went that route with it, if you're talking about giving me one or the other that I get a pick, where I'm keeping Geno, I guess I get Carter at that point. Who knows who I pick at 20, at that spot. I don't get the extra second round. I could maybe get Schmidt, I guess, at 20 at that point. I could trade up into the first round. You can make it a little bit better offensively, but I like your scenario better. Nunya Burtz, Geno needs to take that BLM crap off his helmet. That's why we lost to San Fran. Wilbur Knight, trade Jamal. What do you think? I don't think there's any market for him, Wilbur. I don't think there's any market for him. And if you trade him, you're going to have to eat a lot of dead money to move Jamal, which if you're not going to get the returns on the trade anyway, because he's at his lowest value he's ever been in his pro career. And you got to eat all the dead money. It doesn't really make it advantageous to move him. Lance says, as crazy as it might sound, I could see a situation where the top 4 picks are quarterbacks. I could see it too. Desperation does crazy things to grown men that are in fear of losing their jobs. Wouldn't that be interesting? Oh, that'd be very, very interesting, Lance. And I think I hadn't thought of that as being a possibility, but I think that you're right that it is certainly in the realm of reality. I'm predicting there's 3 quarterbacks minimum taking the first 4 picks. And yes, I think that Richardson's running up the boards. He's shooting up with a bullet up the draft boards right now. That could draw him to be the guy to be picked at that point. Love it, man. Nicholas says, I like Geno, but not if it's gonna cost us in the long run. Me neither. Me neither. John says, is Geno going to go to a crappy team that can pay him and struggle? I don't think so. The best situation is here. I say, let him test the market. Me too, man. Wilbur Knight says, you all sleeping on Bryce? Yeah, the thing with Bryce to me, Wilbert, is just that there's not a quarterback in his size that's held up at the NFL level. And, he can gain 5-10 pounds. He's not getting up to 220 at any point in time. He's 5'10". He played this season at probably about 100, 185 pounds at the most. Maybe he adds 10 more pounds. I just don't think a sub 6 foot guy at 195 pounds is going to be able to sustain with 300 pound linemen landing on him constantly. Or even beyond that, Wilbur, take a guy like Tua, where you're watching Tua at times get concussed just by being thrown down to the ground. Not even that he's being injured with something being torn from a ligament standpoint. Just he's so small compared to the bigger man who's much stronger and much bigger, tossing him to the ground with such a force that he gets his head ricocheted off the ground. That's the same thing can happen with a guy like Bryce with that size, those kind of size components where he can't get a 300 pound guy and kind of naturally fight up against what that guy's trying to do with him. Like a Josh Allen guy, right? He gets a 300 pound lineman and he might get drugged to the ground, but he can kind of get drugged to the ground a little bit on his own terms. When you're 190 pounds, you're going to the ground on the defensive lineman's terms at his rate of speed. And say nothing of if a guy lands actually on top of him and can just completely snaps him in half. Which don't get me wrong, Wilbert, I love his arm talent, but I think it's the questions about him holding up at the next level are not to be understated. John says, Geno's a bridge quarterback. They need to pay bridge money and draft a quarterback. Bingo, John. We're on the same point on that one, man. Jack says, Bryce has the highest ceiling, but remaining healthy would be an issue for him. You could maybe talk me into that a little bit, but I really feel like the health issue is the big key on it. I don't know if I'd go with he's got the top side either. I think he's got a real quick delivery and he can have a real strong arm on those shorter 20-yard inside throws. But when he's really pressing the ball up the field, he's got to kind of amp up a little bit to get that little body to generate the arm strength. Whitey Wise says, I like how Pete and John are recognizing how they were to the point they were to draft and build around the Legion of Boom instead of drafting their future replacements. Killed the competition. How they were to a point where they were to draft him. They did. Yep. Losing competition's a little bit of the lost way in the approach of them and how they went about it after in the kind of middle parts of that. It started to become more about earmarking guys, which was driven a little bit because you couldn't spend as much. You couldn't build as much of a deep team to press the competition as much, in my opinion of things. Jack Porter and Woolen would make an awesome duo. They would be a great duo. It's a good player. And again, I do think he's going in that first round. John says, anybody who got Geno money isn't doing well. Middling quarterbacks at the top of the market cripple the team. Cousins hasn't won a playoff game since signing. That's a great stat, John. It's one that I was presenting earlier in the stream as well, as if every year there's that stat that's run. Here's your top 7. Here's your top 8 quarterbacks paid in the NFL. And usually like 6 of them don't even make the playoffs. And the one that does make the playoffs doesn't often have very much playoff success. It's been very much, it's a rule of thumb at this point. It's not merely a little sample size data of stats. It's a pretty hard and fast rule at this point. YDY says, I'm too high and tired. Great production, Brandon. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Thank you for the lively discussion too, as always on this YDY. I really appreciate it. John says, Geno kind of lied if he's going to asking for 40 because he said he was going to reward the Hawks for believing in him. I think it's gone like this, John. I think the Hawks have offered the $30 million a year for 3-year deal. He wants $33 million because he thinks he's getting 35 to 40 on the open market. So from Geno's standpoint, he is taking a discount. From the Seahawks standpoint, he costs more than they wanted to pay. And that's probably why we don't have quite a deal done yet. They're not super far apart necessarily, John, but they are far apart a little bit. They are apart, not far apart, but just apart. YDY says, people saying cut Adams 2024 and save $9 million and to take a $14 million dead cap hit too. Not saying it's the wrong thing to do, but there is a cost. Agreed. And that's why I don't land on the cutting of Adams or cutting of Diggs. There's technically some money to be saved, but there's some dead money that you're going to have to figure out along the back end of the trails of that as well. And I don't really want to do that. I just ride with them for one more year, YDY. And then if it's bad, if he's injured again, cut bait at that point and actually save some legitimate money. Jeffrey A. Thistle has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 8 long months. I appreciate that, Jeffrey. You're awesome for doing so. For all the support to the channel. He says, Bryce Young played for Alabama. My grandmother could stand behind that line and win games. Don't trust Bama quarterbacks. Not enough struggle, not enough growth. Agreed. And of course, some of the thought process on this is Jeffrey from he didn't have that Alabama team wasn't as good as in recent years. Like, oh, okay. So instead of having 5 5-star tackles across the board, they had 3 4-star tackles and 2 5-star tackles. And like, oh, well, rather than having 4 5-star receivers on the outside, you got 2 5-star receivers. Like he still had quite a bit to work with out there. You're absolutely right, Jeffrey. And it's not to be undersold with it. And it does impact making an evaluation of him when things are so clean and sometimes easy for him. Not every time. There's times he showed an acumen with stepping up in the pocket, navigating some of the pressure. But at the end of the day, your point still stands. Still stands. Stoner Television says, what about a guy like CJ Gardner instead of Neal? You're going to have to pay CJ Gardner so much more money at that point, Stoner. And Neal, you're bringing in on a 1-year deal at very low-end money. You're already paying so much money to the safety position, you can't really afford to spend much more beyond what you're spending. Kind of is what it is on that one. We're going to wrap this up here too as this goes, folks. Lamar Jackson was a 194 in college. Jackson was 194 in college. Yes, but he had room to build up. So in my opinion, if you weighed Bryce Young on game day outside of his pads last year, Stoner Television, I bet he weighs about 180 pounds, maybe 185 on a good day. Maybe I bet about 180 is about what he was weighing. Lamar might have played at 194 at Baltimore, but he was getting up into 210, he's up at 210, 220 at this point. I don't think that Bryce Young has the body to build up to get up to that weight. I think Lamar's got him by about 2 to 3 inches. I know that Bryce is listed at 6 feet tall. I don't think Bryce Young is anywhere near 6 feet tall. I think the combine he's going to measure out at 5'10". Whereas Lamar's, I think, just a little bit over 6 feet, if I'm not mistaken. So Lamar was a little bit slight as well coming out. But I think he got a little more solidly put together. And again, I think Lamar's a little bit of an anomaly. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Actually, you have a great night, man. I appreciate you as well. Megan, you have yourself a great night. John Robinson, you as too. We're going to go ahead and get this wrapped up here right now is, again, I'm going to be back tomorrow. We're going to be doing the Super Bowl throughout the day tomorrow. So we'll put a button on this one so I can save my voice just a little bit. I really do appreciate the lively discussion here, as I always do. And for the folks that I disagree with, that might get at times a little bit annoyed with me in our disagreements and stuff, I hope you understand that there is truly an appreciation from my standpoint and where your approach and where people are coming from. And even though I disagree, and even though I will be passionate in my disagreement at some point, it's not to ever put people in a place of feeling like, well, I think you're crazy for thinking what you're thinking. There's no way that you've operated from a point of logic and reason to arrive where you've arrived. No, everybody's gotten through their own path to get where they're going. And why I often talk about this place as being a brain trust is because we can think of all these ideas to distill it down to kind of the common reality, the common truth, if you will. It's like they say with the consensus boards, the most accurate consensus board for an NFL draft is not some single guy out there who's smarter than everybody else, and his draft boards are always more on point than everybody else. What they've actually shown you is if they take all the draft boards in total and give you the general mean of the draft of where players are selected in those mock drafts, over thousands of mock drafts over line, the brain trust of the totality is smarter than the pure individual. And I truly believe that with you guys. I believe that about that chat. I thank you guys for allowing that to cultivate here and propagate and continue. And I hope it can continue on into the future. Well, we dealt with some draft realities and some great twists in this next upcoming draft. We'll be diving into some free agency news here as we kind of start to move forward and get closer to free agency, which is now almost just about a month away. So get yourselves ready for that as we dive in and look at some of these guys who will be available. We'll hear a little bit more about the Geno Smith negotiations, no doubt about that as well. So we will see how that stuff all breaks down. I appreciate you guys. Please do hit the like button if you can for me on your way out the door. It's like turning the light off almost, just like turning the light off. But thank you guys. Amazing discussion. Appreciate all of the donations on the chat. I thank you for everybody keeping things cool and calm and just on an even keel where we can disagree, but everybody can still remain cool with each other and we can have some fun, honest discussion. I will be back tomorrow, but in this time that I'm gone for the next 18 hours, okay? I don't want you guys to forget, okay? Nobody be forgetting in the 18 hours. With all this talk of Geno and everything else, I don't want anybody out there forgetting. We're going to watch the Super Bowl tomorrow, but it ain't going to be long until we're going to be in that game. It ain't going to be long until we're looking at that game, thinking, seeing our own Seahawks in that game. So watch this game tomorrow, think about the Super Bowl, and think of it with daydreams. Daydreams. Daydream about how soon our team's going to get there, because I hope it's not going to be too long. And with the offseason they had last year and with the potential offseason they could have this year, it won't be too long. So keep the faith, my fellow brothers and sisters, and don't you ever forget, go Hawks.